Even as a top-rank graduate, the strongest move he can pull off is a sloppy 7th technique. To truly master it, he needs to become a swordmaster. So he sits down to write it all out, the whole process of how he became a swordmaster. I reach swordmaster. A young man's face flashes into view, dark hair, one red eye catching the glint of his own blade. Not too long after you were born, he begins, buttoning his collar, easing into the memory. 2 women walk away from us, backs turned. I've told you this story before, he admits, but after I lost Roxana and Penelope, I fell into despair. The memory flares into a violent sword clash, red energy streaking across the frame, the sword, as he calls it, that started everything. To become a swordmaster, he swung his sword every single day, chasing a breakthrough that just would not come. Grip tight on the hilt, he pushes himself past exhaustion over and over. But no matter how many times he tried, he just could not become a swordmaster. Grasping at straws, he tears through every book in the 10,000 epistle library, hunting for an answer. And there it is: to become a graduate, a swordsman must throw away his emotions. But to become a true swordmaster, he must reclaim them. He'd finally found it, the words of a previous swordmaster, left behind for his descendants. However, becoming a swordmaster meant something far harder than just swinging a sword. So he followed those words, determined to make them work. He threw himself into relearning happiness, anger, sadness, every feeling he had buried to become a graduate in the first place. Angry, his face splits into a strange grin, one red eye glinting in the dark. But forcing emotions that weren't real came with brutal side effects. It wrecked the way he expressed feeling at all. From a certain point on, he'd laugh when he should be furious and frown when he should be happy. His road to swordmaster turned into a maze. Desperate to satisfy a hunger his sword alone couldn't fill, he threw himself into reviving the family, fathering son after son to grow his power. As Baskerville tradition demanded, he sent his own young children into what the family calls the cradle of swords. Infants laid out among rows of bared blades, a horrifying ritual passed down as if it were simply normal. However, his expression shifts, something catching in his throat. In a place he never expected, he finally has his realization. For what reason, he wonders, would a child who understood nothing struggle so desperately just to survive? Why was that baby enduring the agony of the water seeping into its body? What was it fighting so hard for? Watching that struggle, something in his chest cracks wide open. A flood hits him all at once. Happiness at discovering real talent and anger at himself for sending something so young into a place this cruel. Sadness, too, for the child's wounds and for his own. And underneath it all, a strange pleasure, looking forward to what this child might become. Caught in that whole complicated sea of feeling all at once, it finally clicks. The very next day, he learns he has become a swordmaster. "It seems like you gave me everything, my son," he murmurs, staring down at what he's written. The path to becoming a swordmaster, he writes, lies in learning to feel complex emotions, and almost as an aside, he notes it happened again later with Pomerian. "To my beloved son." The letter's final line lingers as, years later, his own son clashes blades in a battle of his own. Blue sword energy tears through the air like claws. "To my beloved son, huh?" Vikir grits his teeth mid-strike, his father's words echoing in his skull. To break through his enemy's magic, he realizes he needs to become a swordmaster himself right here, right now. And he'll have to do it without the Saintess's healing power to lean on this time. This realization has to be his alone. Across from him, the demon looks almost impressed. "To think he became a completely different person compared to my previous life." Jagged purple crystal spikes erupt from the ground all around him. Battered and bleeding, he remembers his father's words, anger and maybe sadness too, both live inside him. He slammed down hard, swallowed by a storm of purple spikes. The demon looms over him, horned and grinning, claws bared. Her fist crackles with crystalline energy, primed to finish him off. In this situation, happiness and excitement are. Vikir grins through the blood, somehow loving every second of this. His hand ignites with blades of red aura. "What's with that face?" the demon sneers. "I asked you a question," she snarls, unleashing a massive column of blue energy. The strike tears clean through the battlefield. Vikir barely flinches, a grim half-smile settling on his face. The impact detonates around them both. Her leg recoils, wounded from his counter. His collar's torn open, blood streaked across his throat. Baskerville's seventh technique, he roars and red sword energy erupts around him. He launches through the air, trailing blood, slashing straight at the winged demon. The blow connects, a fresh wound splits open across her horned head. His glowing blade carves down through the smoke. He drives a punch straight into her armored torso. "You're not book smart," much she taunts, grinning through it. "You can't break through my armor," she boasts. His fist connects anyway, red eyes blazing behind his mask. A colossal blast of white-blue energy tears across the battlefield. Dust and shadow swallow the wreckage. The demon just laughs it off, completely unbothered. "But do you really think Camus will wake up and go against the contract she has with me?" She sneers, and the truth lands hard. This is Camus Morg's own body, possessed. A monstrous scream tears through the dark magic circle beneath them. Her masked face suddenly cracks with genuine shock. Something in the spell is coming undone. A figure plummets as the fractured circle collapses around them. Jagged purple claws slash wildly through the chaos. A violent purple slash rips through the air. Streaks of pink-white energy blaze across the shattered ground. The smoke clears over a battlefield bristling with broken blades. For one long moment, everything goes still. The ground gives way into a smoking crater beneath them. Vikyr stands amid the wreckage, blood spraying from his wounds like wings. He coughs up blood, barely holding himself upright. The demon just stares, speechless, unable to process what she's seeing. "You didn't die even after being hit with that attack," she finally says as he kneels in the smoke, refusing to stay down. His back is a mess of wounds as the demon retreats into the distance. But still he gathers the unconscious Camus into his arms. "Again, why?" he whispers. Dragging a torn, bloodied leg, he forces himself upright. "I need to get up and move. No matter how many times I have to do it." He stumbles forward, blade blazing red. "Idiot," comes a voice out of the darkness. "That's not the expression I wanted to see," he grits out, refusing to quit. His bloodied chest heaves with exhaustion. The demon's eyes go wide. "Wah, what? How?" she demands, staring at him in total disbelief. "If you go against the contract, your soul will be ripped to shreds." The demon shrieks a warning aimed inward at Camus herself. A different voice cuts through, desperate. "I can't hold her back for long, so stab her." It's Camus fighting for control of her own body. Vikyr's jaw sets. "If you fail, my neck becomes a sheath for your sword." Joking at a time like this, he mutters, steadying his grip. The demon sneers, as expected of the hero. "You're 100 out of 100, Camus Morg, you just realized that," she finishes, amused and furious all at once. "So show me the person I fell in love with," Camus screams, desperate for him to break through. A violent purple magic circle detonates around them both. "You crazy bastards," the demon snarls. "Do you really think you can pierce through my armor?" A crystalline red blade forms in Vikyr's grip, blazing bright. He sprints through the wreckage, a spinning disk of red energy trailing behind him. For just a moment, Camus's own face flickers into view, one eye glowing, a single tear falling. Is this what his father meant, Vikyr wonders, about the heart holding this many emotions at once? Something stirs in his chest that he doesn't usually let himself feel. In a dark space deep inside her own mind, the real Camus watches, curled up small. "I'm happy," she says softly, "because you didn't forget about me. I'm angry because the hero's gotten himself hurt," she goes on, tears streaking her face. "And I'm sad because you're struggling," she finishes, crying. "That's what's inside of me," she whispers, reaching out from the dark. "Baskerville," Vikyr roars, unleashing a blazing slash of red sword energy. The blade cuts through with a resounding crack. Seventh technique, the finishing blow lands. For one heartbeat, the battlefield goes completely quiet. Then the demon's armored body splits along a jagged red line. Vikyr's eyes blaze red, a fierce grin cutting through the exhaustion, bathed in light. He's finally broken through. Camus's face flickers one last time, a single eye watching him through it all. A massive burst of light engulfs them both as the fight finally reaches its climax. Here is the deal: every single person on this earth walks around wearing blinders they cannot even feel, glasses fused right onto their sight. But the rare few who manage to rip those blinders off start seeing things ordinary humans never will. And once they see that clearly, cutting an enemy down becomes almost effortless. Push that even further past ordinary mastery straight into supremacy itself. And you get monsters like this, our boy drenched in blood brawling mid-air with someone just as dangerous. The world has a name for people who hit that level, they call them swordmasters. And judging by the state of this outfit, whoever he is fighting just went through absolute hell too. Somewhere close by, something huge wakes up inside a wall of blue fire and it can only manage one word: impossible. Welcome to the gate, folks, this is where things get messy. Our guy wakes up feeling like his old self was walking around in hand-me-downs. His strength, his senses, his instincts, all of it just leveled up into something close to transcendence. Powers he never even knew were locked inside him, gifts the Saintess unlocked a while back without him realizing it. And the first name on his mind the second he can think straight is Camus Morgue. Bloodied and barely holding himself together, he is not even worried about himself. His first thought is checking if she is okay. One word slips out of him, quiet and desperate: please. He drags himself past a body on the ground, hoping under his breath for a reunion he is not even sure he will get. Alone, hurt and still on his feet, he keeps pushing forward into whatever is waiting for him next. The ground gives way and two figures tumble down into the dark together. For a moment, there is nothing but blackness swallowing them whole. Somewhere in the ruins, a beam of raw purple light rips a gate wide open. That light comes crashing down on a jagged red crystal buried in the crater. And that is the signal for chaos: claws, fire, and screaming all at once. Someone gets swallowed by the blast, wreathed head to toe in searing energy. When the smoke clears, someone is left gasping for air, clutching a wound that is not healing fast enough. They go still on the ground, and footsteps close in from behind. Impact after impact rings out as the fight refuses to just end already. By the time the dust settles, it is just rubble and one barely conscious body left in the wreckage. And crouched right next to him, something small, fanged, and very confused just stares down, going, huh. A hand reaches down through the dark, offering to help. She is the one holding it out, hair fading from blood red into pale silver, standing over him like she has already got this handled. She turns to walk away without wasting a second more on ceremony. He grabs at his ribs, forcing himself upright, and she stops him cold with one word: wait. The fact that you are able to move, she tells him, means Camus is safe. For the first time this whole fight, her face actually relaxes. What a relief, she admits. He clenches his fists through the pain, muttering that it is a shame they cannot stick around and catch up properly, not with how exposed they both still are. She is already moving on to business. I have a request, she says. Give this to Camus, she tells him, pressing something into his hand. She needs to come here herself if she actually wants to see me, the woman adds, pulling her hand back. She stands there a second, turning that thought over in her head, fist clenched tight. Then she is gone, melting back into the shadows without another word. And just like that, he is airborne again, hurled through the sky with blood trailing behind him. The cliffside rushes past in a blur as he falls. Cut to the present, and word is already spreading through the academy like wildfire. Some kid is loudly announcing that the villain who jumped the school was none other than the Night Hound himself. A girl comes sprinting up to the crowd, panicking, demanding to know how bad the damage really was. Turns out, shockingly, there is not any, which gets one sharp classmate wondering out loud if that skull-masked attacker was some kind of black mage. Two students are still shaking it off, admitting they nearly fainted, calling the Night Hound the single most violent person they have ever laid eyes on. Their friend in the witch hat says she felt exactly the same, too terrified to even breathe right. Then an older chaperone comes storming in on the group, demanding to know where Victor ran off to. They were worried sick. The rest of the crew reacts on cue, equal parts relieved and exasperated to finally have eyes on him again. A blonde classmate and a sharp-dressed white-haired boy corner him next, pointing out they searched this entire street and never once spotted him. Where exactly has he been hiding? Because knowing Victor, they say there is no way he would actually ditch his friends and hide like a coward. The witch hat girl just lets out an awkward, guilty little ooh. A close-up on that sharp little diamond-patterned tie says everything about how put together this kid still looks even after a brawl. One noble brat in the crowd rounds on him too, sneering, demanding how some commoner possibly held the defense alone. His friends echo him, practically in stereo. And then the real scolding kicks in. What is supposed to happen to all of them if he keeps running off solo like that? Do not you dare pull that again, someone shouts. The blonde girl is not buying the tough act either, half joking that he has basically been quietly building himself a whole gang. The witch hat girl, still surrounded by a suspicious number of maids, admits she almost jumped to the wrong conclusion again. The sky over the academy fades into a hazy pink dusk as the noise of the argument finally dies down. Off on her own for a second, the witch hat girl quietly wonders if someone out there far from this school is actually okay. The clouds roll on, dark and heavy, over water that stretches out forever. Somewhere else entirely, a voice promises she will be looking forward to seeing someone again soon, watching over a market packed with hooded travelers. That someone has a name and it lands like a gut punch: Camus. The mountains burn gold at dusk, quiet before whatever is coming next. And there she is, a lone red-haired figure walking straight toward a glowing gate carved into the ruins. Meanwhile, a pink and white-haired girl picks her way through a pitch-black tunnel, barely dressed for whatever fight she just survived. Camus stands frozen in a stone corridor, saying absolutely nothing. The pink-haired girl admits her whole body is wrecked, all because her demon partner Sayer went completely berserk and shattered their contract mid-fight. Because of that, she never even got the chance to properly say hello to him, and it is clearly eating at her. She cannot stop replaying it. Why did she assume he was dead like an idiot, but the fact that he fought to keep her safe while he himself was falling apart? Has her grinning ear to ear, blushing so hard her whole face lights up. Maybe, just maybe, that means he actually treasures her. She is practically glowing, hands pressed to her burning cheeks, replaying the whole thing on loop. This time, she says proudly, she actually fought alongside him instead of just watching from the sidelines. And she did not run off by herself either. Whatever they pulled off back there, they did it together. She turns philosophical for a second. Is not Vikir exactly the kind of man worth risking her life for? Then she and Camus both round on the tiny horned demon floating nearby. Sayer, the little thing, immediately starts panicking. Sayer squawks that breaking their contract is basically a scam, insisting it had total control over its own body the whole time. She is not buying the excuses, flatly asking how Vikir actually managed to sever the contract, and why the demon did not just die when it broke. Sayer stammers that it is only alive thanks to some kind of penalty clause from breaking their old 12-hour contract. Then, in the same breath, it starts bragging that it could probably squash and kill her with magic right about now. Bad move. She lights up a spell on the spot and Sayer immediately starts shrieking that it actually hurts. Now it is groveling, screaming that it will do anything, just please do not kill it. She traps it in a glowing magic circle, tilting her head with a very dangerous smile. Oh, anything, huh? The poor demon is now fully convinced it is staring down an actual devil. She just laughs it off but admits more seriously that thanks to that whole disaster, she finally got to meet Vikir. Sayer, still rattled, asks what she is actually planning to do now. Should they open the gate? The demon panics harder at the idea. She waves it off, insisting she is only kidding. Does the demon really think she is that insane? Getting serious again, she says recovering has to come first, before she can even think about heading back to the morgue estate. Because now that she knows for certain Vikir is alive and well, there is real work left to do. She has got damage to undo, things she personally wrecked that need putting right. Her fists clench as the wind pulls at her hood. And on top of all that, she has one more grim job left, announcing and mourning her own master's death. Grateful in spite of everything, she thanks the person who dragged her into all this chaos in the first place. A single gold coin sits in an open palm, small and unassuming. She has already made up her mind. If she enrolls at that academy, she is walking in as his junior. Under that hood, her resolve hardens, fists tightening. She lets the moment hang in the air for a second before finishing the thought. The day we meet again, she promises, hair whipping wild in the wind. She calls his name out into the sunset, grinning like she is already planning her next move. The Wild Academy Festival is finally over. but the fallout still smoldering like hot embers. Students file out through the academy gates, and you can just feel it in the air. Something huge went down here. Rumors are already flying. Is it true the Night Hound showed up during the festival? He attacked the academy. That's terrifying. But the professor stopped him. Still, a villain like that belongs locked up in Lubelbach prison. And get this, a second villain showed up too, an unregistered black mage. Turns out the two villains actually fought each other, which made it easy for the professors to chase them both off. The students who had no idea what really happened just gossiped about it cheerfully, clueless how close it came to disaster. If things had gone even slightly differently, the Night Hound incident could have been a full-blown catastrophe. Instead, it got quietly buried as campus gossip. Over at the newspaper club, somebody's about to get an earful. Who wrote this article? Club President Dollars slams the table, fuming, papers scattering everywhere. The exclusive headline blares that the heathen Night Hound's crimes have crossed the line, that he personally ambushed the academy and needs to be punished. Dollars reads off the damage report herself: the Imperial Bank, the capital's clock tower, Indulgentia Orphanage, the Royal Memorial, all wrecked, and she is not happy about how this got framed. The Night Hound didn't cause any of that, she snaps. The real disturbance came from the unknown black mage. This article makes it sound like he slaughtered students at the festival. A familiar bespectacled student pipes up from the crowd. Sure, he's technically a wanted criminal, but he genuinely didn't do anything that day, so maybe the article should stick to facts instead of outrage. That's it. Who wrote this article? Someone demands, rounding on the group. Dollars narrows her eyes at the glasses-wearing student. You again, Vikier. Turns out the piece was written on direct orders from Professor Venci, the club's advisor. Dollars groans. Of course this happens the one time she's not around. But you shouldn't have run an article without confirming the facts first, she mutters, flustered. A hand slides an official document across the desk, the Capital Garrison's statement released just that morning. The report says it plainly: whoever wrecked the capital's landmarks, it wasn't the Night Hound. His whole signature is a sword. Problem is, there wasn't a single sword mark anywhere at any of the crime scenes. The only trace left behind, marks like something huge and serpentine had dragged itself across the ground. Whoever she is, she's already got a villain name, MS, Ouroboros, and everyone assumes she's a woman. Her motives a mystery, her weapons a mystery, but she's guessed to be a fellow graduate, someone seriously powerful. Two students trade grim news. Apparently every single witness to her attacks is dead. That's exactly why you can't just dump every crime on the Night Hound, comes the pointed reply. There are 3 separate villains running around here, maybe start telling their crimes apart. Privately though, Vikier couldn't care less about the confusion. Honestly, building a shady, mysterious reputation around the Night Hound was the whole point. A scarred, silver-haired stranger cuts in. Forget the Night Hound, who the hell even is this MS, Ouroboros? A blonde classmate frowns, uneasy. Is that really all we've got? Just marks like a giant snake crawled through here. Back at the club table, someone raises a hand. Wait, how did anyone even confirm the villain's a woman? Simple, every single scene had a lipstick mark left behind. Dollars stares at a lipstick smear on the wreckage, unsettled. It's like she wants to show off her crimes. The room goes quiet for a second. Everyone's clearly wondering the exact same unsettling thing. Vikier's eyes flare crimson behind his glasses. Camaraderie toward the Night Hound or flat-out malice, either way if this woman gets in the way of his demon hunt, I'll just have to eliminate her, he finishes coldly, and the sudden shift in tone visibly startles the classmate next to him. And then, whiplash, out of nowhere a fist comes swinging and somebody bursts in yelling, "I take him here," so much for a serious moment. Cut to campus, a classmate spots Vikier and waves him over. Vikier, perfect timing, there's a letter here addressed to you. She hands it over. Thank you, he says, taking it. Vikier looks down at the envelope, genuinely puzzled. A letter for him. His expression tightens behind his glasses, like he's bracing for a trap. He tears it open without a word. His white-haired friend Sinclair notices something's off. Vikier, what happened? Huh, this is, Vikir mutters, staring at the page. It's an official notice from Colosseo Academy, guidance on paying his first term tuition. Not exactly the demon summons he was bracing for. Flashback, Vikir sits down for a quiet talk with a trusted Baskerville confidant. But what's really on your mind? The man asks. Like I told you before, Vikir says, I want to keep the fact that I'm a Baskerville hidden while I'm at the academy. Because the second he starts throwing Baskerville money around campus, it's nothing but headaches and hangers-on, and that's exactly what he's trying to avoid. Which brings him to his actual problem. There's only 1 week left before his tuition payment is due. And true to form, he refuses to just take the easy route everyone keeps suggesting. Over coffee, he admits the embarrassing part: he didn't land a full scholarship because his behavior points took a hit. Vikir's eyes go wide. No way, he's just clocked what his companion is actually thinking. And what his companion's privately wondering is priceless. Does this kid actually want to cosplay as a genius who hides his own power? That old trope. Cue the daydream. Vikir, arms crossed, cape flowing, adoring crowd monster corpse at his feet. Cut back to reality, just an awkward teenager standing under a tree while his classmates stare, baffled. Well, if that's the vibe you're going for, his companion says, why not pick up monster hunting as a side gig? Hire a guide through the guide guild and go hunting properly. Bonus, it actually boosts your odds of ending up in the field you're dreaming about. Vikir, holding little Pomerian close, isn't so sure. I don't know if that's really my dream. Still, it gets the wheels turning, the guide guild, huh? And just like that, one specific guide comes to mind. A warrior who contributed massively to the allied human forces back during the time of the fall. Most of the monster encyclopedias Vikir grew up learning from, this guy wrote them. His research would go on to found an entire academic field, monster echogeography, except back then he was nothing but a nobody with zero connections. With nobody backing him up, he ended up dying young in a fight against demons, a legend the world completely forgot to protect. Vikir's jaw sets. He knows exactly who this man is, and if he can win him over now while he's still alive, he might just be able to rewrite that ending. His confidant sips his coffee and shrugs. Oh, sure, he agrees, easy as that. I was helpful, he thinks to himself, satisfied, and just like that the wheels are in motion. Enter the guide guild known as Sherpa, its lodge glowing gold under a setting sun. The guildmaster's back, someone shouts as the whole place lights up with excitement. He comes in hot with a flying kick, dust and debris scattering everywhere. How'd today's hunt go? He hauls out proof, a massive tusked beast slung over his shoulder, as you can see. He strides in triumphant, kill in tow while onlookers gawk. Fists up, grinning ear to ear, it was a success. Meet the guildmaster, miniature pincher, or mini pin for short, ironically the toughest guy in the building. As expected of the boss, graduates really are on another level. But behind closed doors, completely different story. Inside the guildmaster's private office, a heavy sigh escapes him. Phew. Face down on his desk, groaning, we're in trouble again this month. The coins on the table won't even cover his own food, let alone his guild members' wages. The big mercenary guilds have me boxed in, I can't do a damn thing I actually want. Is it normal to be this wrecked over having no backing? His shadow slumps across the desk. This is all my fault. If I hadn't gotten scammed chasing my dream when I was young, I wouldn't be broke like this right now. He slams his fist down and a stack of books goes tumbling. I'm an idiot, he mutters, head in his hands, but if there's still a shot at it, I want to chase that dream. His mind drifts to a burning crimson crest, the iron-blooded family. Hands clasped like a prayer, the Baskerville emblem looming behind him. It's my dream to join the Baskerville family. The declaration hangs there, fading into the dark. Footsteps echo through the guild halls, someone's just walked in uninvited. A hooded stranger casually asks after Mini Pin by name, and one of the guild members does a double take. You look young, who do you think you are, tossing around our guildmaster's name so casually? I'm a client here to make a commission, the stranger replies flatly, and you think clients aren't allowed to talk back. He just walks past. You're annoying, he adds, not even bothering to look back. You, the guard sputters, completely thrown. The whole guild jumps him, get him. He's a blur. Guild members go flying before they even register he's moved. Who is this guy? One kick sends a guard straight through a wall. He's barely even trying. He doesn't even break stride, sprinting straight through the guild's halls toward the one office that actually matters. Mini Pin looks up sharply at the commotion. Is this the guildmaster's room? The intruder sizes him up. Judging by that build, I'm guessing you're Mini Pin. A guard bursts in behind him, fist raised. Who are you? Mini Pin, sweating bullets, repeats it back like he can't quite believe it. A client, here to make a commission. A client, Mini Pin echoes, completely thrown as chaos still rings out behind him. One guard can only think, this guy's so fast I can't even track him. Whoever he is, he's seriously skilled. Mini Pin tries to regain some authority, sweat dripping. Sir, if you're going to walk in here without an official request. The stranger cuts him off cold. The guide I want to hire is you, Mini Pin. The stranger's hand drifts toward his hood, sizing up the man in front of him like he already knows exactly who he's looking at. There's no way I could forget you, the stranger says. The famous guy who used to show up endlessly at the Baskerville estate begging to be taken on as a vassal. So how about it, want to work with me? Mini Pin's face goes white. Why you're? The realization hits him like a truck. Sir Vikier van Baskerville. The hood drops. Sure enough, it's Vikier, calm, sharp-eyed, and dead serious about the offer he just made. Late at night on the edge of Baskerville territory, someone hurries through the streets clutching a letter like it's a matter of life and death. That letter turns out to be a job posting, and the client's name on it stops everyone cold. Vikier van Baskerville looking to hire one guide for a little monster subjugation. A grizzled, scarred-up guide about loses it on the spot. Not just any Baskerville, the real Sir Vikier, standing right in front of him. A hood shifts just enough to show a bandaged hand and a flash of that unmistakable red eye. Yep, it's really him. The guide practically melts, gushing about what an honor it is just to be standing near him. Vikier shuts that down fast. Quiet, he hisses, and while we're at it, forget you ever heard the name. Vikier clocks something interesting. If this guy already dreamed of joining the Baskervilles before Vikier's whole Second Life situation even started, that says a lot about him. Let's call him Mini Pin. A flash of memory, a walled city burning under a night sky. The kind of history that built the iron-blooded sword clan's reputation in the first place. Mini Pin can barely contain himself. This is the clan, the one that subjugates monsters on the entire western border. Hopeful, he asks if joining means he'd finally get to learn the legendary invincible sword techniques. Truth is, it's simpler than that. A house and land. It's the only way left for him to make his wife happy after brokers scammed away everything he'd saved. Don't let the beat-up look fool you. This man's a full graduate, skilled enough to walk into any elite mercenary guild he wants. Scammed, broke, and out of options. That's how a top-tier hunter ends up begging for a favor from a teenager. Vikier tells him flatly he can make that dream happen. Whether it actually does depends entirely on how tonight goes. Mini Pin nearly tears up. After everything he's been through, a real shot just landed in his lap. They rattle off down a moonlit mountain road by carriage, mission officially underway. Mini Pin is still absolutely starstruck, marveling that he's getting praise from actual Baskerville royalty. Vikier lays out the cover story. He's on a top-secret mission, hiding his real identity even while attending the academy. And since even his own family can't know, there's zero funding coming his way, hence tonight's little monster hunting side hustle, just to cover school fees. New marching orders for Mini Pin. From now on, it's Sir Never the name. He agrees on the spot, quietly wondering if this quiet kid is actually as competent as the rumors claim. Vikier gets straight to business. What kind of monster could a first-year student plausibly farm in bulk without raising any eyebrows? Mini Pin's answer, no hesitation, gnolls. Alone, a gnoll's barely a mid-tier headache, risk level C+. Get a pack of them together though, and that math changes fast. Dozens of red eyes blink open in the pitch-black cave. This den runs deep. Grouped up like this, they don't stay C+ for long. They graduate straight into A-rank territory. Mini Pin breaks down the plan. Gnolls are weak solo, so a student clearing a bunch won't look suspicious. plus the Empire pays bounty per kill, and the leather, meat, and bones all sell besides. Riding along, Victor quietly takes note Mini Pin actually knows his craft. The carriage grinds on through the dark, closing in on Gnoll territory. They're close now, the Gnoll's habitat should be right around here. A couple of Gnolls scrap it out in the underbrush nearby, completely unaware of what's about to walk into their territory. Mini Pin runs through the textbook method. Gnolls love hoarding shiny junk, so hunters usually lure them out with glass beads before finishing them off. Victor just nods along. Yes, that's correct, already sizing the guy up. Then he casually announces that's not the method he'll be using right as a massive venomous snake rears up out of the darkness. Fangs bared, the snake lunges straight for him. Mini Pin's jaw drops. Victor never even drew his sword, so how exactly did he just cut that thing clean through? Turns out he tore it apart with his bare hands, and now he's casually asking whether those rum barrels on the cart happen to be full of oil. Good, Victor says, eyeing the bleeding snake tail. He's already 3 steps ahead. In his own head, he's already confident he can clear the entire Gnoll pack with barely any real fighting. Mini Pin breaks a nervous sweat. The Empire's own subjugation squad gave up on this pack, and this kid wants to solo it with a couple of oil drums. Victor just grins, red eyes flaring bright in the dark. They push on deeper into Gnoll country, torches held low. A jagged cave mouth opens up in the mountainside, the low-level Gnoll's front door. Victor sizes it up, confirming this is the entrance they need. Somewhere in the black, a pair of red eyes blink open, watching them approach. Deeper in, a whole wall of glowing red eyes and bared fangs is waiting. Mini Pin genuinely can't picture it. How is one guy supposed to take down that many Gnolls at once? Worse, if this goes reckless, survivors could scatter and tear through the nearby villages. He catches himself, though no way Sir Victor hasn't already thought all this through. Victor, quiet and focused, I want to know exactly how far this new power of his really goes. He plants himself among the oil barrels, aura crackling awake with a low, ominous hum. 3 separate entrances riddle this mountain's Gnoll den, and he's already mapped out every single one. His eyes flare crimson, locking onto the cave's hidden layout. Kneeling, he channels raw aura straight into the ground, a red current spreading out beneath him. Swordmasters earn the superhuman label for good reason, and this is exactly why. Ever since making Swordmaster, Victor can feel aura like a sixth sense, practically seeing straight through solid rock. The red current keeps spreading, mapping every twist of the tunnels beneath the mountain. In my current state, he starts, already running the kill in his head. Up top, a clueless Gnoll sniffs around the oil barrels while Mini Pin grips his greatsword just a little tighter. One last quiet beat over the mountain before everything goes loud. Mini Pin can only gape. Wow, what is this? As Victor's opening move unfolds. A flurry of blade strikes rips through the air straight into the Gnoll den. The whole pack howls awake as the strikes land. Oil barrels come flying right into the middle of them next. The Gnolls scramble in total chaos as more barrels rain down. Blood sprays as the ambush lands hard. Victor wreathes himself in flame and sets the whole scene alight. He can't help but note the irony. Same trick he tried back in his forest days. That time, it flat out didn't work. The survivors scramble deeper into the cave, trapped between fire and rock. Struggle as much as you can, Victor says flatly, standing right in the middle of his own inferno. Flames roar and swallow the tunnel whole. One last Gnoll shrieks, burning in the chaos. The real danger of fire underground was never the flame, it's the poisonous smoke it kicks up with nowhere to go. He'd already sealed off the mountain's upper vents beforehand, so that smoke has zero escape route. It's about to choke the whole den out at once. Victor and Mini Pin just stand there in silence, letting the fire finish the job. Shaken, Mini Pin can't stop thinking they might be monsters, but Victor just wiped out an entire pack without so much as blinking. Yeah, this is what an actual Baskerville looks like up close. Mini Pin's brain just repeats it on loop. This is a Baskerville. Straight up starstruck now, he can't stop gushing about how cool that whole thing looked. Victor just keeps walking, completely unbothered by any of it. Come morning, smoke still curling off the now silent mountain. Mini Pin confirms it, every last Gnoll inside choked out on smoke, exactly as planned. Picking through the aftermath for loot, Mini Pin admits it decades in this line of work, and he still learned something new tonight. Vikir waves off the compliment. Forget the flattery, some might have survived, so stay sharp. Mini Pin melts a little inside anyway, reading it as pure sweetness. He's actually worried about me. Torches in hand, the two of them push deeper into the gutted cave system. Mini Pin's torchlit face goes tense. Something down here feels off. He braces up, hand tightening around his gear. A blade slices into old wood. What's wrong? Vikir asks. Mini Pin, hold on. These marks aren't natural. Somebody built this. He swings his greatsword hard into the wall, cracking it wide open. Sweating, he stares in disbelief. This is, while Vikir's red eyes go wide. A wide shot of the cave arch swallows the two of them, tiny against the dark opening ahead. Mini Pin, stunned. What do we have here? Looks like someone was using this as a safe. He tries rationalizing it. Gnolls do love hoarding shiny things. Maybe they just collected all this themselves. Vikir flicks a single gold coin up into the torchlight. Look at this. Mini Pin's face just goes blank with disbelief. There's no way gnolls got their hands on this, he mutters. Vikir studies the coin closer. No serial numbers, completely untraceable by any bank. Someone's running a private stash right in the middle of a gnoll den. Mini Pin can't get over it. Who'd have the guts to hide their fortune inside a gnoll lair of all places? Whoever it is, Vikir reasons, is strong enough to wipe out this whole pack single-handedly and just take their gold for themselves. His blade drives down into something buried in the dark, and whatever it hit, it very much did not appreciate that. A voice purrs out of the shadows. Seems like some rats crawled into my coin box, and whatever's talking is very much not human. Claws bared, fangs out, and not remotely happy about the company the true owner of that treasure just found its intruders. And that's exactly where this one ends. Deep in a monster-infested cave lit by torchlight, Vikir listens as a sharp-eyed informant lays out the one thing they know for sure. Someone's been using this cave as their own private treasure house. Vikir pushes deeper into the gloom, torchlight glinting off something valuable waiting further in. The tunnel floor is littered with dead gnolls, all of them slaughtered for whatever they were guarding. Whoever did this was strong enough to wipe out the whole pack and just walk off with their gold. And that, they figure, is the only explanation for a fortune this size just sitting untouched underground. The blonde informant frowns, recalling a very specific headline he wrote not long ago about a bank getting robbed. He remembers every detail. Because somebody out there has been playing dress-up as the Night Hound, torching buildings and vanishing with everything inside. Whole facilities gutted, the assets gone without a trace, and one of those buildings, they confirm, was a bank. Without warning, the cave erupts into a fight. Someone in the group takes a brutal hit and goes flying. Pain and shock ripple through the group as the ambush kicks off in earnest. Vikir's arm snaps up and catches the strike cold. Something coils tight around his forearm like a living snake. Heavy, unhurried footsteps echo through the dark, followed by a low, satisfied laugh. Out of the shadows strides a woman wrapped in black leather and bandages, sizing up the intruders like vermin. Seems some rats have crawled into my safe, she purrs. One of the party stammers out her name in horror. MSMS. Our Ouroboros, like saying it out loud might be a death sentence. She squares up, clearly not planning on letting anyone leave with so much as a coin. Vikir clocks it fast. That so-called giant snake bite everyone's been talking about, not a monster, just her whip. His eyes narrow, red and sharp, as he squares up for what's clearly about to be a real fight. Our Ouroboros clicks her tongue, almost amused that anyone actually found her vault. Can't tell if you're lucky or extremely unlucky, she says. Elsewhere in the fray, one of Vikir's own men freezes, stunned that he's even managed to show up here at all. Someone plants their blade in the ground, bracing for round two, not entirely sure what they've just walked into. Vikir notices it immediately. She's gone from cocky to cautious, watching him a little too closely now. Something about her nags at him. Lucky, she calls herself. He can't shake the feeling he's crossed paths with her before. Then she cuts loose. Dark energy rips outward as her whole body twists into something far less human. You crawled into my safe yourself, she snarls, claws twitching, daring him to regret it. She doesn't wait for a rebuttal, a bolt of crackling energy slams straight into the blonde swordsman standing his ground. Vikir's mind races. Is he really the only one here who can match her? And if he shows his true skill and still loses, the risk only gets bigger. For once, even he doesn't have a clean answer. Nearby, an old scarred soldier clocks the hesitation on his young leader's face and quietly worries about what it means. Vikir says nothing, jaw tight, still working the problem. The old soldier assumes the worst. Surely even a prodigy like Vikir has to be rattled, facing down a top-rank graduate like her. He lays out their one shot. The Imperial garrison is patrolling the base of the mountain, close enough to reach if they can just buy the time. One of the men steps forward, addressing his leader with grim resolve. The blonde swordsman, built like a wall and wrapped in bandages, steps up and volunteers to draw her off personally so the rest can run. The old soldier tells him to use that opening to reach the garrison, then quietly adds that short as it's been, it was an honor knowing him. Sword raised, the big guy launches himself straight at Ouroboros without a second thought. Her whip comes down like a falling star, and he barely gets his guard up in time. The impact alone is enough to rattle the whole cavern. Ouroboros grins wide, clearly enjoying herself as she starts picking him apart. He grits his teeth through the pain, refusing to go down easy. Another blow lands, sending dust and rubble flying. Her whip snaps around him again, dragging him clean off his feet. Ha, she laughs, looks like you've completely lost your mind. Dark energy coils around her weapon as she gets ready to finish it. He screams as the next hit tears through him, blood spraying across the stone. He hits the ground hard and skids to a stop, barely holding onto consciousness. Her whip cracks against the rock, right where his head used to be. He admits to himself he actually blacked out for a second. Their one hit cut clean through skin and cracked a bone. He can't wrap his head around it. They're supposedly both graduates, so how is the gap between them this massive? The old soldier can only watch, breath ragged, sweat pouring down his face, dreading what comes next. And yet the big guy forces himself back up, arms crossed, some stubborn last spark of will still burning in his eyes. He throws himself back into it anyway, blood and all. That's when Vikir finally steps in and the old soldier realizes, in that instant, exactly what kind of monster his young leader is destined to become. Battered and bleeding, the swordsman manages a grin anyway, some plan already forming in his head. Ouroboros goes still, sensing something's shifted, even if she can't quite place what. He roars and charges in for what looks like a last, all-or-nothing swing. In his head, it's simple. Dying right here, buying his leader time, is exactly what he signed up for. Vikir grabs him mid-lunge. "Don't throw your life away, Mini Pin," he says flatly, and just like that, the guy's got a new nickname. Vikir turns on Ouroboros instead, reaching straight for something on her face that clearly was not part of her plan. She recoils, genuinely rattled, screeching at whatever he's just exposed underneath. He presses forward, insisting he needs to rip the thing off her completely. Red light floods the cavern as the real fight, the one he's been holding back, finally begins. One strike and the entire cave lights up white. It connects clean, and the shockwave alone nearly levels the tunnel. Outside, birds scatter off the mountainside from the force of it, the night sky flashing for a heartbeat. The old soldier just stares, completely lost for words at what he's watching. Ouroboros, bloodied and staggering, can't process it either. "How are you this strong?" she chokes out. Barely conscious, Mini Pin is carried off, mumbling his leader's name like he still can't believe it. Privately, Vikir knows she's nowhere near finished, but he can't let Mini Pin see just how far past graduate level he really is. Better to fake a retreat. Ouroboros isn't having it, snarling after them, and you just run away. Vikir simply walks on ahead, calm as ever, heading straight back toward her alone. He tells her almost kindly that she'd be smart to clear out too. "We'll be back with the Imperial garrison soon enough," he warns, and even on her knees and bleeding, she snarls that he'd better be ready if he ever touches her vault again. The second he's out of her sight, that polite mask drops and what's left is a grin that is anything but reassuring. "I'll see you later, Ouroboros," he says lightly, already knowing exactly how this ends. Back in the ruins of her own vault, she finally puts it together and lets out a scream of pure, cheated fury. Battered, humiliated, and very much alone now, she's left to stew in it. You is all she manages to spit out, teeth clenched. She goes quiet after that, glaring into the dark, already plotting round 2. Miles away, deep in a moonlit forest, someone else has been watching the whole thing unfold and finds it all very, very interesting. Back with the group, one wide-eyed onlooker in a battered fedora is still yelling for everyone to just calm down, while Vikir quietly reflects on the loyalty his people have shown him tonight. He can't stop replaying it, that guy swearing there's no compromising with injustice, insisting he'd rather die than hold his leader back. Alone now, sword sheathed, Vikir walks off into the blood-red dusk with a lot more on his mind than one hidden vault. Under a falling star, walking a quiet forest path alone, he lets himself think that maybe, somehow, some part of his old, painful past is finally being put to rest. 2 armored Imperial Knights creep through a shattered ice cavern, swords drawn, bracing for whatever tore this place apart. One knight just stares at the wreckage in disbelief. Whatever hit this knoll den, it hit hard. A hooded figure slips away into the dark, leaving no trace of who or what just cleared the place out. By the time the Imperial garrison rolls in to mop up the knoll subjugation, someone called MS, Ouroboros, has already come and gone. She hid herself well but left behind a small mountain of gold, and the Empire's soldiers are only too happy to collect it. Every last coin and trinket from that cave gets confiscated by the garrison, loaded onto carts, and hauled off. But not everyone walked away empty-handed. Meet a battered, bandaged mercenary nursing his wounds after the job. This is the money I got from selling the loot plus the reward from the knoll subjugation, he tells the boy sitting at his bedside. They lost the leather to fire and smoke, he admits, but there was still good money in bones, teeth, and toenails. The dark-haired kid at his side, who we all know as Vikir, checks in on him. How's he actually holding up? Everything hurts, the man admits with a grin, but the doctors say he'll make a full recovery. Seems Vikir's care wasn't wasted on him. Vikir sets a fat, tied-off coin pouch down on the bed without a word. This is a gift, Vikir says flatly. The man's jaw drops the second he sees what's inside. It's more than enough to cover his help on the job and his hospital bills, Vikir explains. He won't be working again for a while in this state. I mean, sir, the man catches himself, remembering just in time not to say his real name out loud. He asks if Vikir's heading back to the academy now. Yeah, Vikir says simply. The man just nods, I see. Then Vikir switches gears entirely. Is he well versed in monster ecology? Yes, actually. Back in his younger days, he traveled the whole continent studying them. He can tell subspecies from variants, weaker breeds from the genuinely dangerous ones. A walking encyclopedia, apparently. Vikir just nods once, quietly filing that away. Then wait for me, the man calls out, eyes welling up like he can't quite believe someone still wants him around. I'll ask for you again soon, Vikir says, already walking off, recruiting himself a monster expert without breaking stride. The man just watches him go, hand still stretched out toward the door. Cut to the academy. Outside a professor's door reading Mr. Banshee Morgue, Vikir mutters that he feels like he's doing all the school's work for it. Someone knocks on that same office door, and Banshee already knows who it is before it even opens. Come in, he sighs. You're here to nag me again, aren't you? In walks the student council president, here as always to fight for classmates who need scholarships. She drops a petition on his desk. Students who can't even afford next semester because their finances just collapsed. Some had to work part-time and let their grades slip. Others kept perfect grades without working at all and still got scholarships anyway. Meanwhile, she says, some current scholarship holders need a serious second look. Banshee grumbles that plenty of the school's wealthy kids are working the system, faking poverty to milk scholarships meant for students who actually need them. She wants those revoked and reassigned fast. It's the very rules she, as student council president, is supposed to be upholding, he snaps back. Exactly why it's her duty to speak up for students in real distress, she fires right back. Then who's covering the double workload she's dumping on him? Banshee groans, and where's his raise in all this? He's practically shouting now, not thrilled about redoing an entire semester's paperwork. She's not moved, so what if it's more work? That's literally his job. Right as she's mid-rant about the students' futures, the office door swings open behind her. A stack of paperwork sits undisturbed on the desk, just a beat of quiet before whoever walked in makes their presence known. Dolores turns around and freezes. You. It's Vikyr, glasses on and full academy uniform, lugging a heavy sack in one hand like it's nothing. You just walk into professors' offices without knocking now, Banshee snaps. Did your father teach you no manners at all? Vikyr doesn't even acknowledge the scolding. He just says no and shoves Dolores clean out of his way. She goes flying straight over the desk, completely blindsided. Banshee just rubs his temples. Okay, Vikyr, why are you here? Come to appeal for a scholarship you didn't get. Dolores, picking herself up off the floor, echoes back in disbelief. Appeal. Vikyr just reaches into his sack without a word. I came to pay for. Banshee starts to repeat, already looking nervous about where this is going. My tuition fees, Vikyr finishes, cool as ever. He appends the sack and gold coins go pouring out across the desk. This is. Banshee's eyes go comically wide. This is a lot more than tuition money. Vikyr explains deadpan, he went out to clear a few gnolls. And somehow just happened to fall into their entire lair and wipe them all out. Banshee is not buying a word of that excuse. You can confirm it with Mini Pin, the Sherpa guide I went with, Vikyr adds, perched casually on the desk like he owns it. Will this cover my tuition for next term? He asks, all business. Banshee just stares at the pile, utterly speechless. It's enough to cover 4 full years, paid off in one shot. There's way too much here just for your tuition, Banshee finally manages to say. Banshee jokes he must be planning to buy out a whole lecture hall, but Vikyr cuts in, use the rest on students who can't afford tuition at all. Dolores just stands there stunned, watching this supposedly cold, unreadable classmate quietly bankroll half the school. There's one condition though, recipients have to log real volunteer hours at the orphanage to qualify. Banshee can't resist teasing him, is this just so he can slap his own name on a scholarship? Vikyr shuts that down flat, lists the donor as anonymous, but he does want the scholarship to carry a different name. Perry, he says. Dolores's hand flies to her mouth. His expression barely shifts, but there's something heavier behind those red eyes now. Please make the award's name Perry, he repeats, quiet and final. He turns and walks out without another word, leaving both of them staring after him. By the next day, word's already ripping through the halls. Some mystery sponsor just donated a fortune. Volunteer at the orphanage, get a full ride. Students can hardly believe their luck. Back in her office, Dolores can't stop turning it over in her head. Who actually does something like this? Who the hell are you? She murmurs to herself, staring at his file. On paper, he's just the top-scoring, high-achieving classmate everyone quietly respects. Behind those cold glasses, though, she genuinely can't read a thing he's thinking. By every metric, he's the model student, diligent, flawless, gets along fine with everyone. But that one name keeps echoing in her head, Perry, and it drags her back to a memory under a tree. Perry was just a poor orphan girl, one who didn't survive the battle against the demon Dantalion. So Vikyr never forgot her, Dolores realizes, watching the memory of the girl's warm smile. If that's true, she thinks, there's definitely something warm buried under all that ice. That's enough to send her marching straight to his dorm. She just wants to talk to him, that's all, she tells herself. Maybe it's guilt, maybe it's a debt she feels she owes him, but her hand's shaking as she raises it to knock. She was there herself after all. She watched Perry die fighting alongside the vigilante knight HOUND. The door creaks open. A very startled, half-dressed roommate blinks up at her. See Senior Dolores. That would be Piggy, Vikyr's dorm roommate, caught totally off guard by the visit. Where's Vikyr? She asks. Oh, you're here to see Vikyr. Piggy perks up, surprised she'd even bother. No idea where he's gone, Piggy admits. Vikyr's always out wandering somewhere once night falls. She glances past him at the bottom bunk. It's almost eerily bare. That's Vikyr's bunk, Piggy says. He barely owns anything, like he could pack up and vanish at any moment. Leave at any moment, the phrase catches her off guard. Even Piggy can tell there's a lot more to his roommate's story than anyone lets on. He admits it worries him sometimes that Vikyr could just disappear one day without a word. Dolores just gives him a small, thankful nod. Thanks, Piggy, see you tomorrow. And then, oddly fast, she's already gone. Piggy barely gets out a startled C Senior. He blinks at the empty hallway, scratching his head. Wait, just now, Senior Dolores was. Whatever just happened, she's already melting off into the light down the hall, leaving one very confused roommate behind. Picture this, a massive glass-domed train station, sunlight pouring through the steel ribs above like it's auditioning for a postcard. This is the Imperial Central Station, dead center of the Empire, and today it's about to get a lot more crowded. Platform 999. Because apparently regular numbers just weren't dramatic enough for wherever this train is headed. Skipping through the crowd in a big sun hat, humming to herself, is our resident ray of sunshine, clearly thrilled to be anywhere that isn't a classroom. It's been so long since I've gone on a trip, she sighs happily, milking the vacation vibes for all they're worth. Two of her travel buddies aren't nearly as relaxed, muttering that people are going to think this whole squad is just here on vacation. She turns to her cloaked escorts with a pointed reminder. They are technically headed into a fight, right? One of the boys deadpans back, asking if that means she wants him on guard duty the whole ride. Right now comes the unimpressed reply while something rustles ominously right behind her shoulder, probably just the wind. A blade flashes, an old stone archway looms overhead the calm before four rival schools collide head-on. Survival competition anyway, so what's the problem? Someone asks, kicking off the real reason this whole gang is on a train in the first place. To kick off the Olympiad survival competition, a golden trophy gleams under a spotlight while eager hands reach for the glory it represents. Four institutions that shape the Empire's future elite all converge on one city, starting with Colosseo Academy, the school that promises the best education money and talent can buy. That's Colosseo's crest, the golden Colosseum badge every student here wears like a badge of honor or a target, depending who you ask. Next up, Boot Camp Varangian, the brutal northern warrior school that drills its students in blade, spear, axe, and bow for the Empire's coldest, ugliest fights. Their poster boy looks exactly like you'd expect, all muscle, fur, and an axe roughly the size of a small door. Then there's the Asura Women's University, running the exact same elite curriculum as Colosseo, just with a very different student body. And finally, this year's host, the Magic Tower, the Empire's premier school for Eastern-style mages. Their emblem lights up behind a young spellcaster midcast because nothing screams welcome to our tournament quite like a guy glowing with barely contained magic. The hosting institution is the Magic Tower, right? The blonde noble asks. Yeah, he comes the simple confirmation from his sun hat-wearing friend. Their destination is Dortsmile, a southeastern tourist city famous for exactly one thing, being home to the Magic Tower itself. Over the speakers, the announcement crackles out. This stop is the last one before the imperial capital's central station. The whole travel squad piles together for a look: sun hat girl, the blonde noble, a white-haired ace, and one very nervous classmate, all just going at whatever's outside the window. Something surges outside, a crackle of blue light, and a sudden splash of raw magic rippling across the platform. A glowing magic circle detonates outward across the tracks. Somebody out there is already showing off, and the competition hasn't even started. Nearby, a burly stranger lets a wide-eyed kid perched on his shoulders gawk at the train. Wow, this is amazing, the boy breathes, first time seeing a magic train. Haha, I rode this once on my way to the academy myself, the man chuckles, right before someone off-panel yells for everyone to just hold on a minute. Sunhat Girl throws up a thumbs up and a warning. There'll be students from Varangian and the Asura riding this very same train. A pair of boots hit the platform hard. Varangian cadets, muttering that they can't afford to look weak in front of their rivals. More of them file out, all muscle and attitude, sizing up the platform like it personally owes them something. One grinning brute in particular looks entirely too pleased with himself for a guy who hasn't competed in anything yet. Meanwhile, the Asura team steps off in matching red-trimmed capes, one girl leading a smaller blonde classmate through the crowd with quiet authority. She throws a glance back over her shoulder at the Varangian crowd. This rivalry clearly didn't start today. Back with our group, the nervous brown-haired classmate jumps, startled. "Whoa, they caught me off guard," he mutters. "Did they step out for a snack or something?" The atmosphere's pretty tense, someone notes dryly, adding that the rival schools are going to be furious the second they get a good look at him. The group huddles back together on the platform and somebody just asks the obvious question, "Why?" "Sinclair's going to have an even rougher time than you," Sunhat Girl points out, not exactly making anyone feel better. After all, Sinclair placed first in the entrance exams for both the Magic Tower and the Asura, no pressure or anything. Sinclair just laughs it off with an embarrassed little hee-hee, blushing at the reminder of exactly how good she really is. "I got cold feet because I came in first," she admits, still fidgeting. "It'd be great if I do well, but if I don't, well, that's on me." "Don't worry about it too much," comes the reassurance. "The real aces here are the third years anyway." Someone does the math out loud. 50 third years, 30 second years, 20 first years, the odds are already stacked against the rookies. Then the real motivation surfaces. Land in the top 10 and you get to pick a treasure from the vault the 4 schools share, and that vault is stacked with some seriously heavy magic hardware. The blonde noble sets his jaw. "At least one of us needs to place in the top 10, he says, dead serious for once. "It would have been great if Vikir could have come too," someone murmurs wistfully, watching the others head down the steps without him. Turns out he didn't have a choice, he'd made a promise to someone else. A man keeps his promises, one of them shrugs. "That's actually kind of nice to see." "Vikir's on a whole different carriage, huh?" Sinclair muses. "I just hope he doesn't start a brawl with the other schools." "What?" comes the alarmed reaction. "Surely nothing bad's going to happen to him, right?" The rest of the group crowds into their own carriage, already looking like they regret bringing it up. "Forget the other schools," one of them sighs. "I'm way more worried about whoever he ended up grouped with." Their carriage rattles on toward Dortsmile, sunlight sliding across an empty arched window. In another carriage entirely, someone sits with their head bowed, brooding in total silence. That's Granuil de Leviathan, and judging by the mood radiating off him, this trip is already going badly. Behind him, a glowing serpentine crescent sigil flares to life and omen, or maybe just his own poison magic simmering under the surface. That same eerie symbol pulses again, bigger and brighter, like it's got something to say about the flashback we're about to get. Or at least that's the story right up until he enrolled at Colosseo Academy and everything changed. He walked in expecting to rank first. He ranked second instead, watching someone else's back as she walked off across campus. The one who beat him? Sinclair, a commoner with no last name to speak of. His first ever loss, and it went to the one person nobody expected to even qualify. But why? He keeps asking himself, hand pressed to his chest, the question refusing to leave him alone as time drags on. Because somewhere along the way, Granuil started developing feelings he absolutely did not sign up for, and honestly, they might have started the very moment he first laid eyes on her. A tender memory surfaces, platinum hair catching the light, someone gentle holding her close. Her eye-catching platinum hair, her flawless skin, those big doe eyes, yeah, he's noticed literally everything about her. He finally admits it to himself, he was cheering for her the whole time. He tried denying it, insisting it was impossible, but nope, true all along. So he does what any emotionally stunted noble does, gets closer to her by making himself miserable, since commoner is the only word his pride lets him call her out loud. But then, "You can join ours," Sinclair calls out cheerfully to someone across the courtyard, and Sunhat Girl practically shouts Vikir, with delight. Granuil's whole face goes rigid with shock, lunging forward as the blonde noble behind him just stares. His fist clenches so hard his knuckles go white, not exactly a normal reaction to a classmate saying hello. And there they are, Sinclair and Vikir, sparkling cherry blossom backdrop and all, the exact moment this whole jealous mess actually started. She reaches out and grabs his sleeve without a second thought, completely oblivious to the storm she's about to kick off. Cut to an assembly hall, rows of seats stretching out in dim light. Decision time is coming. Vikyr glances up, glasses catching the light, red eyes flickering just for a second under that mild-mannered disguise. He walks on through the corridor like none of it phases him, which, given who he actually is, tracks completely. Cut back to Granuil, feet up and sprawled out like he owns the place because as far as he's concerned, he does now. Is it because they are both commoners? He seethes internally, unable to stop muttering Vikyr's name under his breath. I'm going to crush him using this opportunity, he decides. That's exactly why I joined his group. Petty, absolutely, effective, we'll see. Hey, I'm going to be this group's leader, Granuil announces, wine bottle in hand like he's holding court. You got any complaints? He sneers. Vikyr, unbothered, just shrugs, I don't care as long as you're capable. Then Granuil props his feet right up on Vikyr like he's a piece of furniture. But what's with the feet? Someone finally has to ask. I need a footrest to stretch my legs, he says with a completely straight face, while a couple of onlookers look ready to throw hands on Vikyr's behalf. Got a problem being a footrest for a noble when you're just a commoner? Granuil needles. If you do want to fight about it. Vikyr's reply is ice cold. I don't know if you've ever experienced the pain of being poisoned though, cue everybody's blood running cold. Granuil's aura flares green with barely contained poison magic, clearly not used to being the one getting threatened. You got that, you lowly commoner bastard, he snarls, his own hand already blotched and decaying from the toxin he wields. Vikyr doesn't even blink, just a long, silent stare that says everything words wouldn't. He says simply and calmly announces he's heading to the bathroom as if any of that threat actually landed. He strolls off down the hall, cloak swaying, completely unbothered, which honestly should have been everyone's first warning sign. Then crash, Granuil screaming bloody murder, yo you crazy bastard, something happened off-screen and it clearly wasn't in his favor. What do you think you're doing? He starts to demand, before the words just die in his throat. Vikyr peeks through a cracked door, one red eye glinting behind his glasses and simply goes SHH. And then something grabs Granuil out of the darkness, red-eyed, furious, and very much not something you talk your way out of. Cut to Granuil afterward, hands clamped over his own face, sweating buckets and looking thoroughly humbled. Vikyr just keeps walking, footsteps echoing down the corridor, cool as ever. Sorry, but I can't forgive you if you get in my way, he thinks to himself. I need good scores in this year's Olympiad survival competition. He pauses at a window and for once, the mask of the mild-mannered student slips just slightly. Placing high enough earns the right to claim one artifact from the shared treasure room, a vault glittering with gold and old magic. I need to get into the top 10, he tells himself, staring at the gates guarding that very vault. But it's not the glory he's after. I have to destroy one of the artifacts kept inside there, he admits to himself. His hair catches the light differently, now the disguise slipping as raw power crackles at the edges of him. Red eyes blazing, that sword hound aura erupting behind him, he names the real target, a demon, sealed away in a lifeless, inanimate form. Whatever this competition really is, it just got a lot more dangerous. This is Decoravia, the 7th elite corpse, a demon wearing the shape of an ordinary object. Before he regressed, Vikyr says this one was never even found, sealed away as a forgotten relic in his own school's treasure vault. Look at that burst of raw power. Even locked away, this thing still radiates enough energy to light up the whole sky. Turns out Decoravia wasn't always dormant either. It woke up once the other demons came calling, and it helped fuel their side through the entire time of the fall. To think I'd get a shot at wiping out a future disaster this early, Vikyr thinks, already 3 steps ahead behind those nerdy glasses. He walks off down the hall with that same quiet, unbothered purpose. His plan's simple on paper, crack the top 10 and walk himself right into that treasure room. Lucky for him, he says, he's got exactly the invite he needs. So step 1, play along as a humble contestant. Step 2, once he's in, Decoravia gets destroyed, no negotiations. Cut to a tense room somewhere else where a purple-haired academy girl, looking a lot like the poison-wielding heiress who once tormented Piggy, is bowing her head low in front of Vikyr. She doesn't say a word, just holds that stiff, reluctant bow. Whatever went down here, it clearly hit hard because right now she's an absolute mess of tears. A ripple of energy crackles off his sleeve, something still unsettled in the air. Vikir, glasses and all, doesn't even blink. Meanwhile, a trio of blonde cadets is fired up about something else entirely, thumbs up all around like nothing happened. I had to eliminate one variable, Vikir tells himself flatly, staring out over a distant mountain range like it's just another Tuesday. And out on that mountain, a burst of blue magic rips clean through a stone bridge. Whatever that variable was, it's been handled. Fast forward, Vikir's crew rolls up to a massive building and his classmates can't stop gawking at the place. Off to the side, someone stands stone silent in the noise while the blonde trio keeps hyping itself up. Vikir tags along with the rest of the cloaked delegation, unreadable as ever. For just a second the calm cracks and his eye flashes red. Then the sky itself seems to tear open in a wash of fire and light. Less an explosion and more a statement. Whatever this place is, it does not mess around. Welcome to Dortsmile City, southeastern edge of the Empire, and there it is, the Magic Tower. That tower's laced with space magic so old, not even today's top mages can fully decode it. Somebody in the group wonders out loud if it's anything like the legendary Immortal Barrier. Yeah, that's the kind of place this is. The opening ceremony kicks off. Banners raised, schools lined up, everybody sizing everybody else up. A tower official steps up to welcome the crowd back. It's been a while, everyone, he says. To think we'd meet again this year as our school's representatives. First name called, Dolores. Colosseo Academy's representative, Dolores Lun Quo Vadis, the saintess herself, steps forward and the host moves right on to Jurassico. In struts Jurassico, wrapped in a wolf pelt and grinning like he's already won. That's Boot Camp Varangian's representative, Jurassico Bacaraga. Next up, Lovegood. The Masira Women's University sends Lovegood Melini to the floor, all confidence and style. Have you all been well? Someone asks warmly. You guys haven't changed a bit, comes the reply. It's been less than a year, right? One of them guesses and gets corrected down to the exact second by the obsessively precise one in the group. Fourth representative up, the Magic Tower's own delegate, saddled with the nickname Arrogant Smarty Pants. Turns out he ditched his own shot at entering the tower years ago, all because the seniors wanted to nickname him something even worse. The reason I gave up on entering the Magic Tower is because they wanted to name me Soft Cotton, he grumbles, while his friends guess his real name is something absurdly long like blah 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 Hohenheim. Q Hohenheim himself catching wind of the gossip and his actual full name turns out to be an even bigger mouthful. Honestly, Arrogant Smarty Pants is the better nickname. Jokes aside, the group agrees on one thing, every single representative here is stupidly strong. Next on the gossip train, Varangian's own Jurassico. The guy allegedly wrecked the entire fourth-year class as a first year and just took over the school from there. Rumor has it his grandparents were barbarians straight off Le Rouge et Le Noir mountain, which would explain a lot. Even their own school president Dolores has never once beaten Hohenheim in the Uni League. That's the level we're talking about. As for Lovegood, obviously skilled, sure, but what really sets her apart is sheer charisma. They call her the Masira's Zenith for a reason. On top of everything else, she moonlights as a dancer for a famous theater troupe. Multi-talented doesn't even cover it. The group's prediction for this year, Hohenheim and Jurassico duke it out for first and second, Dolores lands third, Lovegood takes fourth. Wow, where do you even get all this intel, Piggy? Someone asks. So yes, Pig is running the rumor mill here. Now then comes the next line with a snap of the fingers, showtime. The tower's staff steps in. As you've all traveled a long way to reach us, let me guide you to your rooms. Off everyone goes, the tower looming overhead. Night settles in over the city. The second the door opens on their room, the whole crew just stares in disbelief. The city glitters below as somebody hollers in pure excitement. Turns out the excitement's about the spread waiting for them, roast, pastries, the works. Whoa, there's an actual buffet in our room, one of the blonde guys practically shouts. This is way better than I expected, someone else agrees, already digging in. Off at another table, someone's quietly worried. I'm a little worried about him, he's sitting all alone over there. I told you, worrying about Vikir is overkill, Piggy, comes the reply. Someone lays out the stakes. 4 schools, 100 students each, 20 first years, 30 second years, 50 third years. Have you guys seen Victor? Somebody asks, scanning the crowded hall. Out of 400 students total, only the top 10 walk away with the artifact. That's the whole game. Somewhere in the kitchen a pot clatters and trouble's clearly brewing. Turns out the Varangian bootcamp crowd is bunking right next door, and they've already descended on the buffet like a swarm. I don't like how unrefined they are, someone mutters, watching the chaos unfold. Quantity over quality, one of the Varangian brutes bellows, plowing through the line and nearly knocking a girl over. The number of times you refill your plate is what matters, keep the meat coming. After the first 5 minutes you're basically done anyway. One of them actually stops to steady the girl he bumped and gets a quiet thank you for it, so they're not all lost causes. You guys, comes a warning from close by, and 2 of the Varangian boys freeze up. What exactly are the rest of us supposed to eat if you clear out the whole table? The voice demands. You're skipping the line too, you know. That's rude, the newcomer adds, a white-haired brawler squaring right up to them. Saw Sancho, someone yelps in shock while he just shrugs it off. Skipping, buffets don't have lines. The Varangian guys are already fuming that the Colosseo nerds are hogging the buffet, though Sancho admits he was ready to let it slide, just to save his gains. But no, he decides, cracking his knuckles, looks like the gym gloves are coming off. One of the Varangian guys does a double take. Wait, you're Sancho Barataria? Didn't recognize you under that nerdy Colosseo uniform. Sancho just flexes, utensils still clenched in his fists like weapons. You're the coward who bailed right after acing Varangian's entrance exam, the guy sneers. Sancho sets the record straight. He placed first at Varangian, sure, but only 5th at Colosseo, and figured that meant he still had more to learn here. But seriously, who even are you? Sancho asks, and the guy loses it completely. Have you forgotten me, Ballison, the guy you went head-to-head with during the exam? Somebody snickers that Sancho genuinely doesn't remember him. Word spreads through the group fast. This guy ranked first at Varangian's own entrance exam and still chose to grind it out at Colosseo instead. I'm Ballison, Varangian's top first year, he announces, ripping off his headband for dramatic effect. Student, I demand a duel against you first years of Colosseo, he roars, flexing hard enough to strain his own arm. Bring out your strongest warrior, he demands. The Colosseo crew just looks at each other, unbothered. Our strongest warrior, one of them repeats, thinking it over. And then, without much fanfare, a finger swings straight toward the quiet guy eating alone in the corner. Victor looks up, mildly interested at best. Ballison and the group start marching his way. Victor, for his part, just keeps eating like none of this concerns him. Ballison slams up right in front of him, practically vibrating with attitude. Are you the strongest first year? He shouts right into Victor's face. Victor just stares back, silent behind those glasses, not even bothering to put down his fork. His hand drifts calmly back toward his knife, though whether that's for the steak or for Ballison is anyone's guess. Picture the scene, a quiet tavern, first year's off duty, when some meathead sidles up to Victor's table with a lazy "Hey, mate." Turns out he wants to know if Victor's really the strongest freshman Colosseo's got. Victor barely looks up. Strongest first year, he echoes, completely unbothered. The guy flexes hard enough to crack his own knuckles, clearly daring Victor to react. He's waiting for Victor to flinch. Victor does not flinch. Instead, Victor shrugs and tosses out his own challenge, an arm wrestle, no mana allowed. Dead silence, this guy has no idea what he just signed up for. He scoffs it off, sneering that no way is this glasses-wearing pushover actually the strongest anything. Word spreads fast, and Victor's classmates start crowding in to watch the drama unfold. Then a voice cuts through the noise like a blade. Please stop. It's Dolores Lun Quo Vadis herself, Colosseo's student council president, stepping into the middle of it. The Varangian crowd goes wide-eyed. Colosseo's own school president here breaking up their fun. She tries to shut it down diplomatically, urging everyone to turn in early before the tournament, but gets cut off with a sharp wait. A bigger, older Varangian steps in, waving it off as harmless freshman roughhousing. That's kind of fun, don't you think? He flashes Dolores a grin that says he has zero intention of backing down. She narrows her eyes, recognizing exactly who she's looking at. Turns out the whole thing started because this junior staked his own honor as a Varangian freshman on a duel, and the guy egging him on is his school's actual president, Jurassico Bacaraga. Dolores tries reasoning with him directly, but Bacaraga isn't budging. He just wants his junior to prove himself against Colosseo's supposed ace, that's all. One of the older men just chuckles and nods towards something else brewing behind them. Because Vikir's own crew has rolled up, red-eyed and furious, making one thing very clear: talk trash about Vikir and you deal with all of them. Dolores freezes, genuinely rattled by the sudden wall of aggression. She weighs pulling rank to shut the whole thing down before it wrecks morale right before the tournament. But keeping everyone safe wins out over politics every time. Vikir, of all people, teases her for worrying so much about him getting hurt. And here's the name behind all that swagger: Jurassico Bacaraga. Because before Vikir's regression, this guy was one of the actual heroes of mankind's war against the demons. Back at Varangian, he once threw down against a whole class of upperclassmen bullying him over his humble, forest-born parents, and won so hard it became campus legend. Ever since, the rest of Varangian rallied behind him instead of mocking him. Nobody's looked down on him since, and now he's egging Vikir on for round 2, arm wrestle right here, right now. Bacaraga cackles, thrilled Vikir actually took the bait. He gives his poor junior a rough noogie for good measure, while Vikir just watches, unreadable. His friends quietly worry whether Vikir knows what he's getting into, while Vikir privately calculates how much attention this stunt is about to bring him. Truth is, he'd rather not fight this guy at all. Too late, one tiny flick of Vikir's finger is all it takes. The whole crowd of Varangian backup goons goes airborne, screaming in confusion. They hit the ground in a heap and Bacaraga goes ballistic, shouting Vikir just tricked the wrong guy. Your opponent is me. For a split second, real fear flashes across the junior's face. Pre-president, he squeaks, as Vikir just keeps staring him down. Vikir coolly notes that Bacaraga clearly isn't joking around anymore. Something feral flickers behind Bacaraga's eyes as his hidden power stirs. He grins, fully unleashed now, ready to accept Vikir's vigor head-on. Dolores lays down the ground rules herself, first sign of real danger, and this match ends immediately. Hands locked together, all right, ready. Sweat beads on Bacaraga's face the instant they connect. Vikir just smirks, calm as ever as the strain builds. Both of them grind out a straining scream through gritted teeth. Then Vikir slams his arm down with brutal finality. The impact is so hard the table itself cracks under the pressure. Bacaraga goes flying backward from the sheer force of it. He crashes down hard, fully airborne for a second there. His own crew screams for him not to hold back, to just beat Vikir outright. Vikir's friends are frantic, terrified he's about to get seriously hurt. One buddy admits he always figured Vikir was strong, just not this strong. He's sweating just watching it happen. If Bacaraga's actually going all out here, maybe, just maybe, Vikir has a real shot. The table groans and splinters under the pressure of it all. Dolores can't tear her eyes away from the standoff. Bacaraga can barely believe what he's feeling from this supposed nobody freshman. Unbelievably strong, he grits out, his whole arm shaking under the strain. Vikir's already read his whole form, weight on the triceps and shoulders, hand angled purely to maximize forearm power. Bacaraga privately admits that for all his size advantage, Vikir's technique is simply on another level entirely. Even setting technique aside, this still feels like trying to move something that was never meant to budge. It flashes him back to his old life, forcing himself to drag a boulder that shouldn't have moved an inch. He grins through the pain, half joking that Vikir fights like some grizzled veteran who's seen it all. Then, dead serious, he says Vikir carries himself with the same weight as his own father and demands to know just who exactly he's dealing with. Vikir's expression barely shifts, giving nothing away. Somewhere in the back of his mind, an old, quiet word surfaces: Hunter. A flash of memory, sharp and scarred, cuts through the moment. The clash between them finally erupts. Light and force explode outward from their locked hands. A wall of dust and debris swallows the whole rooftop. Dolores can't see a thing through the sudden windstorm, completely thrown by what just happened. For a moment, everyone just holds their breath. Then Vikyr strolls out of the settling dust like nothing happened, while Bakuraga stands frozen with his back turned. The crowd stares at the shattered table, who actually won. Bakuraga's voice shakes as he tries to force the words out. I lost, he finally admits, while Vikyr just sits calmly in the wreckage. The crowd erupts anyway, cheering Vikyr for putting up such a fight, even in defeat. Nobody can believe a first year lasted that long against Varangian's own president, and just like that, Colosseo's reputation goes up a notch. Alone with his thoughts, Vikyr clenches his fist. Someone quietly calls him out. Did he actually lose that on purpose? He doesn't answer right away. An old memory surfaces instead, words from his time with the forest tribe. You're the pride of the forest. Don't forget that. Whatever the truth is, Bakuraga doesn't suspect a thing. He just hauls Vikyr back up to his feet with a grin. That was a great match, Colosseo, he roars, absolutely thrilled. He can't get over it either way, amazed that some random freshman held out that long against him. That night, everyone's buzzing with adrenaline for what's coming next. The magic tower looms over the city, all lit windows and spiraling stonework. Despite all that pent-up energy, the night before the real competition passes off peacefully. And finally, morning arrives. The official day of the University League has come. Deep inside the tower, a massive control room lights up with glowing blue magic circles. This is the Magic Tower's ops room, ground zero for watching every competitor in real time. The tower's elderly master beams with pride that his tower gets to host this year's whole competition. Beside him stands another power player entirely, the headmaster of the Asura, Hippolyte. Representing the host school itself is Colosseo's own deputy principal, Venci Morg. Students from every academy start filtering in through glowing teleport circles. He formally thanks every visiting school for making the long trip out here. One young apprentice can't help gawking at the tower's floating spare eye, still amazed by it no matter how many times he's seen it. The old master explains exactly what it's for. With it, they can watch every single student competing. All 400 of them, tracked in real time from this one room. The glowing map unfurls, revealing this year's brutal survival battlefield, Le Rouge et Le Noir Mountain. Even the tower's master admits he's a little worried how any of these kids are going to survive a map this hellish. Somewhere out in that mountain's darkness, something's already watching, eyes glowing red in the black. And it leans in close, almost taunting the audience directly. Aren't you curious too about what's waiting for them out there? It's the day of the Olympiad survival competition, and the stakes could not be higher. Towering over the city skyline, the Magic Tower, the site of this year's brutal exam. Inside, the tower folds space on itself, holding entire worlds bigger than its own walls. This year's battlefield, an active volcano and the jagged peaks of Le Rouge et Le Noir Mountain. Wind howls across the mountain range where dozens of student teams are about to be dropped in blind. Something huge crashes through the trees, and the fight for survival kicks off immediately. Teams get dumped into random corners of the forest with zero warm-up, and adjusting fast is the only option. The rules are simple and brutal. Rack up points by surviving and by hunting monsters, all while keeping your team's HP shield above zero. A hulking troll's fist smashes down, and one team is already fighting for their lives. One girl's face says it all. This thing is a lot bigger up close. The beast rears back with a full-throated roar, red eyes locked on its next meal. Her blonde teammate braces beside her, both watching the monster wind up its next swing. Its fist balls up, crackling with menace, ready to flatten whoever's closest. The exam gives every team a choice: survive by simply running from the monsters. The fist comes down again, close enough to feel the wind off it. Or option 2, stand your ground and fight for points instead. Meet the squad taking that second option, 4 cadets ready to hunt monsters for the score. The plan from their leader, Piggy, is simple. He and blonde cadet Tudor draw the monster's attention while the girls line up the killing blow. Sinclair and Bianca lock it in with a quick okay. The monster swings and Piggy calls the charge. Let's go. A stray claw nearly clips Sinclair as the fight turns chaotic. The beast bares its fangs right in Piggy's path as he sprints in. Bianca leaps into the fray, bow drawn and ready to finish it. The whole squad launches into the air together, blades glowing. Tutor shouts across the chaos, "Bianca, you ready?" Her answer is a flat, confident "yeh," as her spell charges to life. A beam of light rips through the dark and the monster staggers. Once the dust clears, Piggy can't resist needling Tutor. "That was really close. You didn't shoot late on purpose, did you?" Bianca gloats that she just saved everyone's skin, then her smile drops as she says one word: "Run." Her face goes still, something new just showed up. Sinclair screams for the others to run, panic finally cracking through. Tutor and Piggy find themselves standing inside a swirling wall of fire, completely stunned. The flames detonate outward in a blinding blast. A hand slides out of the inferno and a mocking voice sizes them up. "Look at these Colosseo insects." It adds, almost amused, that they rank higher than the magic tower itself. Whoever this is, it is way out of their league. Elsewhere in the same forest, a lone figure moves quietly through the dark, keeping well clear of that chaos. He jogs on alone, HP steady, tracking his own path through the trees. Nearby, an exhausted noble cadet is already whining that just walking through this forest is draining her stamina. She grumbles that this hellish jungle can't possibly exist in real life and wonders where her teammates even wandered off to. Cut to her teammates, a bespectacled commoner cadet calmly telling her to keep up, backed by 3 identical blonde brothers all chanting the same thing. She gripes that they fearlessly charged into the forest without her, half wondering if they got eliminated and yanked back to the lobby. Wiped out and a little unhinged, she insists she'd have chewed them out already if she hadn't let her guard down. Teeth gritted, she growls at the trees, "Those useless idiots." Ever the schemer, she reasons that cooking food out here is basically begging every monster in the forest to come say hi. Which gives her an idea: paralyze whoever's cooking with her poison magic and steal their dinner. Subtle, as always. Sure enough, she spots a campfire glowing through the trees up ahead. Over there, she creeps in for the heist. Then mid-sneak, something yanks her clean off her feet. She's strung up by the ankle in a hidden snare, dangling and shrieking. What is this? Who made this trap? Let me down. Not exactly the stealthy heist she planned. A voice cuts through the dark, asking what exactly she thinks she's doing here. She freezes, mortified, realizing it's just her own team standing there. Oh, it was just you guys. Flustered, she almost blurts his real name before catching herself, admitting the commoner set up the whole camp himself. Dead silence as she just hangs there, still trapped while everyone stares. She asks a little too casually for someone hanging upside down if they really have shelter and food. Who set all of this up, she demands, eyeing the surprisingly cozy camp. Told that the commoner did every bit of it himself, she flatly refuses to believe some lowlife could pull this off. The triplets just snicker at her, clearly enjoying every second of this. She backpedals fast. Wait, I was just asking how." Still stunned, she mutters to herself about being from one of the 7 great families. Why should she have to tiptoe around anyone? Then she rounds on the triplets outright. And why are these Baskerville bastards protecting him? The brothers absolutely lose it laughing, and she looks ready to die of embarrassment on the spot. Close on her face, humbled doesn't even begin to cover it. Then the commoner offers her a plate. They already ate, he says, so she might as well have it. She's floored. Why, she asks, genuinely thrown. His answer is blunt and practical, because she's their leader, and privately because her poison could come in handy later. That's enough to crack her composure completely. The tears start falling. Even though she starts voice catching. She admits she looked down on this so-called commoner, never expecting him to be this decent. As her HP climbs from 77 to 90, both of them stand up, ready for whatever's next. Then everything goes quiet, except for a poison green claw stirring in the dark just beyond the firelight. The beast lunges out with a roar, lashing a whip of toxic energy. Vikir's team snaps back to back, weapons up, completely unbothered. The triplets leap straight into the attack without a second thought. A snarling wolf beast bares its fangs, eyes glowing red in the dark. A blade flashes crimson and the beast goes down in one clean strike. Claws and steel collide in a blur too fast to follow. And just like that, another monster lies dead in the dirt. That's monster number 30, someone notes as the squad strolls on like it's nothing. This is so easy, Tilda. He agrees it's easy so far, but if they want to stay safely in the top 10, they'll need a lot more kills than this. Watching him work, the heiress can't help but wonder what this commoner is really planning. A quiet, moonlit pause settles over the group. Behind his glasses, his expression darkens. This feeling, whatever it is oddly familiar. The exam scoring is straightforward: points for surviving, points for every monster taken down. He recalls dodging the crowds entirely and hunting solo instead. Sure enough, the rumor about this ground checks out. Standing here, this exam site feels weirdly like coming home. But ever since he set foot on Le Rouge et Le Noir mountain, something inside the magic tower has been gnawing at him. It's like every instinct he's sharpened as a swordmaster is screaming at him to watch his back. Something's approaching, he warns, and the whole group tenses in the dark. Everyone snaps into a defensive stance, weapons ready. A pack of rival cadets closes in fast, and this is no friendly meetup. The heiress screams, poison magic flaring wildly around her hands. Out of the dark stumbles a badly beaten figure, gasping out his name, Vi, Kerr. Her HP has crashed to 38 and she's barely upright, but she made it to him. In the dead of night, deep in the competition's forest, a hooded figure grips a crackling ball of blue magic. Something's about to go down. We cut to the Magic Tower's operations room, where officials are keeping a very close eye on this year's tournament. The scoreboard says it all: 149 competitors left out of 400. Magic Towers got 46 standing, Varangian 45, the Masira 35, and Colosseo's already down to a rough 23. One official grumbles that even though Colosseo started with the fewest students of anyone, a monster of a competitor named Hohenheim has been thinning out their freshmen almost single-handedly. How gallant, someone sneers before the sarcasm turns nastier. That arrogant smarty pants has finally shown his true colors. An ancient, silver-bearded figure, the Magic Tower's own vice principal, Vinci Morgue, looking every bit his age these days, mutters that Colosseo just has no luck this year. He trails off, staring into the dark, clearly chewing on something heavier. A voice cuts through the silence. What exactly are you thinking about, Vice Principal Vinci? He picks his words carefully. I apologize for saying this, he starts, magic humming faintly around his fingers. A sharp-eyed Colosseo official presses him, but as the one responsible for choosing this year's tournament location. Do you actually believe this map is safe? The accusation lands heavy. Vinci's eye narrows behind his glasses. What do you mean by that? Turns out the Magic Tower didn't roll out some cozy ordinary forest for this competition. They picked a restricted zone, buried deep inside it. As the tournament drags on, the terrain itself keeps shifting, and worse, higher-ranked monsters start crawling out that the students were never meant to face. Years back, according to intel from the Morgue family, there was a report about something with glowing red eyes and way too many teeth prowling that exact same forest. That report claimed an S-rank monster once tore through the restricted zone and racked up a brutal body count. Does this plan even have a backup for the worst-case scenario? Someone presses, unconvinced. Vinci admits he's heard the same story, but insists no one's actually seen the thing since that old incident. And the ones spreading that rumor happen to be the Morgue family, who have their own grudge against the Magic Tower anyway. Fundamentally, he mutters, rubbing his face, I don't trust a word they say. Your so-called news should really be filed under rumors. Besides, he adds, every monster inside the competition grounds has been carefully scaled to match the students' own skill levels. However, he trails off, and that single word hangs uncomfortably in the air. If a student happens to be 7th circle or higher, or a full sword master, the system starts summoning monsters way outside anyone's league. Theoretically, that shouldn't even be possible here, he insists, and even if it somehow happened, the whole competition would just get shut down on the spot. Elsewhere in the forest, 2 freshly eliminated cadets pick themselves up. You guys got knocked out too, one groans, if only we hadn't let our guard down. Because once a student's shield HP hits 0, that's it, game over. Back in the operations room, Vice Principal Vinci Morgue holds his ground, unshaken. That's absurd, the Colosseo official practically shouts back at him. Vinci doubles down without blinking. This is where the Empire's best mages gather. Our class is on a completely different level than the Morgue family or Colosseo Academy. I believe you're wasting your time, Vinci says flatly, brushing the whole argument off. On delusions that will never happen, the official just grinds his teeth, this stubborn old man. Cut to the restricted forest itself, dark, quiet, and very much not delusion, so someone begins. Tutor, Piggy, Bianca, and Sancho have all been eliminated, comes the report while, around a small campfire, our disguised hero quietly comforts a shaken, silver-haired teammate. Yeah, he admits grimly, Tutor and Piggy got jumped by Hohenheim while they were completely unarmed. Turns out Hohenheim isn't just some random bruiser word, he was one of the actual heroes from the time of the fall. Problem is, even heroes from the same generation don't come with equal skill, and this one apparently drew the stronger hand. Back at the campfire, the silver-haired girl beams at their undercover teammate. I'm just glad I got to meet you, though, how is your HP still exactly the same? His HP reads a flat 100, not a single scratch on it. You're amazing, surviving out here in this forest all alone, the girls gush, clearly charmed. Off to the side, a blue-haired teammate crosses his arms, seething quietly, I knew it. I can't stand those two being together. He grumbles that of course the guy's HP hasn't budged, he's just been hiding out hunting monsters alone this whole time. How is that amazing? I could do that too. Then, behind his glasses, a single red eye narrows, he's caught something the others clearly haven't. Out of the dark, a clawed, vine-wrapped strike lunges straight for the jealous teammate's back. Quick as a flash, their undercover hero deflects the strike cold, without even breaking a sweat. The jealous teammate screams bloody murder anyway, way more startled than actually hurt. Your instincts are good, compliments an unseen voice from the shadows. I muted the sound of our approach with silencing magic, how did you even notice? A clawed hand wreathed in pink magic curls into view, very much not friendly. Looks like you Colosseo kids actually thought you could hide from us out here, the voice taunts, stepping into the open. Two more girls in them Asura colors reveal themselves, shields raised, HP ticking at 81 and 79. And leading them, a striking pink-haired girl holding a commanding 85 HP. How arrogant, she scoffs, a claw of pink energy curling menacingly around her fingers. Wait, someone in the group suddenly blurts, staring past her in disbelief. Do you know her? One them Asura girl whispers to another, eyeing the silver-haired teammate. She's infamous, came in first on the Asura's own entrance exam and then turned around and enrolled at Colosseo instead. Total traitor, comes the hushed reply. Hold on, you can't say that in front of the president, one hisses, mortified. Oh, my bad, the other squeaks. The pink-haired president herself rounds on the silver-haired girl with a wicked grin. You, white hair. You arrogantly skipped the Asura, the empire's best all-girls school for Colosseo, don't tell me, she sneers. It was for something as pathetic as dating someone, Colosseo doesn't even have any decent looking. And then she actually looks at who's standing there. His face, she breathes, completely derailed mid-insult. Her own teammates shift uneasily, sensing exactly where this is headed. Guys, one mutters. Behind his glasses, our undercover hero breaks a nervous sweat, wondering why on earth she's staring at him like that. Totally my type, the president mutters to herself with a giddy little laugh. He just about dies of second-hand embarrassment, hand clamped over his face. The silver-haired girl steps between them protectively. Can you not stare at Vikier like that? Ma'am, she finishes and the word lands like a live grenade. Dead silence follows, even our hero can feel the temperature drop several degrees. Ma, the president repeats aghast, did you seriously just call me ma'am? You arrogant little witch, she snarls, dark pink energy detonating around her fist as her own teammates take a nervous step back. I'm going to kill you, she screams, all pretense of composure gone. Her attack rips outward, sending everyone scrambling for cover. Cut to another corner of the forest entirely, where flames suddenly erupt out of nowhere. An even bigger blast follows, tearing straight through the trees. A fire mage, HP still sitting comfortably at 83, snarls at his target, stop running and just give up already. What's a healer supposed to do without any fighters backing her up? You're completely alone out here, he taunts. The Saintess, HP down to 55, keeps her glowing hand raised in defense anyway, refusing to fold. She bolts, boots pounding through the underbrush. Fear flashes across her face, but so does something a lot steadier underneath it. "You've got nowhere left to run, Saintess," he calls after her, closing the distance without any hurry at all. A fire circle blooms under his boots as he strides in, savoring the chase. "The Magic Tower is going to win this year's survival competition," he crows as her last barrier crumbles to rubble. The Saintess pants, sweat-soaked, thinking frantically, "I can't get eliminated here." Then chaos crashes in sideways. A monstrous, wolf-pelted brute comes tearing through the trees, and he's clearly not here for a friendly chat. Both mages freeze mid-fight at the sudden interruption. It's Hohenheim himself, HP a staggering 87, cackling as he lunges into the fray. Claws wreathed in crackling blue energy come slashing down without warning. Out of nowhere, a silver-haired, bespectacled swordsman drops in to block the blow. "Don't get so conceited, Hohenheim." Hohenheim's grin falters. "This level of mana concentration, are you actually a graduator?" "Ha, turns out you're just a fourth circle mage after all." Hohenheim laughs it off, clearly rattled underneath the bluster. Back with our heroes group, a burning arrow rips clean through the president's blazing shield. The clash leaves the clearing smoking and dead silent for a beat. Pink and gold energy spirals together into something disturbingly shaped like a bird of prey. The rest of the group reels back as crimson energy whips wildly through the air. One of the president's own strikes lashes out of control, catching her own ally off guard. Their hero recognizes the style instantly. It's a variant of the same fused technique the Morgue triplets call the Three Flowers. Except hers blends three separate schools of magic at once, a technique that demands total focus, and somehow she's pulling it off mid-meltdown. His eyes flare red behind his glasses, calculating fast. He knocks another arrow and draws it back without a flicker of hesitation. Then, far off over the mountains, something stirs. A strange purple pulse sends distant birds scattering into flight. "This ominous energy," someone murmurs, deeply uneasy. Rain starts hammering down as Hohenheim and the mystery swordsman keep trading blows regardless. Cracks spiderweb across the ground right beneath their feet. "An earthquake," Hohenheim blurts, genuinely thrown. "I never heard anything about earthquakes out here." A massive tremor of light rips through the rain-soaked night, moonlight catching in the chaos. Even the fleeing Saintess stops dead in her tracks, staring at the horizon as fire and quake collide. The shock ripples through everyone in the forest at once. Hohenheim and the swordsman both freeze mid-fight, breaking apart to look toward the source. Back at the campsite, the silver-haired girl spins around in alarm as the ground itself starts to groan. Jagged cracks tear wide open across the forest floor. Something enormous and very much alive starts clawing its way up out of the earth. More cracks race outward as the thing keeps hauling itself free. Though their hero starts to say and can't seem to finish the sentence. A colossal, many-eyed horror drags its full bulk out of the ground, towering over the tree line. His red eye goes wide behind his glasses as the name finally claws its way out of him, the Madam. Something huge just tore into the arena, and it's already smashing everything in sight. The shockwaves alone are leveling half the battlefield. Cadets go flying as the blast catches them mid-sprint. One girl's already screaming to retreat while their pink-haired president just stands there, frozen solid. Somewhere in the chaos, someone finally asks the question everyone's thinking: what is that thing? Our disguised hero clocks the situation instantly, that calm mask barely slipping. Before he regressed, Vikyr only knew the Madam as a scary bedtime story passed down through generations. Truth is, nobody alive has actually seen the real Madam, not even the wizards running this tower. And Vikyr already suspects this monster only exists because of something he changed in the timeline. The fight's already spilling everywhere, and dodging is turning into a full-time job. Their president's legs have straight up stopped working from the fear. While she spirals, one of her friends is screaming for her to just move. Somebody dives in to shove her clear of the blast, just in time. The beam tears straight through the spot she was just standing in. That was close enough to rattle even her. The monster's not done screeching, and honestly it sounds ticked off. Look closer and you can see the thing's practically studded with glowing crystal eyes. It lets out a roar that rattles the whole forest. For a second it looks like it's barreling straight for a fresh batch of students. Vikyr and a classmate actually breathe a sigh of relief when it veers off, missing them completely. But Vicur's mind is already racing. If it's heading toward more students, why isn't the staff doing anything? Something about this whole setup doesn't add up to him. Then someone spots a girl down on the ground and screams her name, Anna. Her health's already flatlined on the scoreboard, but the system isn't pulling her out like it's supposed to. Nobody has an answer for how they're even supposed to escape this place. Turns out once you're eliminated in here, you don't just pop back to the lobby. An unscheduled S-rank monster crashes the exam and the staff still haven't called it off. Great system, guys. One of his classmates is already spiraling, hands clawing at their own hair. They're fully convinced the professors just cut their losses and bailed on everyone. Turns out it's Froggy having the meltdown. Vicur just tells her to get a grip, ice cold as always. Somewhere nearby, someone else is having the exact same meltdown. And then a couple of new faces come stomping onto the scene, right on cue. Back at Mission Control, the alarms are going off just as hard. One furious staffer is done asking nicely and starts yelling at the man in charge of the tower. Stop the competition right now, she demands, and she clearly means it. The old wizard running the tower looks like he's seen a ghost, muttering that the Morgue family's old warnings might have actually been true. She's not buying his shock act for a second and grabs him by the collar. Her real accusation: if that thing hadn't shown up, the magic tower would have won this whole competition fair and square. She storms off before he can even answer. Then she's right back in his face, ready to finish that sentence. He just admits it flat out. Even if he tried to fix this, it wouldn't work. He explains that whenever something the tower can't control shows up, the whole system overloads, meaning nobody's getting in and nobody's getting out. She cuts through the excuses and just asks, is there a fix or not? He raises a hand like he's about to try something, and channels a burst of glowing red magic straight into the system. His plan boils down to one brutal option: if the students inside can actually kill that monster, then the whole system resets itself. Easy as that. Just gotta kill an S-rank monster first, no big deal. Back in the field, Anna's just fainted, not dead, so her friends are cautiously optimistic. One less thing to panic about for now. Braids here keeps her eyes locked on the monster's shadow looming over the treetops. Word comes down that things here are under control, but wherever that monster's headed next is anyone's guess. Vicur already has a name for it: Madam 8 Legs, S-rank, disaster level. Just being near her, apparently, is enough to make people give up on living. But something's off. This isn't the same madam he tangled with outside the tower before. No poison this time, missing eyes everywhere, and her armored body is riddled with holes. His theory: the tower cooked up a cheap knockoff of the original, long-dead madam. Doesn't matter if the students figure out she's a fake though. This weaker copy can still wipe the floor with every one of them. So Vicur rethinks the whole approach. Maybe the real fix is getting everyone's spine back first. Fear is the actual enemy here, not just the monster. Bottom line, to pull this off without more bodies dropping, he needs real power. And he's already decided exactly where he's going next. Meanwhile, Lovegood's done wallowing, blaming herself for nearly getting her junior killed. She's channeling all that guilt into one goal: avenge her junior and take that thing down herself. And someone new is watching it all unfold with a look that says she's about ready to snap. Someone jokes that her reckless streak fits a certain wolf-hooded lunatic more, then decides to tag along anyway. Meet Wolf Boy himself, grinning like this is the best day of his life. Braids volunteers too, no hesitation whatsoever. The group agrees they can't let more students get sacrificed. Then they all turn to ask the resident brain for his take. Grudgingly, they admit they need Vicur's help whether they like it or not. He shrugs it off like it was never really in question. Diamond Boy, ever the drama queen, agrees to a truce like it physically pains him. He swears it's purely for the Magic Tower's honor. Sure it is. Vicur quietly clocks something huge. These aren't just random classmates, they're descendants of the legends who fought on the front lines during the time of the fall. He rattles off his plan to the copy-paste trio and tells them to spread the word fast. There's something colder in his eyes now, like he's already 3 steps ahead. Time to hand out the actual battle plan for taking her down. But the madam isn't exactly waiting around politely for the briefing to finish. Somebody's already screaming for everyone to run as the ground shreds apart. and she keeps right on screeching and swinging. Somewhere in the scramble, one cadet drags a friend back onto his feet. But not everyone's fast enough to get clear. Someone goes down hard and the panic just ratchets up another notch. A trapped student begs for help, and for one gut-wrenching second, the guy standing closest just freezes. You can see him wrestling with it in real time. Then he snaps out of it and throws himself toward her anyway. She's already sobbing an apology as the madam's strike comes down on her. He's not close enough, all he can do is scream no. The blast swallows the whole clearing. Somebody's still standing in the middle of it, and that alone is a shock. Through the smoke, her glowing eyes are still locked on, completely unbothered. And somebody's already swinging back at her. Diamond Boy's fire magic should be tearing her apart on paper. In practice, not even a scratch. Still, someone stays cool about it. This is exactly what they expected walking in. Deep in the wilds, a scrappy hunting squad unloads everything they've got on a monstrous, armor-plated bug magic circles blazing, blades flashing, all aimed at one horror everyone just calls the Madam. Fire magic erupts across the beast shell in a massive fireball for a second. It actually looks like it's working. The whole team throws themselves into the assault together, nobody holding back. Then someone mutters the two words nobody wants to hear: it's useless. Turns out, unless you're packing actual hellfire, that flame magic barely scratches her. Her shell's too tough everywhere except the legs, and even that's a trap because every cut just makes her stronger. Slice her open and she doesn't bleed, she multiplies. Her only real weak spot is hairline cracks running through that exoskeleton, and good luck finding them mid-fight. Undeterred, or maybe just out of options, the squad presses on through the dark forest toward her. Their bespectacled tactician, the one calling the shots, thanks his mystery source for the intel, already turning it into a plan to close in and hit her weak points. One of the others can't help but ask how he knows all this. Off to the side, someone else mutters to play it cool and not blow his cover. He just shrugs the question off, giving nothing away. Casually, he admits he's crossed paths with the madam before, and this is everything he took away from that encounter. Somebody asks the obvious follow-up, so if they follow his plan, they can actually beat this thing, right? The madam's cracked, veined claw looms in answer. He hesitates just long enough that nobody likes the pause. Before he can finish, the madam lunges out of the dark without warning. He barely gets the warning out in time. This fight is going to take a lot longer than anyone hoped. A robed mage steps up with her staff and unleashes a huge magic circle of her own, pink light tearing through the clearing. She locks eyes on the beast, dead certain. More than enough, she says, and lets the spell rip straight through the madam's flank. The blast connects hard, tearing into the monster's tangled limbs. Steel flashes through the smoke as the fight keeps churning. The madam answers back, one massive leg slamming down right at the squad. Pink magic and dust swirl together in the chaos of the clash. For a flicker, her shell glitches and cracks, proof the plan's actually landing hits where it counts. A beam of raw orange light punches clean through her, and she shrieks loud enough to shake the trees. The recoil throws the priestess clean off her feet. Claws and crimson energy collide in a shower of sparks as the fight spills across the battlefield. A streak of blue steel cuts through the smoke, someone else joining the counterattack. "It's your guy's turn," someone shouts, waving the next wave in. More fighters pile into the brawl, hacking and slashing without a second's hesitation. The squad's hulking, wolf-masked brute plants a bone-rattling kick square into the monster. He roars through his wolf pelt mask, fully feral and loving every second of it. Another strike lands, blue light crackling off the impact. The fight keeps escalating, blades and lightning crossing faster than anyone can track. The brute leaps clean over the wreckage, sword raised, chasing the madam through the falling debris. Smoke chokes the clearing so thick nobody can tell if the madam's actually down. Meanwhile, one poor guy has just passed out cold behind them. "I definitely felt my sword cutting clean through her," thou he starts, sounding pretty confident about it. Then a single glowing eye snaps open right in front of him, and his confidence evaporates instantly. She's not dead, not even close, and now she's looming right over him. Panic rips through the group as everyone scrambles to react. The younger fighters freeze up, completely out of their depth against something this size. The priestess, battered and shaking, looks like she already knows how bad this is about to get. Energy crackles through the night as the madam presses her advantage. From above, the whole battlefield looks like a losing fight, smoke, wreckage, and one massive shape still standing. The madam looms over them, static crawling across her shell, dozens of glowing eyes fixed on her next target. Her jaws crack open and unleash another devastating burst of raw power. The blast tears through the trees like they're nothing. Debris rains down across the whole clearing. Caught in the open, the squad is dangerously exposed with nowhere left to hide. The onslaught doesn't let up for even a second. The brute and the young archers scatter and regroup, trying to find any opening at all. One of the young archers grits through it, refusing to fall back. Off to the side, 3 young archers huddle over a teammate who's already down. One of them finally says what they're all thinking: can they actually kill this thing? And if they somehow can, then what? Their tactician just stands there in silence, back turned, weighing the question. Then he answers flat out, no, it's impossible. That gets a stunned pardon out of them. He doesn't sugarcoat it either. Everyone here already knows exactly what fighting the madam really means. Everybody's afraid to die, that's just human. But what people fear even more than dying, he says, is standing there doing nothing while their friends die in front of them when they actually had the strength to do something about it. Behind him, wounded teammates already lie on the ground. They might not win this, he knows that. Maybe deep down, everyone here already knows the odds are impossible. And they're going to fight to the very last breath anyway. The wounded priestess pulls herself upright, asking with quiet resolve that someone look after a girl named Anna if she doesn't make it back. She steadies herself, gathering every last bit of strength she has left. Pink lightning wraps around her raised hand as she channels everything into one final cast. She screams through the strain, refusing to let go. Her arm glows a violent red as the spell tears through her from the inside. And through the red haze, the madam comes surging right back at her. Someone spots a burst of raw aura and has to ask, is that actually an aura explosion? The look on his face says he's not sure that's a good thing. Their tactician turns back to the group with new orders: line everyone up to strike in unison on his mark. Just give the signal, he says, and they'll know exactly when to move. That, he says, is the only way they actually kill the madam today. He takes one last breath before he calls it. With a sharp cutting gesture, he gives the signal himself. Everyone to your positions. The call rings out and the whole squad snaps into formation. This is it, their one shot while she's off balance. Use everything you've got, he tells them, no holding back now. Everyone attack, and the whole squad throws themselves at her at once. The madam staggers under the combined assault, her whole frame glitching under the strain. Red and blue energy converge on her from every direction at once. Their tactician stands steady in the middle of it all, quiver on his back, not flinching for a second. His hand ignites with power all his own. He already knows something the rest of them don't. The wind whips around him as the battle reaches its peak. That these kids around him, green as they are right now, are bound to become true heroes one day. They're not strong yet, sure. A golden burst of magic answers his call. It slams straight into the madam, blasting her shell wide open. But they will never ever back down, and right now they're proving it in midair. The wolf-masked brute launches himself straight into the fray right behind them. For you, he murmurs, I will make a way through. He drives straight into the heart of the blast without a moment's hesitation. Heroes aren't born, he says, you choose to become one. I can show you the way, he adds, gripping his blade tighter, blood streaking down his arm. But walking it, that part's on all of you. He plants his sword and unleashes everything he's got, standing dead center in the blast crater. The shockwave rips through the whole squad, every last one of them frozen in shock at what they just watched him do. The dust hasn't even settled and the fight's already over. The madam finally goes down. One almighty blast rings out across the whole valley, marking the end of the battle. A blinding streak of sword energy rips through the dark. Somebody in this fight is not holding back. One of the students gets snatched clean off her feet by a monster's claw, panic mode fully engaged. Her teammates freeze solid, watching the disaster unfold in real time. Someone else gets flung through the air like a rag doll. And here's the thing doing all the tossing, a snarling, red-eyed monstrosity straight out of a nightmare. But one guy in this group isn't scared at all. quietly clenches a fist ready to step in. A hail of arrows rains down and finishes the job. Whatever that beast was, it's done. Cut to safety. Everyone gets yanked back to the tournament lobby the instant the system reboots, and Sinclair's still catching her breath. The whole class piles back together, laughing with relief that everyone made it out alive. They sprint to close the gap. Nobody's wasting a second getting back to their friends. One guy is an absolute wreck, ugly crying with relief in front of everybody. Turns out the whole ordeal only ended because of 10 specific students and the official tournament rankings just dropped. Everyone walking out of that alive is being called an outright miracle. The real shocker, half that top 10 are first years and every one of them just went toe-to-toe with a monster called the Madam. Officials confirm it, S-rank threat, and conveniently every camera watching the arena blacked out right when it mattered most. Word spreads fast, and by the end of the day the whole academy's buzzing about it. Naturally, people start asking questions. How does a class of barely graduated mages just casually take down an S-rank monster? Replay footage shows the fight itself, one devastating strike after another. The madam herself snarling through the smoke according to the students who lived to describe it. Turns out the arena floor itself cracked open mid-fight, handing the students the opening they needed. Cue the man in charge, the tournament's overseer, and the reigning master of the Magic Tower. He calls the surviving students in to answer for what almost went horribly wrong. To his credit, the old man doesn't dodge the blame, he owns it head bowed. As the man who greenlit this whole tournament, the responsibility lands squarely on him and he promises to step down once it's over. Cut to the afterparty, or at least, the world's most awkward group debrief over drinks. Not everyone's in a celebrating mood though. Some of the nobles are still shaken and looking for someone to blame. Golden Boy tutors clearly had one too many, and Bianca is ready to physically sit him back down. Someone else quietly agrees. This whole ordeal left a bad taste in everyone's mouth. Let's be honest, a class of rookies stumbling into a monster that could have wiped them all out isn't exactly comforting. Some of the students are still visibly rattled, hands over their faces. Yeah, near-death experiences tend to leave a mark, funnily enough. But credit where it's due, somebody proposes a toast to the ones who actually stood their ground and fought. And right on cue, in walk 2 of tonight's guests of honor. Turns out our disguised mystery man and his quiet genius of a friend just placed 8th and 9th overall, not bad for a couple of first years. Word travels fast, a couple of upperclassmen come looking for them personally. Turns out these two are the students Sinclair and Vikier personally dragged out of the fire mid-chaos. And then, because nobility never misses a chance to be insufferable, one of them can't resist a dig about their common blood. He actually says it out loud: commoners needed a proper education just to be useful enough to save their betters. Real classy guy. Yeah, that lands about as well as you'd expect. Bianca is the first to snap back at him, and hard. Who cares where someone's from when they're the ones who saved your life, she says, grabbing his collar to make sure it sinks in. It takes the whole table to peel her off him. He's still sputtering that they shouldn't have even been saved in the first place. Real charmer, this one. Through all of it, Sinclair just goes quiet, which honestly surprises everyone more than the insult ever did. Vikier clocks it too, filing it away without saying a word. Someone mercifully steers the conversation back to safer ground. Because there's bigger news on the table anyway, the top 10 scorers are all moving straight into round 2. And round 2 comes with a twist. Each finalist has to pick one of the Empire's 7 great families and complete a personal quest for them. The reward's no joke either: a personal audience at the palace, plus an artifact controlled by all 4 universities. Only catch, you can't pick your own family's house. Wouldn't want any favoritism now, would we? Bianca and Tudor break it down for their new friends: neither of them can pick their own bloodline's house either. But there's a loophole worth knowing, since neither Vikier nor Sinclair is tied to any family at all. Once you commit to a house though, you're locked in, no backing out halfway through. And then comes the warning: nobody asked for whatever you do not pick the iron-blooded sword family. Apparently past students who took that quest either flunked out or just never came back at all. So naturally, everyone turns to Vikier and asks which family he's picking. And of course, being Vikier, he takes his sweet time answering, never a good sign. Cut to the artifact tower itself, crackling with raw energy, waiting for its next challenger. Someone's already being dropped straight into the trial. Touchdown, no turning back now. And there it is, stamped in black and red. He picked the one house everybody just told him to avoid. Maximum difficulty, 5 stars. He still remembers the exact look on his friends' faces when he told them his choice. Because let's be real, everyone in town already whispers about what the Baskervilles do to people who cross them. What his friends don't know is that Vikier already sees exactly where this quest leads, straight to one of the legendary elite corpses. Because the fine print promises something bigger at the end of it, Hugo's personal seal of approval. But first, one question's been eating at him. A sealed letter sent straight from the Patriarch himself. The exact instructions that got him to Swordmaster level in the first place. And no matter how many times he rereads it, one thing still refuses to add up. Sure, his secret's out now, that part he can live with. What he can't figure out is why the man he spent a lifetime deceiving is still going out of his way to help him. This version of Hugo is nothing like the man he remembers from his first, doomed life. Only one way to get an answer: go straight to the source. Which is exactly what he does, and the first thing that greets him is a sight nobody could have prepared him for. Sitting there, warmly greeting him, is the fearsome patriarch of House Baskerville, rocking a full set of pastel braids and a bow. Vikier's brain briefly short-circuits trying to process it. Turns out granddaughter Palmyrian got her hands on him, and Hugo could not be prouder of the results. He's even convinced her knot tying proves she's some kind of prodigy. A doting grandpa is a truly unstoppable force. And the evidence is everywhere: stickers and toys scattered across what used to be an intimidating office. This stern military man has fully redecorated his life around a 5-year-old. She'd actually been waiting up for Vikier too, before sleep finally won and Barrymore carried her off to bed. Hugo admits she's really a bit old for all this baby stuff now. But given everything she missed growing up hidden away, he's more than happy to make up for lost time. Small talk aside, Hugo finally gets to the real reason Vikier came looking for him. He wants to know exactly when Vikier figured it out. Namely, that Hugo's been quietly sitting on far more strength than he ever let on. Vikier just watches him, waiting to see how much more the old man is willing to admit. Hugo slides the letter over without hesitation. When exactly, he asks again, did you find out? That I was hiding my own powers, Vikier finishes for him. The two of them sit with that for a moment, neither one blinking first. Once you hit the supreme level, Hugo explains, you start seeing things ordinary people simply can't. You even start feeling with senses you're not technically using anymore. And I'm sure, Hugo adds, you already know that by now. Vikier's mind drifts to the hatred he carried in his first life, the disgust that never really left him. His revenge? Is Hugo just quietly watching to see how strong he becomes and everything that comes with it? Hugo changes the subject, eyeing the academy uniform Vikier's still wearing. Standing there in his black and gold colors, Vikier barely looks like the same kid who left home. It suits you well, Hugo says. Are you enjoying your school life? He asks it with a genuinely warm smile, pastel bows and all. Vikier turns the question over in his head before answering. He's talked to this man as his master, from one bloodhound to another, plenty of times before. And as a member of this family, he's always spoken to him as the patriarch first. But under the quiet of the moonlight, something shifts for the first time ever. In the halls of the Baskerville estate, Hugo pulls Vikier aside with a rare grin. He says he has good news. Vikier just asks what it is. Hugo lets the silence drag a beat before answering. Vikier's just been appointed a senator of the family. That's not a title you casually hand a teenager. Vikier does a double take. Isn't a senator supposed to rank right up there with the 7 counts? Hugo confirms it. A senator wields real influence in the family. Only he and the vice-patriarch outrank the position. Hugo adds that if you dig through 100 years of family history, you'll find Vikier is the youngest senator this family has ever had. No pressure or anything. Walking off, Vikier mulls it over. Real power, sure, but the best perk is being able to appoint aides at will. He's already got a shortlist in mind: muscle for hire, a sharp-eyed spy, and the one guy who never turns him down, the family's unshakable butler. Word reaches him that everyone in the household's been having a rough time lately, courtesy of one very small tantrum machine, Pomerian. He shrugs it off. This is just what raising a kid looks like, apparently. Walking alongside him, Hugo insists the happiness Pomerian gives them outweighs all of it easily. Then his face falls, but he starts and doesn't finish. Flashback: Hugo asks little Pomerian if Grandpa can come play. She doesn't even look up. I need to read, Pops. Told flatly to go play by himself, a wounded Hugo admits her requests to play with him have dried up entirely. She's holed up alone in the library these days. And he confesses, sheepishly touching his braided hair and its little pink cat clips, this is also her handiwork from a while back. Vikier admits it was him who tipped Pomerian off that Grandpa was coming, otherwise she'd never have left her room. He can't resist needling Hugo about how rough he's looking lately. Sounds like he's got a lot on his plate. Hugo wipes his eyes and jokes, half serious, that she's not hitting puberty already. Is she? A scream rips through the library doors. Kaya. Both men freeze, then bolt for the sound. They burst toward the library entrance, hearts in their throats. What's wrong, Pomerian? Another scream answers them. Turns out it's a good scream. Pomerian leaps up, clutching a book, shrieking that she finally found it. The two grown men just stand there, completely lost. Hugo announces Grandpa's arrival, hairclips and all, with Vikier in tow. Pomerian comes barreling in, throwing herself at Vikier. Uncle Vikier. She pouts that he took forever to show up, she missed him. He teases back, was she really waiting on him? Of course, he says, scooping her hand up. He waits for her every single day. Eyes sparkling, Pomerian announces she's finally found exactly what she wants. The two men ask cautiously what exactly it is. She holds the book up like a trophy. I want this. The page shows a gnarled, skeletal tree wrapped in a warning border, not exactly light reading for a kid. The book calls it the Tree of Departed Souls, a myth from the mind realm, grown from the karma of mass death, its fruit said to grant the power of every soul that fed it. Hugo watches her quietly, unsettled. This isn't idle curiosity. Pomerian's got real, frightening talent for black magic, and she knows exactly what she's looking at. She hugs the book to her chest. I want this. Hugo turns to Vikier. Son, although I don't know what that is. Since Pomerian wants it, we must absolutely get it. A grandfather's love weaponized into a decree. Vikier stares flatly ahead. This is ridiculous. He sighs and caves anyway. A quest card seals it. Acquire the Tree of Departed Souls. Difficulty rating 5 stars, the max. So begins the errand. Somewhere out past the family estate, a jagged, windswept mountain range waits. Vikier heads for the only white salt desert in the whole forest range of Le Rouge et Le Noir Mountain, privately doubting the legendary tree is even real. Before he regressed, there was barely any information on this tree at all, just another myth nobody took seriously. Then again, people said the exact same thing about Beelzebub, and that turned out real, so maybe this does too. He turns a handful of blood-red gem shards over in his palm, weighing his odds. A memory surfaces, someone still pushing back at him, still pissed. How much longer's that going to last? He glances at the little spider riding in his hood. Baby madam, she just growls back, uneasy. The memory replays, someone chewing him out, insisting his stunt during the last exam put other students in real danger. To stop it happening twice during the survival competition, they'd had no choice but to seal him inside the ring barrier. A purple magic circle flares open with a sharp bark woof, woof, and the memory dissolves. Back in the present, Vikier admits that last commotion really was his own fault. He's not exactly one to lecture anyone about it. He plants a boot on fresh, unfamiliar ground. The wind howls around him. Is this it? A wasteland stretches out ahead, littered with the shriveled husks of animals that never made it across. This is it, the Malater Salt Desert. He crouches and presses a hand into the sand. His hand withers on the spot, skin aging in seconds. I knew it, he mutters. This sand rips the moisture straight out of anything living. Something winged crosses the sky far overhead, gliding over the dead expanse. This desert has claimed countless lives already, turning every last one of them into mummies. That explains why nobody's ever reported finding the tree. If you go in, you don't come back out to talk about it. Neither ordinary humans nor monsters dare set foot in here. One step is all it takes, dry up and die before you even feel it coming. However, he says, and it's doing a lot of heavy lifting in that one word. He's got the river Styx's old blessing keeping his body near unkillable, plus a stolen marsh salamander's regeneration to fall back on. I can do it, he decides and steps deeper into the dunes. 2 hours later, a single tiny figure is still trudging across an endless sea of sand. His legs keep grinding forward, one punishing step at a time. He admits it was careless of him to take a dusty old book's word for it, out here alone. At this rate, just getting back out of the desert might be the harder problem. His cloak snaps hard in a sudden gust. Out of nowhere, a full sandstorm swallows him whole. Damn it, where did this even come from? He never felt it approaching, not once. He shouts an order into his cloak, don't come out until he says it's safe. Buried in the roaring chaos with his terrified spider, the verdict is simple: this is bad. If he doesn't want to be sanded down to nothing without a trace, he needs a bigger force to answer this storm with. A blade of blood-red mana ignites in his grip. He drives it straight into the heart of the storm, a crimson shockwave tearing outward. He grits his teeth against the sheer force of it, straining to hold the line. Baby Madam whimpers, curled tight against him through the chaos. The storm finally tears apart under the strain, scattering into nothing. Kneeling in the wreckage, he mutters that it's a lot to go through just to see a tree. Wrung out, he wonders what the hell to do next, then remembers to check on his spider. Baby Madam, he calls out into the settling dust. She peeks out timidly as he tells her it's all done, safe to come out now. Then something enormous stirs in the dark just beyond them. Both of them go rigid, sensing it before they see it. What is all he manages. The hell, jagged blood-red-tipped shapes claw their way up out of the sand. A colossal, fanged head erupts from the dunes right beside the twisted black tree, and that's exactly where the chapter cuts to black. Deep in a ruined wasteland, dust settles over something massive, and still the hunt already over before we even got here. Something small and furry blinks awake in the wreckage, peeking out with wide, frightened eyes. And there it is, a monster the size of a mountain, jaws big enough to swallow a house, lying dead in the dust while one lone figure walks its ribcage like it's nothing. This thing's got a file, basilisk, risk rating S, 50 meters long, nicknamed the Sand River Dragon. Its breath drops birds out of the sky, and everywhere its scales touch turns to dessert. Oh, and it's not supposed to die to a sword or magic. Supposed to. He barely looks impressed. It's already dead, he says, cradling something small against his chest like it's the only thing in the room that matters. The little creature in his arms whimpers, still shaking. There's no need to be scared, he murmurs, about as gentle as this guy ever gets. In his old life, before he ever came back, this beast was legend, one of the 3 disasters of the outer world from before the time of the fall. And here it is, already a corpse. The basilisk, a living apocalypse reduced to bones and dust, and somebody beat him to the kill. He circles the massive skull, sizing up exactly what killed it, running the math in his head. But to think it died this horrifically, he mutters. This thing regenerates better than the swamp marsh salamander he fought not long ago, and that thing could barely be put down. The fact that something this overpowered still died, he thinks, trailing off, means, yeah, he doesn't love where that sentence is going either. Something enormous and jagged looms in his memory of the fight, the words catching in his throat, theirs. Something out there can kill an S-rank monster that basically doesn't die, he says, and honestly, just looking at this place gives me the creeps. Ahead looms a jagged black spire wreathed in violet light. This place has more space-time distortion magic than the magic tower, more than even Andromalius's barrier, he notes. A tower that shouldn't exist, built from something that isn't quite stone. He keeps walking anyway. Above the white salt desert, he murmurs, cloak whipping in a wind that feels wrong. I have a feeling the tree of departed souls is in there, he says, and if he's right, this whole detour was worth the trip. Metal groans and locks clatter somewhere deep inside as he pushes forward toward the tower's entrance. A shaft of pale light cuts down through the dark like a blade, and he steps straight into it without hesitating. He tears through whatever barrier was guarding the place, cloak shredded, eyes burning red with the effort. Violet energy rips past his face close enough to cut the tower clearly isn't in the mood for visitors. He throws an arm up and deflects the strike, teeth gritted against the force of it. Dark lightning crawls up his sleeve, a negative dimensional aura, he says, almost pleased, I'm in the right place. Tucked in his collar, his little spider companion peeks out with a nervous woof, about as brave as a marshmallow right now. Ahead, something huge and black uncoils out of the dark like roots reaching for the ceiling. He presses on down the narrow passage, the little creature clinging tight to his shoulder. According to legend, the Grandmage Teaser's Morgue planted this very tree out in the White Salt Desert, a mana tree that roots itself in a mage's own mind and feeds on the karma of the dead. It only sprouts after mass death, and whoever eats its fruit inherits every soul that fed it. His footsteps echo off stone as he steps deeper in. This place feels like the Cradle of Swords, he mutters, and honestly, that tracks. Something's off though. If I had to point out a difference, he says, the blades here are pointed at the sky instead of the ground. Rows of swords jut skyward all around him like some kind of inverted graveyard. Is this place connected to the Baskerville family somehow? He wonders, right as he spots a fully armored figure standing motionless among the blades. He edges closer, studying the still, silent night from head to boot. Is this man, he starts sizing up the armor, the master of this tower? He gets a better look. The knight is seated on a throne of roots, both hands locked around the hilt of a massive sword, utterly still. I don't feel any mana or life coming off him, he decides. Feels like he died a long time ago and this is just what's left of the shell. Figuring it's safe, he reaches a hand toward the armored corpse. I'll take the Tree of Departed Souls first, he decides. I'll ask Hugo about this place later. Priorities, people. He reaches deeper into the black roots, toward two faint pink lights glowing like fruit ready to pick. The whole chamber pulses faintly pink around the enthroned knight as he steps closer. Rows of torches gutter to life along the walls, burning an eerie shade of pink. His little companion suddenly loses it, barking frantically woof, woof, like she can smell trouble he can't yet see. The stone beneath the throne splits with a sharp crack. The knight's hands stay locked around that sword, motionless for now. Then the hand twitches and grips. Turns out dead a long time ago was a bit optimistic. The corpse snaps forward and locks a crushing grip around him before he can even react. He just smirks. I knew getting the tree wouldn't be that easy, he says, while the little spider on his shoulder whimpers a very unconvinced woof, woof. The guardian rises to its full, towering height, sword drawn and ready for a fight it's apparently been waiting a very long time for. It swings that massive blade in one brutal, sweeping arc. The air itself screams as the edge cuts past. His eyes flare red as he ducks under it and answers with a slash of his own. The impact still throws him back several feet, boots skidding across stone. The knight resets its grip, already lining up the next swing. Steel rings against steel as the two trade a blistering flurry of strikes. Between clashes, Vikir clocks something. His attack patterns are really monotonous, he thinks. There's no real awareness behind it, he realizes, just swinging a sword at whatever's in front of him, a series of meaningless movements. He slips under another strike almost lazily. I'm disappointed, he says, and he means it. Still, he tightens his grip. Disappointed doesn't mean careless. I had real expectations for a knight guarding a place like this, he says. Can't believe you're letting me down. I was actually curious how you'd fight me with. No mana, no life left in you at all, but I don't have time to be doing this right now. A red aura ignites along the edge of his sword. The glow builds, hungry and bright, humming with barely contained force. He surges forward, blade blazing. I'll kill you in one go, he says flatly, and unleashes a spinning slash that swallows the knight whole in red light. The blast punches clean through the guardian's armored frame. The name of the technique burns bright across the dark, Baskerville. Armor plating shatters outward under the strike, the Baskerville's first technique, and it hits like a freight train. The whole chamber lights up with the shockwave. And then, impossibly, the knight climbs back to its feet through the glow. Vikir's eyes go wide. Was that? He starts, not liking where this is headed. Blood or something like it drips from the cracked helm as the knight finally speaks. our first technique. It plants its feet and raises the blade again, completely unbothered. As expected, you were holding back, Vikir mutters, then barks at his tiny companion. Baby madam, go hide. This is not a spider-friendly fight anymore. Steel meets steel again and again, faster now, sparks flying with every hit. The night just keeps coming, footsteps like falling boulders. Their strikes collide head-on in a blinding red burst. Baskerville steel against whatever this thing is made of. Vikir launches himself skyward, cloak snapping behind him, blade raised high. He comes down like a falling star, sword blazing, aimed dead center. Seventh technique bleeds straight into eighth, a combo he's clearly been saving for something exactly like this. The blade comes down with the weight of everything he's got behind it. The knight throws both arms up to brace against the crossing slash. This time it actually staggers, and for the first time it looks genuinely rattled. Cracks spiderweb across its shoulder, plating under the sheer weight of the barrage. The helmet finally splits open, revealing a single burning red eye staring out from inside. More fractures race across the rest of its armor, like it's coming apart at the seams. The towering frame sways, then slumps under its own weight. Somehow it's still standing when the dust clears torn cloak, and now unmistakably a head of pale hair underneath that ruined helm. Vikir's breathing hard, blood at the corner of his mouth. Was that the lurking ambush swordsmanship, he asks, a technique he clearly recognizes? The Baskerville 8th technique and the lurking ambush from the same person? He steadies himself. Who in the hell are you? The cracked face turns toward him, that one red eye burning steady in the wreckage of the helmet. A name low and rasping, King Corso le Baskerville. He plants his sword back into the ground, steady on his feet despite everything that's just been done to him. A low, humorless laugh rattles out from behind that broken helm. Let's get one thing straight before we dive in. Baskerville sword techniques aren't your average slash and stab. This is precision butchery. Like a wild animal's fangs, these strikes shred flesh and shatter bone, which is exactly why the wounds this fight leaves behind look almost inhuman. Take a look at this gash. That's not swordplay, that's an atrocity. Deep in some forgotten ruin, our boy Vikir is on his knees, catching his breath, blade smoking in his hand. He's already claimed the 8th Baskerville technique, and he's just one step from the 7th. Somewhere close, heavy footsteps drag through a pool of blood. Whoever or whatever this is, it's already circling him. Vikir mutters to himself that the regeneration trick he stole from a basilisk is healing him way slower than it should. Translation: he's already running low on tricks. Somewhere in the dark, a voice that isn't his marvels at just how strong this kid actually is. And there he is, a towering, white-haired stranger in torn armor, stalking toward him like he owns the place. The narration doesn't mince words. This is a man who chased raw power so hard, he turned his back on the entire world to get it. One glowing red eye, windswept white hair, and enough menace to make a horror movie villain nervous. A crimson mark blazes across his back like a brand nobody was ever supposed to see. Vikir doesn't hesitate, calling the stranger out by name, King Corso le Baskerville. King Corso isn't nearly as impressed, sneering down at the kid and demanding to know who the hell he even is. Vikir just holds his ground, red eyes locked and steady, sweat and blood dripping off him. He gives his name, Vikir van Baskerville, and King Corso's whole demeanor shifts, oddly delighted by the van instead of the noble la. King Corso clocks the blade in Vikir's hand immediately, the legendary demon sword Beelzebub supposedly lost to history. And somehow this kid can shrug off the 8th technique itself. What an absurd fellow you are, King Corso mutters. Vikir, sweating and furious, fires the insult right back. Internally, King Corso is rattled, admitting he couldn't even sense Vikir's presence, let alone his life force, before this fight even started. The second he drops the act, his aura goes nuclear. And Vikir, our supposedly unshakable protagonist, admits out loud that the pressure alone feels like it's ripping his skin off, and right now he genuinely cannot win. Still, he doesn't back down, demanding to know exactly what level this monster has climbed to. King Corso's grip tightens around his blade, and he answers the only way he knows how, by driving raw power straight into the earth. My level, very well. I'll tell you, he says, smoke curling off him like he's about to unload a life story nobody asked for. Turns out he will drop that life story. It starts with him on the brink of death fighting a basilisk of his own. Pure desperation to survive is what handed him the 8th technique, and right before he actually died, something cracked open inside that near-death moment. He crossed death's door itself, deep inside a place he only calls the Tower. And that's when the mask comes off literally, half his face is bare bone. Crossing that threshold gave him the 9th technique and turned him into a literal death knight, an undead husk cursed to keep falling through the abyss until his soul finally gives out. Vikir can't hide the shock. Is the 9th technique really the ceiling for a swordmaster? King Corso just keeps talking and Vikir keeps bleeding, hanging on every word. This is who's standing across from him now, a dead man still swinging a sword. But even after all that, he admits, he never actually got the 10th technique. The ancient inscription is blunt about the price: you must die once then come back to life. He managed the dying part just fine. The coming back part is where it all went wrong. His body warped permanently into this rotting undead knight instead. And ever since he's been stuck here, trapped. Vikir can't quite buy it, someone with this much raw power trapped. He wants answers. Where even is this place and who locked him up here in the first place? You don't know anything, King Corso answers flatly, standing in a cavern lit only by whatever's still glowing off his own armor. Because nobody alive even knows this place exists. Welcome to the Grave of Swords, the birthplace and deathbed of the very first Baskerville. A whole landscape of blades driven into the earth, like tombstones with edges. This exact spot is where that very first Baskerville breathed his last. The grave where every true Baskerville is fated to meet their end, and apparently that now includes him. King Corso insists the fact he's even standing here is proof fate dragged him to this spot. Vikir, understandably, isn't a fan of the word fate. So who locked him away exactly? Simple answer: the Tower did. Literal chains of crimson light bind him in place, keeping him from ever leaving this grave. His job now, undertaker of this grave, tasked with greeting every true Baskerville who wanders in and pointing them toward the 10th technique. It took him a long time trapped down here just to understand his own purpose. A true Baskerville, one who is fated, will come and find me, he says. Apparently that's Vikir. Vikir asks the obvious question: is he seriously claiming that's him? If it's you, King Corso says, you could actually claim the Baskerville 10th technique. Small catch: to get it, Vikir has to experience death himself through this exact fight. You cannot leave this place, King Corso warns, and he does not sound like he's bluffing. Not until Vikir does exactly what fate apparently demands. He lays it out plainly: he'll try to kill Vikir, and Vikir has to kill him back to earn the technique. That's also the only way to finally set King Corso free. As far as he's concerned, that's the only destiny the Tower ever gave him. Vikir isn't having any of it. Don't be ridiculous, he snaps. He's not here to play out somebody else's prophecy. Fate is boring, he says. I only trust my own decisions. And with that, talk time is officially over. Vikir gets launched clean through the sword field. And I'm leaving this place, he yells, swinging back with everything he's got. Steel meets whatever passes for flesh on an undead knight. King Corso just squares up, unbothered, sword raised and ready for round 2. Do you really believe fate is that trivial? He roars, throwing a bare-knuckle punch with enough force to skip the sword entirely. It connects hard, and Vikir feels every ounce of it. Except wait, King Corso's the one bleeding and stunned. He overpowered me with his bare hands. Turns out that punch went both ways. Rattled but not done, he swings back in, weapon raised, and slams Vikir clean into the rock. Vikir hits the ground gasping, cursing under his breath. Sneak attacks are off the table too. This guy senses everything. King Corso mocks him for daring to catch his breath mid-deathmatch. Vikir's glare says he heard that loud and clear. The Death Knight lunges again, blades screaming through the air. Reaching for Vikir like the grave itself wants to pull him under. Vikir answers with a desperate upward slash of his own. And even King Corso is shaken, stunned at just how fast this kid actually is. Vikir grits his teeth and decides it's time to break through the pressure, using the one skill he's trusted more than any other in this life or his last. Cane Corso braces himself, sensing exactly what's coming. And he can't hide how impressed he is. This level of technique just shouldn't be possible at Vikir's age. I knew it, you were chosen, he bellows, hoisting his blade sky-high, aura roaring. He swings down with the Baskerville 5th technique, screaming that not even Vikir can dodge fate itself. The two blades meet in a blinding wall of crimson light. The shockwave alone tears the ground apart. Vikir screams through the pain, refusing to fold. Cane Corso's eyes flare white-hot with fury, done playing nice. And he cranks it up further into the Baskerville 6 technique. Fists and blades collide in a blur too fast to even follow. Vikir bursts forward in a streak of raw white light, matching him blow for blow. But deep down, he knows he's losing this exchange. Every single one of Cane Corso's hits simply hits harder. One clean hit sends him flying, slamming through the air in a blast of light. For a second, everything just stops. Vikir coughs up blood, forced to admit it. Nothing he's throwing is working, and every attack Cane Corso lands outclasses his own. He is, Vikir thinks, forcing his grip tight around the hilt one more time. A monster, simple as that. Cane Corso's whole body crackles with a fresh surge of power, gearing up to end this. Try and take this one, he roars, winding up for what looks like a finishing blow. That I'll stop right here, Vikir shouts back, meeting the attack head-on instead of running. He answers with the Baskerville 7th technique. The name alone lights up the whole cavern, and even Cane Corso's single eye goes wide. Vikir vanishes completely inside his own attack, a tiny silhouette swallowed by crimson light. He skips straight past the 8th and goes for broke, the 9th technique itself. Every ounce of focus goes into that single strike. The light just keeps building and building. And it connects. Cane Corso staggers back screaming, his whole body lighting up in sickly green. The hit tears through him like nothing else has all fight. The whole grave goes white with the force of it. When the light clears, Cane Corso's armor is shredded, his body torn open and screaming. For a long moment, neither one of them moves. Then Vikir drops too, hitting the ground hard, completely spent. The grave itself is left cratered, split wide open by everything they just threw at each other. Cane Corso's ragged white hair drifts in the aftermath, the fight finally over. Vikir's body is a mess of fresh wounds and old bandages both. And as the darkness closes in around him, he finally lets his eyes fall shut. But just when it looks like the lights are out for good, one red eye slowly cracks back open. A blinding pillar of light rises out of nowhere, cutting straight through the darkness around him. We open mid-flashback. Vikir's fresh off a brutal clash with someone called Cane Corso, and he's replaying it in his head. He remembers the exact moment it went wrong. Cane Corso's 9th technique tore straight through his own 7th, and he took the hit head-on. His battered body lies limp, blood pooling around him like he's already gone. One eye still burns red, though somehow he's still here. He drags himself up out of the blood, gasping for air like it's the very first breath he's ever taken. Am I dead? He mutters, genuinely not sure of the answer. Turns out, no, he blinks awake somewhere else entirely, completely stunned. A glowing white door stands alone in a sea of blood-red water, like something out of a fever dream. What's this glowing door? He wonders, sitting shirtless in the crimson water, totally lost. His mind drifts to an old memory. Someone once asked him, half panicked, if this was the brink of death he'd mentioned before. He remembers explaining it. He only unlocked the 8th technique because of how desperately he wanted to live, back when he nearly died fighting something called the basilisk. A leg steps deeper into the bloody water, unafraid of whatever's waiting on the other side. If that door really represents death itself, he figures there's only one way to actually test it. So if he hasn't walked through it yet, does that mean he's actually still alive? A small, tired smile crosses his face. I'm glad I'm alive, he admits to no one. His thoughts snap back further, to what being chosen by fate actually meant. It meant ending up right here. He recalls the actual fight, getting pushed to the very edge of death against Cane Corso. Cane Corso, scarred and grizzled, once told him plainly someone like him could actually earn the Baskerville 10th technique. The catch, he'd have to experience death itself through their duel to earn it. Staring at his own reflection in the blood, he wonders if this is exactly what Cane Corso meant all along. His jaw clenches, the pieces are starting to click into place. If King Corso's right, then he already met the ninth technique's condition years ago, the night he was executed by guillotine in his past life. And by regressing back into a newborn baby, he technically lived through the 10th technique's condition too. I'm the only person fate could have chosen for this, he realizes, gripping his bloodied bandages. His whole life and death, all of it, suddenly feels tangled together in one single thread. He claws his way up through the blood, thinking about everything he's fought so hard to build. Was every bit of it just fate pulling the strings the whole time? He screams into the void, hands clawing at nothing. He flashes back to his fight with the madam the moment he swore he'd never again let his life be controlled by someone or something else. The memory hits hard enough to make him grip his own head, teeth bared. Blood scatters around him like the whole moment is cracking apart. Dozens of ghostly hands claw up out of the dark around him. Was I being delusional, he asks himself. Blood trickles down his cheek as the question just hangs there, unanswered. In another flash of memory, blades clash and a monstrous pair of eyes glares back at him, the word meaningless echoing through his head. Yeah, in the end, he thinks, if I actually learn the Baskerville 10th technique, I'd be happy. That's what I worked toward my entire life, right? He asks himself, reaching up out of a sea of grasping hands. His heart pounds hard enough that you can practically hear it. But is that really enough? He remembers King Corso's warning, you cannot simply leave this place. Until you do, King Corso rumbles, that's how you'll finally set me free. That's the destiny this tower chose for me. So how meaningful would it really be, learning a legendary technique just to stay trapped here forever? Not if it means abandoning the people who actually need him. His eye burns bright red as he pictures every single person he's sworn to protect. He pictures someone he cares about caught right in the middle of danger, flames licking up around her. If my power is what created my fate, he decides. Red energy churns and bubbles around him, like something's about to break loose. Then I'll use that fate for their sake, not this tower's. His face twists into something halfway between fury and pure resolve. Because he snarls, hands ripping up out of the blood. Will liberate them. The place I actually need to be isn't stuck in this tower, it's by their side. I need to live, I need to get out of here. A blade of pure light starts forming in his grip. This is something only those, he begins. Red energy spirals tight around the blade like it's alive. The light keeps building, brighter with every second. On the brink of death can wield, he finishes. The whole scene erupts in blinding red-white light. The 8th technique, he declares, fist raised, sword blazing, the key that opens death's door. This is, he starts steadying himself. What I can do right now, he says, gripping the glowing blade with both hands. No, it's what I have to do, he corrects himself. He lets out a roar and charges, eyes blazing pure red. Light explodes outward from the impact. I need to open this door, he shouts, throwing everything he's got behind the strike. His fists clench so hard you can practically hear the strain. He launches skyward on a pillar of blinding red light, sword raised high. Everything comes crashing back down in a shower of sparks. The dust settles on a jagged, crystalline chamber, and a lone figure stands quietly at its center, taking it all in. Nearby, something massive lies motionless in a pool of blood, proof of just how brutal that fight really was. King Corso stands tall over Vicur's beaten, bloodied body, cape whipping in the wind. Beneath that scarred exterior, his face cracks like old stone. I was certain he was an extraordinary child, he murmurs. Maybe being awakened this early was just more than he could bear after all, he starts to say. Suddenly a burst of light rockets skyward. Vicur's not down yet. Blazing red streaks tear across the chamber. King Corso's eyes go wide. This aura, it's the 8th technique, he gasps. You've done it, child. Vicur stands tall in the light, sword drawn, daring him to keep going. For once, King Corso looks completely caught off guard. Steel flashes as the fight kicks right back into gear. By a child who just barely got his hands on the 8th technique, no less. King Corso laughs, genuinely stunned. His cracked skull-like face leans in close, one red eye glowing. You're still lacking, he warns. You barely scraped by with the 8th. Your fate is my fate, Vicur cuts him off, is to master the Baskerville 10th technique. I accept that, King Corso roars back with a delighted, fanged grin. Vicur slumps down, exhausted but smiling through the blood. But he adds, I need to leave this tower right now. There are things I still need to do while I'm alive, he says, pressing a hand to his wound. Cane Corso mulls it over, things he needs to do. He's got something to live for, Cane Corso realizes, not just some vague will to survive. No, that's beside the point, he decides flatly. As long as the tower has you trapped, you simply cannot leave. Right on cue, blinding light bursts through somewhere behind them and Vikir's whole face goes rigid with shock. Even Cane Corso's cracked face freezes mid-sentence. Light floods the whole chamber from some unseen source. Vikir doesn't waste the opening, his sword is already swinging. The tower doors opened on their own, Cane Corso mutters, completely thrown. Impossible, he breathes. Vikir just narrows his eyes. What's the meaning of this? Are you trying to distract me? Vikir demands, sword raised, not buying it for a second. No, Cane Corso answers flatly, meeting his blade head-on. I think Vikir realizes the tower itself wants this fight to end right here. Cane Corso lets out a bitter laugh. That's what the tower wants, the grave of swords. Does that mean I'm shackled here forever with no choice but to let the child go? Then what about my freedom? He presses. Vikir levels a look at him. You want me to kill you? With the Baskerville 10th technique, right? Cane Corso finishes for him. Once I master the 10th technique, Vikir vows, I'll come back and free you myself with my own sword. So wait for me, he says, dead serious. Cane Corso just grins. I see, so fate keeps flowing no matter what, huh? Understood, I'll be waiting, he agrees. As Vikir's pulled away, one last question bursts out of him. Wait, were you the one who tore up the sword scriptures on the lurking ambush technique? Why would you do that? He shouts, but the light's already swallowing him whole, answer or not. Everything dissolves into wind and static as the vision breaks apart. The blood-red world fades into something colder, quieter. Clouds and open sky swirl into view. And just like that, Vikir's back standing somewhere windswept and real, something small skittering onto his shoulder. It's his tiny spider companion, clinging on and looking just as startled as he does. In his hand, he's gripping something solid, actual branches. Are these from the tree of departed souls, he wonders. He pauses, putting it together. Did he know this was my goal all along? From the very start, he asks himself, pressing a hand to his still healing wound. Bruised, bloody, and grinning anyway, he admits it. There were plenty of complications along the way, but he got it done. We open in the grand hall of some noble academy, golden light spilling down through a chandelier. Like this is a wedding, not a pop quiz. 10 young hopefuls file in through the dark, all dressed to the nines, because apparently even sword school has a dress code. They cross a glowing gold floor toward the guy who's about to make, or ruin, their whole week. An ancient, robed elder addresses the 10 students who clawed their way through their family's brutal second-stage trials. Congratulations, he booms, calling this an unprecedented year. Even the freshmen surprised everyone by making the final 10. The Academy's own representatives step forward and formally bow their respect to the group. But don't get too comfortable with the applause, the elder warns, because they're not done yet, not even close. Beyond the trial's gate sits a vault stuffed with dormant magic artifacts, just waiting to be claimed. Today's the one day a year that door actually opens, no pressure. Whoever goes in gets exactly 5 hours inside. Once that clock runs out, the door slams shut and doesn't open again until next year's competition. It's an ironclad rule, come out late and nobody's coming in after you. The elder makes it painfully clear, miss the deadline and you're on your own, permanently. Then he turns and singles out one student by name, Vikir. You must heed my words, he warns, like he already knows this kid's going to be the problem. Sure enough, Vikir strolls in late and his 3 blonde escorts, the Highborough triplets immediately rip into him for nearly getting the whole group locked out. Elsewhere, a sharp-dressed official swears she's staking her own position on keeping this competition clean, no funny business. Cut to Vikir, glasses on, poker face fully engaged, like none of this phases him even a little. In his head though, he's still processing something wild inside that vault's tower. Barely a day seemed to pass for him, but out here, 10 whole days went by. The floor where he took down some beast called Cane Corso turned out to be the lowest level of the whole tower. Which means the upper floors might be warping time even worse. Good to know for next year, right? But whatever he found down there, it was worth every second of it. He walks off with that unreadable little smile of his, red aura flickering just under the surface. One more piece of the puzzle down, he's just gotten one step closer to hunting the 10 elite corpses. Back at headquarters, the clock's ticking down 5 hours, 30 minutes and counting on a vault door that doesn't care about anyone's feelings. A cluster of robed academy officials gathers, muttering that it's about time the kids started filing back out. One official just wants confirmation the group's coming back in one piece. Another can't stop wondering which magic trinkets the kids managed to walk away with. Turns out the students don't pick their artifacts at all, it's the artifacts that pick them, which is a little unsettling if you think about it too hard. Whatever they end up holding, it means the vault itself has already vouched for their talent. Naturally, two of the officials can't help sniping at each other about which faction should have won this whole competition. One accuses the other of only pretending to care about the students now that his own side lost. Brutal but fair. As the wait drags on, someone wonders aloud just how many of the 10 will actually get picked by an artifact at all. Then finally, Movement Ashu steps down through a blast of blue light. The students are coming out, and they come out swinging. A hulking redhead, a poised brunette, a jittery white-haired kid, all riding a wave of pure adrenaline. One by one, the panel orders them to report exactly what their new artifact can do. First up, a wand loaded with a literal pink dragon scale. Simple enough, it just cranks up his mana. Next, a heart-shaped hairpin that blocks one psychic attack with a catch so cheesy it's basically a punchline. It only works if her one true love is standing right next to her. Then the muscle of the group flexes out an armored gauntlet called the Demon King's Hand, built purely to hit harder. He's clearly thrilled with himself about it too. Another artifact reportedly shows a person's true colors, though only on people weaker than whoever's holding it. And then, surprise, 3 familiar blonde faces step up together, holding 3 swords that only get stronger drawn side by side, the 3-branched sword fittingly claimed by the Hybero triplets. Last but not least, a flashy one-eyed show-off claims the Hat of Wealth. It literally grows his mana based on how much cash it swallows. Only in this world does greed come with a magic upgrade. Watching it all, the officials admit it's a strange year. Every single artifact actually recognized real talent in its holder. Then the head elder starts counting down the seconds himself, 25. Someone notices him sweating buckets and asks what's wrong, 24. 23, and then it drops. One student still hasn't come back. The whole panel freezes. What? Here's the terrifying part, no student has ever walked out of that vault past the deadline without an artifact already backing them up. The gate just sits there, glowing, completely indifferent to the panic it's causing. Where is he? One of the finalists shouts. He needs to come out right now if he wants to live. Vikir, someone whispers, right as the countdown hits 15 seconds. The Hybero triplets go pale, 14, 12. 10, 8, 7, every second drags on forever. Where's Vikir? They both cry out, watching the number crash toward 0, 5, 4. And then something or someone slams straight through the wall of light. 2 seconds left. 1, a foot slams down through the doorway right on the buzzer. The whole gate erupts in a blast of golden light. One of the officials straight up face plants onto the floor from sheer relief, dignity officially abandoned. She's just lying there, hair everywhere, wheezing like she ran the marathon herself. Between huffs, she manages to gasp out the line of the day, the protagonist always arrives last. And there he is, strolling out of the smoke and gold dust like he wasn't just cutting it down to the literal last second. The whole group's jaws hit the floor. Even his own triplets just stand there, completely speechless. The old overseer can barely get the name out, still in shock the kid actually made it. Vikir, meanwhile, looks completely unbothered, like he didn't just skate in under the wire on purpose. Because here's the truth nobody in that hallway knows. Rewind 10 days and Vikir's dropping alone into the dark, deep inside the vault's tower. Finally he mutters, "I'm all alone." Something shifts in the darkness ahead of him. His whole plan was never about grabbing loot, he came here to kill something in total secrecy before it wakes up and starts scheming. Only problem, he still has to actually find the 7th corpse first. So he starts prowling the ruined halls like the world's creepiest hall monitor. "I can smell it," he says quietly. This is the scent of a demon, he realizes. He passes rows of glowing potions lined up like a twisted little pharmacy. Then racks of enchanted weapons humming with power, practically begging to be picked. He wonders, half joking, if he's supposed to feel some kind of glow when an artifact chooses him. Sorry, he mutters to the entire vault, but none of you are what I'm here for. What he's actually hunting is somewhere very specific. This thing is different from every other monster he's fought, the only one of the 10 elite corpses that isn't even alive in any normal sense. His hand closes around it, and the whole floor lights up in a golden sigil beneath him. Sitting right there on its little pedestal disguised as nothing more than a sword, the 7th corpse, Decoravia. Because of course the deepest darkness always hides behind the brightest light. Rule 1 of monster hunting, apparently. The second his hand touches the hilt, the whole thing erupts in furious red energy. Hide and seek is over, he says, and his eyes flare crimson. He's already swinging before the thing can even fully wake up. The impact rips through the vault in a blinding flash of red and gold. Vikir goes airborne, aura roaring, bringing the sword down with everything he's got. The seal holding the thing in check starts cracking wide open. And underneath it something enormous starts to open, a single, massive, burning red eye. Vikir lands hard, sword still raised, breathing ragged because whatever this is, it's clearly not done yet. The demon's massive eye-shaped mark blazes across the whole chamber like a second sun. Did you wake me? A voice booms out, dripping with amusement. Weak and foolish human, it sneers, and that's not exactly the reaction you want from something you just tried to kill. Its fanged burning symbol pulses brighter, radiating pure malice. And just like that, the file drops risk rating S+, discovered deep inside something called the Gate of Destruction. Officially one of the 10 disasters, ancient scripture says it will destroy crops like a horde of locusts. So yeah, this is the part where the chapter just ends. Deep in a sealed chamber, ancient shackled plating starts to twitch. Something that has been locked away for a very long time is waking up. 3 sealed relics flare to life at once, and a monstrous red eye tears open in the dark, wings of fire spreading out behind it. The blast rips clean through the vault. Whatever this thing is, it is not staying asleep any longer. A lone figure watches it all unfold and mutters to himself, wondering out loud if it grew this massive by feasting on the mana of the artifacts around it. He admits he thought about just cutting the thing while it still sat quietly on the shelf. Turns out it was only hiding how powerful it really was. The awakened monster cackles, drunk on its own power, bragging that it can now tear open the gate of the abyss and wipe out humanity itself. Big talk for something that just woke up. This is the 7th corpse, Decoravia, risk rating S+, dug up from deep inside a place called the Gate of Destruction. It screams for the humans below to fall into despair. It turns toward the one who woke it, snarling that its time has finally come. Framed against the fire and those massive wings stands one lone figure, completely unbothered. This is our disguised hero, and he is not backing away. The demon demands to know who dares stand before it. He answers flatly, he is the human who woke it up. The demon reels, a human? Impossible, it says, since he reeks of demonic energy it assumed only a fellow demon could have woken it. Without a word he draws a crimson blade, and it hums with the exact same demonic aura the creature just sensed. The demon's eye goes wide, it recognizes that blade. Is that Beelzebub, it asks the sword of gluttony itself. It shrieks, demanding to know how a mere human wields the power of an ancient demon constellation. He does not bother answering, he just says it will be destroyed anyway. His fist ignites in red light as he closes the distance, done talking. The strike lands and the whole chamber lights up white hot. And somehow the demon just starts laughing. Okay human, it says, like it just decided this fight is actually kind of fun. That laugh throws him off more than the fight did. He pauses mid-swing, genuinely caught off guard. A contract the demon offers. He repeats the word back, weighing it, not exactly trusting where this is going. The demon asks, almost offended, if he woke it up without even knowing what it was. He answers simply, he knows exactly what it is. You're a demon, he says plainly, cutting straight through any theatrics. To be specific, it corrects, it was a demon. It has been asleep for 1,000 years. A flashback flickers past, an old war shadow monsters swarming a winged figure. Whoever wakes it, it explains, is the one who decides what kind of demon it becomes. Its personality is basically shaped by whoever cracks it open. He turns that idea over in his head, clearly already scheming. Listen up, the demon says, ready to lay out its terms. He does not listen, he just swings the blade at it again, still testing exactly how tough this thing really is. Another slash rips through the chamber, sparks and light trailing behind it. The demon flinches back, yelping at him to knock it off. What exactly does he think he is doing? Why is he still trying to hurt it? It pleads, sounding genuinely rattled now. His answer is ice cold, demons must die, simple as that as far as he is concerned. Another brutal hit lands, no words needed this time. The demon panics, admitting its own regeneration cannot keep up with him. At this rate, it realizes it is actually in trouble. It is honestly going to die, it wails, then blurts out a desperate correction. Hold on, it is not even a demon anymore. He is not buying it, simple as that. He does not trust demons. He blinks, catching a shift in the air. The scent of a demon, he notes, has vanished. He finishes, genuinely surprised by the change. The once terrifying monster has shrunk down into a nervous little star-shaped puff, wailing that it is now useless to the other demons. For the next 1,000 years, it declares, it is siding with the humans, and it swears up and down that it is going to be genuinely useful. It can sniff out artifacts that do not belong, it claims, and its knowledge of history runs deep. It can even conjure shields, and not just any shields. Shields, he repeats, suddenly a lot more interested than he was a second ago. During an ancient cataclysm called the Time of the Fall, it explains, this same shield absorbed the combined mana of 9 demons and held off every attack mankind's armies could throw at it. People called it the Weeping Wall, it adds, clearly proud of the name. If that kind of power ever ends up on the side of humans, he muses, it could matter a lot, especially if another fall really is coming. Fine, the little demon squeaks, and he tells it to start talking, spill everything. He wants every scrap of knowledge it has on the 10 elite corpses, and he warns it, if it tries to play him, he will destroy it so thoroughly it will not even have a recognizable shape left. Not exactly subtle, but effective. It folds immediately. Okay, it will cooperate. It begs him to stop saying such terrifying things so casually right before he tells it to excuse him for a moment and reaches out to seal the deal. A glowing star settles into his open palm as the pact takes hold, ancient power folding itself down into something small enough to carry. The light traces up his arm as the contract finishes binding itself to him. What was, minutes ago, a 1,000-year-old S+ disaster is now dangling off his collar as a glowing little star charm. As he turns the new pendant over in his fingers, inspecting his prize, a small, slightly offended voice pipes up. What exactly does he think he is doing? With the demon handled, there is just one small problem left. He asks it how they are actually supposed to get out of here. Its confident, all-knowing energy evaporates instantly. It stammers, apparently that part was not covered. Meanwhile, on the other side of that sealed door, something is pounding against it, over and over. Someone outside is screaming for the door to open, hammering against the massive golden gate with everything they have got. Open the gate, they demand again, fists slamming into the unyielding metal. The academy's stressed-out president shoves his way forward, shouting that his student still has not come out. Somebody open this door right now. The pounding just keeps coming, echoing down the hall. Through it all, the school's elderly principal stands perfectly calm, watching the chaos unfold without a word. He finally speaks up, calling out one of the knights by name and asking just what he thinks he is doing, fists bloody from pounding on solid gold. The knight snaps back that they have to at least try to do something, refusing to just stand around. Nearby, a trio of loyal knights drop to their knees, swearing to their liege that they will do absolutely everything in their power to save him. Footsteps pound down the corridor as more people rush toward the sealed door. 2 of his closest friends can barely hold it together, both choking out his name through tears. The principal warns them flatly, if anyone is thinking about breaking that gate down by force, they can forget it. From above, the massive door looks even more hopeless, one small figure collapsed helplessly in front of it. It really is unbreakable, someone murmurs, staring up at the spiked iron frame. Somewhere in the crowd, someone whispers his name like it might be the last time they get to say it. Then a strange glow flickers along the doorframe, and every face in the hallway goes still. Without warning, a beam of light shoots straight up out of the sealed gate. Every single person in that hallway freezes at once. The unbreakable gate blows wide open in a wall of light and flying debris. The shockwave sends people staggering backward, shielding their eyes from the blast. The old principal's composed mask finally cracks, stunned into silence. The knight who was just pounding on the door goes wide-eyed, arms still half raised. Out of the blinding light comes a familiar, almost sheepish voice. "My apologies. I am a little late," he says, strolling out of the wreckage like he just stepped out of a meeting. Not a scratch on him, red eyes calm as ever behind those glasses. Nothing to see here, apparently. The whole crowd just stares, relief and disbelief crashing into each other on every face. A torn sleeve is about the only visible evidence that he was fighting anything at all in there. He starts spinning a cover story on the fly, holding up the pendant and claiming the artifact can destroy barriers, but it is one-time use, so he never gets to finish the sentence because someone just screamed his name and is already sprinting straight at him. There is no stopping this one. She closes the gap in seconds flat. He barely gets her name out before she slams into him, sobbing into his chest that she genuinely thought he was never coming back. She will not let go, and honestly he does not seem to mind, even as the rest of the group closes in behind her. The scarred knight grins ear to ear, raising a fist in salute. "Good job, Vikir," he starts to say, then catches himself. "Chief," he corrects, and the kneeling knights echo it right back. "We believed in you, my liege." The rest of his friends finally exhale together, every one of them melting with relief now that he is actually standing in front of them. Privately, he is sweating over a completely different problem. Why has literally nobody questioned how he actually opened that gate? A familiar voice calls his name from behind, cutting through the noise. The old principal steps up and for once offers something close to real warmth. "Well done." Still wrapped around him, she finally manages a quiet thank you. He lets himself relax just for a second, deciding that things really did work out in the end. He looks down at her with a rare, softer expression, one more secret safely tucked away behind those glasses, one more day where nobody figured out just how much power he is actually hiding. Word gets out that someone shattered the treasure room's barrier, and it's no small incident. The people guarding it and the school heads themselves immediately launch an investigation. They dig into the strange inverse star artifact used to blow the barrier open. Only problem, the thing shows zero reaction to mana, dead as a rock. According to its owner, that's expected. Once its power gets used one single time, it never responds to mana again. So officially case closed, the once mighty artifact gets demoted to a fancy, ominous necklace. Nothing to see here, Suyer. And with that whole messy affair, the university's Grand League quietly comes to an end. Cut to now, Vikir, hiding behind his mild-mannered student look, glasses and all, suddenly snaps to attention like something just caught him off guard. What's this? He's holding up a poster someone pinned to his desk, announcing a mock investment competition. Something about how the flow of the economy can't be predicted, but a minority of geniuses can supposedly read it anyway. The fine print, it's hosted at the so-called economy's backbone, a stepping stone into the real financial big leagues, open to every academy student, and it kicks off 1 week after the poster shows up. Vikir, sweat on his brow, wonders out loud if the survival competition circuit is even still running because a mock investment contest? Seriously. There really is a competition for everything, he mutters, right as someone yanks on the cord around his neck and calls his name. It's Piggy holding up a spiky little pendant. "This necklace is yours, right?" Turns out Vikir left it behind in the shower and Piggy walks in mid-bath to return it, going wide-eyed and red-faced at the sight of him. "Looks like I forgot it in the shower." "Thanks, Piggy," Vikir says, completely unbothered by any of this. Still flustered, Piggy admits he half figured the dorms weren't split by gender just because of how pretty Vikir looks. One glance later, nope, definitely a guy. Vikier just towels off, quietly smirking, amused he can still get that kind of reaction out of people. Back in the dorm, Piggy asks what he was mumbling about earlier out by the facilities. Nothing, Vikier deflects. Then Piggy spots the poster sitting on the desk and asks what it's all about. Soon, the mock investment competition kicks off, a contest where you scout promising stocks or industries ahead of time, bet on their future, and cash in big. And running the whole thing, the famous bourgeois family. Yes, that wealthy, scales and gold coin kind of famous. Piggy practically lights up, thrilled about the perks waiting for anyone who wins or ranks high. Pig is thinking to himself, since he can't fight his way to the top, he'll rack up bonus points through competitions like this one instead. Sure, Pig is no swordsman, everybody at this school already knows that much. But Vikier's clocked something else about him. Pig has got a real gift for basically everything that isn't combat. Especially soaking up information, gathering intel, and piecing it together. Exactly the kind of edge this investing contest rewards. Elsewhere on campus, an overexcited talent scout is losing his mind trying to recruit Piggy before a rival house snatches him up first. Bring him to me before someone else takes him. Meanwhile, Vikier's little necklace creature is gnawing on his hand again. Hoo-ha, go away, why are you munching on me? Elsewhere, a fired-up cadet clenches her fist, eyeing a familiar white-haired rival from behind. Sinclair, this time. This time I'm winning, she vows, while a shirtless classmate nearby just nods along, admitting he's lost to Sinclair every single time this contest's rolled around. I heard she's ridiculously good at economics and investing, the determined cadet adds. No way I'm losing to her again. Except one glance at the clock, it's nearly midnight already. I'm late, I've got a meeting with the professor going ahead without you, someone bolts off in a full-blown panic. Papers go flying as feet pound down the hallway in a mad dash. And Vikier, necklace creature in hand, just chuckles to himself watching the chaos unfold. Ha ha. Then the story swings into the dead of night, a lone crescent moon hanging over the sleeping capital. The streets sit empty under flickering lamplight, exactly the kind of quiet that never stays quiet for long. The moon's reflection ripples across a puddle below. Someone's running and running scared. Footsteps slap against cold stone, faster and faster. He splashes clean through a puddle mid-sprint without even slowing down. He's gasping for air, absolutely terrified, sweat pouring down his face. Whoever or whatever is chasing him isn't letting up for a second. And there it is behind him, a grinning, hatchet-wielding figure straight out of a nightmare. Damn it, he curses under his breath, sweat dripping, realizing there's nowhere left to hide. His hunter finally names him, Edward Bourbon Jr. A blade glints in the moonlight, closing the distance. Who are you? How long have you been following me? Edward shrieks, cornered. His stomach drops, he never even sensed this hunter coming, not even a flicker of presence. Did Ouroboros send you? Edward demands, backing away. The hooded hunter's red eyes narrow. The night hound Ouroboros is chasing, no idea what you mean, but Edward, actually should I call you? By your priest name, Saint Bourbon. Edward goes pale, why did you look into me? The two face off in the alley as the hunter closes the last few steps. Turns out Edward is a high-ranking priest in a shady new cult up north, the Ohm cult. 25 years ago he assaulted and murdered his own cousin to seal his very first demon contract, and he's been ruining families with cult business ever since. He also joined the demon army specifically to go to war against the Quo Vadis family. Using his scripture knowledge as a weapon, he infiltrated the temple as a spy and quietly stirred an uprising behind the Allied forces' backs during the Holy War. That dealt a critical blow to the heroes Tudor La Mancha, Don Quixote, Bianca Foe Usher, and the rest. Am I right? The hunter presses. Edward, grinning like something's come loose in his head, admits it. Yeah, the priesthood, the cousin, all true, but I have no idea what the rest of that was about, he screams, genuinely lost. That part hasn't happened yet in this timeline, only Vikier with his memories of the future would know it. Doesn't matter, the hunter lunges. Edward goes down hard as a burst of crimson light rips through him. One clean, brutal strike finishes it. Even setting aside everything that hasn't happened yet, the hunter mutters, walking off with a dripping blade, you were already scum. Edward's body hits the ground and somewhere in the distance, someone else takes notice. The hunter pauses, the scent of a demon, something's tucked away in the corpse's pocket. He pulls out a blood-stained document. It's a forged exemption, a certificate absolving this faithful believer of all their sins, supposedly issued by the Old Testament faction. Forging one is punishable by law. He mutters that this whole exemption-selling racket should have died the moment he killed the 9th corpse, Dantalion. The paper still reeks of demon, plain and simple. It really does, and it's incredibly dense. Something chimes in, his little necklace creature, sniffing it out. The creature's certain this scent belongs to the 6th corpse, who used to be best friends with the 9th. Looks like I need to pay the Quo Vadis family another visit, Vikyr decides, tucking the evidence away. Something else is nagging at him though, something Edward said earlier. Midrant, Edward had sneered about a woman named Ouroboros, blaming her for wrecking his plan to take over the capital, right before the necklace creature asked point-blank if Vikyr was the one she was hunting. Turns out this Ouroboros has been hunting the capital's criminals too, and apparently she's dying to meet the Night Hound in person. Vikyr had written her off as just some psycho playing hero. Cut to her, long white hair spilling under the moonlight, a whip coiled in hand, stalking a rooftop like she owns the whole skyline. Except it turns out she's not just a psycho, she's a scheming psycho. Big difference, apparently. Something or someone gets sent flying in the fallout of her hunt. She struts onto the scene in her heels, clocking the aftermath immediately. He was already here. Kneeling by the body Vikyr left behind, she sighs, half annoyed and half delighted. When will he finally show me that glorious figure of his, I wonder? She licks her lips behind that mask of hers, grinning ear to ear, clearly savoring the thrill of the chase. Should I wait a little longer, she purrs into the dark, or come find you myself? And on that deliciously unhinged cliffhanger, the chapter ends. We open high over the rooftops of the imperial capital, the city sprawling out below, life buzzing along like nothing's wrong. Spoiler, something is very wrong. Down at street level, our disguised hero is doing some very ordinary window shopping, hood up, glasses on, browsing a stall stacked with animal masks like any other tourist. He points one out and the young stall keeper scrambles to wrap it up for him. Just a guy buying a mask, definitely not planning to sneak into anywhere with it. Thank you, she chirps, handing it over. Wholesome little transaction, nothing suspicious here at all. He allows himself a small, satisfied smile. I knew it, he mutters, whatever he's planning, step one is officially a go. He melts back into the weekend crowds and the streets of the imperial capital get packed on weekends. Great cover for a guy in a hood who really doesn't want to be recognized. Under that hood, messy dark hair, glasses, and a pair of red eyes that give away exactly who we're really looking at, no matter how ordinary the outfit. He looks up at the grand cathedral looming over the capital. Is this it? Yep, ground zero for whatever he's about to pull. Inside, a church clerk is working the crowd like a market barker. Special discount, only for today, it's your golden chance to write off your sins at half price. Nothing says devout faith like a flash sale. Our disguised hero drifts through the line, eavesdropping, as one very relieved customer sighs, I was in trouble because of my guilt, but now I feel refreshed. Refreshed, sure. Two bystanders gossip nearby. Oh, is it because of what happened before? One asks. Yeah, the other laughs, the time I hit a child with my carriage while I was drunk. Vikyr's expression doesn't move, but you can feel the temperature drop. I heard that child died, comes the reply, and the guy just keeps smiling. Unluckily for me, she died, and I was so pissed I couldn't sleep properly, the noble chuckles, so I came to repent while exemptions are on sale. Repenting, discount included. I bought a really expensive one so I won't need to compensate the victim's family, he grins. Isn't it amazing? His friend just laughs along, then who cares, you're so kind. Kind is one word for it. Something at Vikyr's chest starts cackling, a small demonic charm hanging from his collar, twisting into a wide, wicked grin at the whole exchange. Hey master, it rasps, getting his attention. Is that how humans actually are? It asks. Appearances aside, they're basically the same as demons. Coming from an actual demon, that's not a compliment, it's a diagnosis. Cut to a wide shot. A steady river of penitents flowing into the church, all here to buy their way out of guilt one gold piece at a time. Vikyr folds into the line without a hitch, and soon enough the clerk waves him forward. May the next person come in. Under the hood, his disguise holds glasses, messy hair, just enough calm to pass for any other bored churchgoer. Those red eyes are doing a lot of heavy lifting, honestly. Thank you for waiting, the priest beams, all charm, no idea who just sat down across from him. What sin have you committed? He asks smoothly. Is there a particular exemption you're looking for? Customer service, but for absolution. Vikyr leans in, dead serious. If I can repent for the sins I've committed in the past, then am I able to repent for the sins I'll commit in the future? Somewhere, an accountant weeps. The priest's smile freezes solid. That is not a question he was ready for. He recovers fast, though greed wins out. And an extreme crime, I see, then you've come to exactly the right place. He's practically vibrating with excitement now. However, that will be expensive as the crime is, as you said, extreme. Will that be okay? If so, please head to our VVIP exclusive prayer room and wait, we'll bring you some tea. Absolution apparently has a loyalty program now. Vikyr, still perfectly deadpan, asks the obvious question. By the way, how big is this crime that you're willing to buy such an expensive exemption for? Cut to the fancy private room where Vikyr finally drops the bombshell. I'm going to kill one of my neighbor's pigs. There's an awkward pause. Is that an extreme crime? The priest asks, visibly recalculating his commission. Pigs are living creatures, Vikyr points out, completely straight-faced. Isn't taking a life a sin? The priest's polite mask cracks clean in half. Oi, he snaps, suddenly looking a lot less holy. Do you think I'm not busy just because I'm smiling while I talk to you? He fumes. I just met a man who killed a child with his carriage and another who committed arson, and now, for the first time ever, someone came all this way just to tell me he's going to kill a pig. He lets out a long, defeated sigh. Fine, I'm proud that you came all the way here over a mere pig. The sarcasm could strip paint. Vikyr just watches him, perfectly unbothered. Mission accomplished, apparently. Cough up 1 gold and get lost, the priest grumbles, shoving a certificate at him. Don't commit a sin next time and don't come back. Vikyr politely, thank you. And just like that, the priest's smile snaps right back on for the next family in line. All right, next person please, the show must go on. The certificate itself reads plain as day. This faithful believer is absolved from all their sins, issued by the Old Testament faction. Forging this will result in punishment. Very official, very for-profit. Vikyr wipes his hands off, his expression darkening. There's a faint demonic smell, he notes quietly, coming from the church and from this exemption. He's sure of it now, it's definitely the scent of the 6th corpse. He may not be in the church itself, Vikyr reasons, but we can't rule out his involvement. I'm sure he's somewhere in the capital. Before he can finish that thought, something catches his eye. Why is she here? He mutters, when she should be at school. There, weaving nervously through the church crowd in an oversized white hood, is a very familiar blonde head trying very hard not to be noticed. Vikyr's eyes go wide. Dollars, of all the people to run into undercover in a corrupt church. Meanwhile, Dolores threads her way through the churchgoers, blissfully unaware she's already drawing a few curious glances. Up close, she's a bundle of nerves, eyes darting everywhere, sweat beading despite the layers of white cloth she's wrapped herself in. Am I just going to walk in here with confidence and look around? She asks herself, already regretting every choice that led to this moment. It might be more suspicious for the saintess to secretly come inside a church like this. Yes, it might. She steels herself? No, there's no way anyone will recognize me. My disguise is perfect. Meanwhile, a passerby is already giving her a very confused look. So what is the saintess of the New Testament faction doing at the Old Testament church's exemption counter? Good question. She's about to answer it herself. After Quilty of the Indulgentia family, after Dantalion died, she recalls, the ledger of exemptions and indulgences got exposed to the entire world. And yet, she thinks bitterly, to think these very same practices are still popular with the public. Right now, the Quo Vadis clergy is in outright chaos, every bit of attention locked on the brewing war between the New and Old Testament factions. And in that vacuum, pseudo-cults are spreading like an infection through every corner of the empire. The Indulgentia family, the Old Testament faction's actual money source, has simply vanished off the map. So how exactly is the faction at the center of all this still funding itself? By selling exemptions, or did they find some other source of funding, she wonders. I've infiltrated this place to find out for myself. Before she can dig any further, someone in the crowd shouts the words that change everything. He's here. He came, the crowd roars, surging toward the entrance. And there he is, Cardinal Humbert himself, raising a hand in blessing as the crowd erupts, chanting his name like he's a rock star, not a clergyman. Please look this way, Kayaya. His title flashes up plain as day, Cardinal of the Old Testament faction, Humbert Lun Quo Vadis, star power confirmed. Buried in the crowd, Dolores goes rigid because that adored cardinal happens to be her own father. The crowd parts around him like he's royalty, one random onlooker doing a genuine double take. The cardinal strides through, flanked by his aide, radiating exactly the kind of untouchable authority that makes a corruption investigation very inconvenient. Aide-de-camp, he murmurs, there's something I need to take care of. Let's walk around before entering the church. Understood, Cardinal, comes the immediate, obedient reply. Dolores watches him go, the word catching in her throat like a stone. Cardinal, not Dad, that gap says everything. She ducks further into the shadows as he passes close enough to touch, close enough to recognize her if he so much as glanced sideways. She grips her own sleeves white-knuckled, holding perfectly still. Why is Humbert, she starts, then catches herself, no, my father. Ever since she learned her own father was tied to Quilty's exemption ledger, nothing about him has looked the same to her. The rift between her, devoted to the New Testament faction's ideals, and her father, Cardinal of the Old Testament faction, has only gotten deeper since. From the beginning, the thought breaks off unfinished, too painful to complete. She can't stand still with it any longer. She turns and bolts down the corridor, blinking back tears. Which is exactly when she slams face first into someone coming the other way. Oh, ow, sorry, she winces, rubbing her nose. I wasn't looking where I was going, neither was the guy she just flattened apparently. Unfortunately, that little collision was loud enough to catch a guard's ear. Over here, one of them barks, pointing straight at them. Vicky's head snaps up. There are suspicious people over here. Another guard yells, and suddenly two hooded strangers colliding in a hallway looks a lot more incriminating. Capture them, comes the order, and just like that, this quiet infiltration turns into a full-blown chase. Dolores freezes, panic written all over what little of her face is visible. Guards close in fast with spears leveled, shouting for them to stop. Spoiler, they do not stop. Vicky grabs her by the hand and hauls her into a run. Wait, is all she manages before her feet catch up with the rest of her. The two of them tear across the courtyard, robes flying, guards scrambling to keep pace behind them. It's a full sprint through stone corridors now, and for a supposedly holy building, this place has an awful lot of guards on hand. It doesn't last, a squad cuts them off up ahead. Don't move. Remove your hoods and reveal yourselves, one guard orders, spear raised. Vicky just looks at them, silent. Sizing them up like this is barely an inconvenience. Then he grabs the nearest guard by the collar with a smirk. The way people of the Old Testament faction do their greeting, he says, is very peculiar. That's when the cardinal himself, drawn by the commotion, steps in with his aide right behind him. The color drains out of the cardinal's face the moment he gets a good look. He recognizes this hood all right. Vicky switches targets without missing a beat, taking the cardinal by the collar instead. It's been a while, Cardinal Humbert. In the chaos that follows, Vicky scoops Dolores along and slaps a mask over her face mid-sprint, both their hearts hammering as they bolt for the exit. She peers out from under what turns out to be a ridiculous floppy-tongued dog mask, cheeks burning, though whether that's from the running or from him grabbing her hand, she's not saying. Behind them, the cardinal and his aide are left standing there, utterly stunned at what just walked right through their fingers. That mask, by the way, is doing absolutely nothing to help anyone look less suspicious. But between the dog mask, the getaway, and the very firm grip on her hand, the chapter leaves us right where a good caper should. The saintess flustered, the sixth corpse still out there somewhere and a lot left to be continued. We open cold on a quiet church bell tower at night when a voice cuts through the dark demanding to know exactly who's lurking up there. Whoever's hiding up there is not in the mood to chat. A hand slaps over a mouth and hisses for quiet before anyone gets spotted. And there he is, floppy dog mask and all, our masked vigilante shushing a very startled blonde girl mid-getaway, subtle as ever. Somewhere close by, someone else catches that voice and freezes. They know exactly who that is. A hand yanks at the hood and the name drops like a rock, the Night Hound. Yeah, that vigilante everyone's been whispering about. Cut to a quieter hallway deep in the church where a small hooded figure shuffles in and gets a warm, knowing greeting. It's been a while, and the face behind that greeting belongs to Cardinal Martinleather, the New Testament faction's own graying, soft-spoken old clergyman. He's here on a visit to a rival church, and the small talk already sounds like a knife fight dressed up in politeness. Rats, you say? Martinleather plays innocent, hoping the jab wasn't aimed at him. His host, a smug, sharp-dressed young cardinal dripping in pearls, assures him with a smirk, of course not. So what brings the old man to the Old Testament faction's turf? Martinleather laughs it off. Just here to snoop around, he says. Cardinal, someone starts to ask, clearly not buying the casual act. Martinleather twists the knife himself. His own New Testament churches are practically empty, just flies buzzing around. Meanwhile, this Old Testament church is packed to the rafters with believers, and he's come to steal a few know-hows for himself. Doesn't the Pope always preach harmony between the two factions, he presses, a pointed question dressed up as small talk. His host shrugs it off. No real reason for the crowds, just a great location and a big population. Sure, totally that. Silence, the tension in that hallway could cut glass. The young cardinal announces he's off to an important meeting, then can't resist one more dig. Oh my, it seems this old man has taken up the precious time of an important figure. Ouch, bury him a little deeper, why don't you? Then comes the real humiliation. Please escort them safely out of the church. Politely thrown out, in other words. Yes sir, the guards chirp, all too happy to comply. Martinleather grits his teeth and swallows it, fist clenched tight behind that gentle old man's smile. This ground, he thinks bitterly, is crawling with demons just waiting to swallow everyone whole. But he steadies himself with an old creed, don't be afraid and stand tall. The truth always wins out in the end, he reminds himself. Even if your family, your wealth, your honor, your whole life gets ripped away from you. Heavy words for a quiet hallway, and a flashback starts creeping in. A name surfaces from the past. Lunmen tied to a snarling, blood-streaked memory this old man clearly still carries. The memory dissolves into red static, whatever happened back then left buried for now. Back to our masked hero, sprinting rooftops with a satisfied "yeah, this'll do." The getaway's working. Far enough from the church now, no one's chasing them anymore. His blonde companion catches her breath and thanks him for the save. She can't help but ask, though, how exactly did he know it was her under that hood? I noticed right away, he tells her, cool as ever. She teases right back that disguise of his is painfully obvious. Honestly, she's surprised nobody else clocked it. He just fumbles out an awkward "I see," not exactly the smooth vigilante comeback he was hoping for. She's giggling now and he's not sure why. Why are you laughing? He asks, a little defensive. She apologizes, still smiling. Didn't mean to offend, she just didn't peg him as the joking type. Then she pauses, remembering his aura's shifted a little since the last time the Night Hound pulled her out of danger. Her eyes well up a little as it clicks. She'd suspected all along that the Night Hound was really Vikir. There were other clues too, like the time she literally ran into Vikir on the academy stairs, someone nearby joking about whether he'd just killed somebody. And the time they hid from the sinister Quilty together. Mask on one side, glasses-wearing academy student on the other. Same guy, same eyes. She wonders aloud if all these coincidences are connected. Then, changing the subject fast, he turns the question right back on her. Why is the New Testament faction's own saintess sneaking around an Old Testament church in disguise? Oh, it's because, she starts, and here comes the real reason for tonight's little stakeout. With the church's two factions at each other's throats, cults and shady pseudo-religions have exploded everywhere, so she snuck in to investigate. Specifically, she's tracing where the Old Testament faction's suspiciously growing wealth is coming from, chaos or not. Worse, the Pope himself is showing signs of dementia, so there's no telling if anyone up top even knows what's going on. She admits quietly that her title as saintess is mostly for show. She doesn't actually hold much real power. Which is exactly why she's out here playing spy in a hood instead of, doing anything a saintess is supposed to do. He listens quietly, turning the whole mess over in his head. This is way too big a problem for her to untangle alone, he thinks. One day she'll be worshipped as a hero with real power behind her name, but right now, she's just a girl whose own adoptive father might be feeding information straight to a demon. And she barely has a single soul she can actually trust. His mind starts snapping pieces together: cults, pseudo-religions, and a grinning face lurking behind it all. The exemptions, he realizes, that's the thread to pull. All the puzzle pieces are finally clicking into place. He lays out his theory: the Old Testament faction is waging a quiet war to prove it's the superior church. To pull it off, they're literally selling the right to run your own religion to any cult willing to pay a steep price for the exemption. And once the New Testament faction caught wind of the scheme, that's exactly why Cardinal Martinluther paid his little visit. She stunned into silence. She had no idea the old man was sharp enough to have figured all that out himself. Then a new worry creeps in: if he's put this much together already, just how deep does the Night Hound's involvement in all this actually go? Still, he points out, cults and pseudo-religions are just the emerging muscle in this scheme. If there's a demon behind it, it'll be hiding well out of sight, pulling every string from the shadows. She agrees without hesitation. There's a mastermind somewhere in all this, he concludes. She realizes something too: the Night Hound is always right in the thick of these fights. And always doing it painfully alone. But not this time, she decides, chasing after him. She grabs his hand and practically begs, please, let her help. She may not be strong in a straight fight, she says, but she'll definitely be useful. He actually takes her up on it. Can she buff him again the way she did back when they fought Dantalion together? Her whole face lights up. His plan comes together fast. First, he's going after the cults and pseudo-religions directly. The ones tied to the Old Testament faction specifically. He claims he's got a way to round every last one of them up. Naturally, she wants details. He points at her, dead serious, ready to drop the big reveal. I need your body, he says, grabbing her arm without a hint of shame. Bold choice of words, buddy. You need, she manages to stammer out, already turning several shades of red. And there it is, full meltdown mode, eyes wide and cheeks blazing. She's completely frozen, brain still catching up with what he just said. What? She shrieks, and somewhere under that dog mask, he's clearly enjoying this way too much. Picture this: moonlit peaks under a bruised night sky, dead silent, which usually means something rotten is about to happen. That something is the Quo Vadis Church's so-called New Testament faction, tucked away on the outskirts of the capital. A nice quiet rooftop for a not-so-holy meeting. Down in the courtyard, hooded figures gather like it's a family reunion. It's been a while, everyone, one greets warmly, then can't resist a backhanded compliment: you look younger. Three robed leaders rappel down from the rooftop like they're auditioning for a heist movie. Leader, one calls out, practically glowing with respect, you have a great presence. The flattery keeps coming: it feels like you possess more of God's power now, before someone ruins it by pointing out he's actually lost weight. Must be the new concubine, they tease. The Manson Church's leader can't help but brag. He talked a grieving young widow into his flock just by whispering sweet nothings about the soul's liberation. Charming guy, truly. The Church's man cackles that he barely has to lift a finger. Say the word God and the gold and grain just roll in on their own. A hooded figure adds coldly that no one dares defy the word of God. Translation: nobody dares call out their scam. A sealed letter changes hands. Does this mean the higher-ups finally recognize them as official branches of the church? The excitement is almost embarrassing. That's right, one leader grins, tongue lolling out like a cartoon wolf. The sacred ceremony, somehow that sounds worse than it should. The sacred ceremony, it turns out, is an event where the faithful eat white bread and drink white wine before a glowing, halo-crowned saintess image. Standard church stuff so far. Except it's framed as literally eating the saintess's body and drinking her blood, all just an excuse to cement an official alliance between the corrupt churches. One leader practically preens, "Isn't it fortunate the New Testament faction finally came to their senses and asked to join them? They always acted so noble," he sneers. "Now I finally understand why." An old man leaning on a cane points out the real reason: without funding they can never beat the Old Testament faction. "Let's hear ins," he starts to say before getting cut off hard. Because something just slammed into the meeting out of nowhere. No warning, no mercy. Wow, what? Yeah, that about sums up everyone's reaction. The bald leader and his bespectacled lackey freeze as a dark hooded shape looms over them. Their cozy little conspiracy just got crashed. Enter the crasher, long silver hair, a menacing mask, purple energy crackling off her like a live wire. She is not here to join the church. "Why is there so much trash here?" she asks, unimpressed, like she just walked into a dumpster fire wearing heels. Cut to another corner of the city. A ring of knights surrounds a blonde woman with her back turned, a hooded figure watching close by. "Something's about to go down here too." "Ouroboros," someone murmurs, half in fear, "like you said she came." A masked figure is seized, demanding to know why Ouroboros is even here. Spoiler, she doesn't answer to anyone. Ouroboros strolls past a pair of skull-masked lackeys like she owns the block. This is clearly not her first cleanup job. Her reason for showing up? She heard the night HOUND made an appearance nearby. Though so far she shrugs, "All I'm seeing is smelly trash." She flashes a fanged grin under that mask, the kind of smile that means someone's about to have a very bad night. Back at the church rooftop, the leader panics. "What are you all doing?" "Kill her." "Bold plan, terrible plan." Knights swarm Ouroboros with blades drawn, fully committed to the worst decision of their lives. They don't even land a hit before she's already carving through their ranks. Purple energy erupts off her weapon in a blur. This is not a fair fight, and it was never going to be. One slash, that's basically all it takes. The whole formation folds in seconds, purple light slicing through steel and everything else in its path. Bodies hit the ground in a spray of blood as the last of the purple burst fades out. One of the leaders drops to his knees, face bloodied, finally understanding exactly what kind of night this is turning into. Ouroboros steps over the wreckage and asks, almost bored, "Are you three their leaders?" I'm the bald leader stammers, hand raised like that'll stop a sword. "Wait, how dare you? Make a scene in front of us?" he finishes, puffing his chest back up. "I am the god of the Manson Church." Then, unbelievably, he tries to flirt his way out of it. "Lucky for you, you're my type. Become my 21st wife and I won't punish you." Bold strategy for a guy currently bleeding. He gets an answer, all right, just not the one he wanted. Wyatt, from above, still processing what just happened to his god. Ouroboros leans in close. "You're a god, but you couldn't even block that." Devastating review, honestly. One of the other leaders screams defiance. "I'm not scared of someone like you." "Sure, buddy. I will never surrender," he roars, "because I am a true god who has descended into this world." The confidence really isn't matching the situation here. Her weapon drips blood in answer. Gods, it turns out, bleed just fine. "If you're really a god," Ouroboros muses, holding up a bottle, "then nothing should happen when you touch holy water, right?" She pours it right onto him and it starts hissing and smoking on contact. That is not what holy water is supposed to do. He screams bloody murder as it eats into him. "Oopsies," she says, not even trying to sound sorry. "I threw poison by accident." As he writhes, she turns to the last one standing. "You're the only piece of trash left." He instantly folds. Spare me, I'm not a god, I'm not even a priest, I'm just a cultist." Suddenly the humility kicks in. He tries a different angle, screeching that she's a heretic, as if that'll matter at this point. He grabs for her, desperate, but there's nowhere left to run. "So please, spare me, I beg of you," he sobs, all the fake divinity finally gone. Ouroboros doesn't look moved, not even a little. A choked cry, and then blood sprays across the stone. Her blade flashes again and again, purple light and red blood mixing under the moonlight. The last echo of the strike fades into silence. She walks away through the carnage, murmuring to herself, "So this is how you're going to use me." Standing alone amid the bodies, she looks less like a hero and more like a weapon someone else pointed and fired. Not one of the church's little conspiracy survives the night. "I really want to meet you one day," she says softly, almost dreamy for someone drenched in blood. "The only person who can excite me this much is you, Night Hound," and there it is, she's not hunting for the church, she's hunting for him. Elsewhere, soldiers rally themselves with false confidence. "We'll definitely catch her, sure you will." Someone clicks their tongue in frustration. Catching our Ouroboros is clearly easier said than done. Meanwhile, the surviving cult leader lies out cold, wheezing through a nasty wound, the only lead left standing, barely. A hooded figure with glowing eyes takes charge. "I'll interrogate him. Go and find the papers that contain the information." The blonde woman at his side, looking every bit like she'd rather be anywhere else, moves to follow the order. "Tell me everything you know about their funding," the hooded figure demands, all business. He dangles something small and glowing red right over the wound, a nasty little trick clearly designed to make silence very, very painful. "Staying silent is meaningless when you're facing me," he says, voice ice cold. "Tell me." "Highly confidential documents," someone reads aloud, eyes widening at exactly how deep this rabbit hole goes. The hooded figure scoops up the blonde woman and makes a run for it, the unconscious leader left crumpled behind them. Already, she gasps, eyes welling up, guards are closing in faster than expected. A sharp red eye glints from under the hood, calm even as the chase heats up. They hit the ground running, boots slamming down hard on stone. A clawed, wired grip flexes, ready to fight or flee at a moment's notice. Down below, a squad of armed soldiers scans the rooftops, cursing under their breath. "Damn it, did we miss them?" She's out of breath, heart pounding, but they're not caught yet. "Phew, we almost got caught," she breathes out, tucked into hiding beside him. "Of course," she says, composing herself, she's clearly used to running for her life by now. He flips through the stolen documents, eyes glowing red as he reads between the lines. "The dead people in front of the church," she says quietly, piecing it together, "are evil. And I will never forgive them," she finishes, as an image flashes of 3 grinning, red-eyed conspirators shaking hands over their scheme. "They're the kind of people who exploit others' grief and faith for profit," she explains. His methods were brutal, sure, but effective. Looking at a body left in the wreckage, she realizes, "So this is what you meant by wiping them all out. But how did you know our Ouroboros would show up back there?" she presses, genuinely curious. He goes quiet for a beat before she asks the real question hanging in the air, "Night Hound?" "It's the conglomerate bourgeois family," he finally says, looking out at the looming estate in the dark. "The ringleader of all these incidents." She reacts with a stunned "Wah what?" The pieces are bigger than she thought. Flipping through a ledger, she starts connecting the dots. "If you look at the transactions in here, the bourgeois family has been quietly buying up the Old Testament faction's exemptions with that very money. And in doing so, they've deliberately deepened the conflict between the Old and New Testament factions, chaos by design. The reason becomes clear. Divine power is the single most annoying obstacle standing between demons and total control. They've been quietly working to tear down the very foundation of that divine power, and they've been at it for a long, long time. Why are they doing this? She asks, unsettled by just how far the scheme reaches. They're clearing out every obstacle before something ominously dubbed the time of the fall begins. Are you planning to assassinate? She starts. The key figures of the bourgeois family, she finishes. His answer is simple, yes. She pauses, thinking it over. Assassination is a big step, even for people this rotten. We'll make them come to us, he says instead, and she blinks, caught completely off guard. His logic, money attracts money, wealth attracts wealth, simple as that. All they need is enough money of their own to make the bourgeois family come sniffing around first. Fortunately, he says with a glint in his eye, I have a friend who's very wealthy. Cut to a nervous-looking man in glasses, red eyes darting. Someone he clearly wasn't expecting has just crept up behind him. My oh my, I've missed you, my little brother, comes a voice dripping with false sweetness right before impact. A visitation room door creaks open, and a voice coos out, "My, oh my, I have missed you, little brother." A long-haired woman glomps our undercover hero on the spot, cranking the sibling act up to 11 while he just grits his teeth through it. Vikyr sits stone still, hands folded, giving nothing away, which of course only makes this look weirder to everyone watching. His academy buddies about fall over. "No way," one blurts. Vikyr has a family. Turns out the quiet nerd act was a little too convincing. Someone scolds tutor for being so rude about it, admitting Vikyr's never once talked about his own life, which is exactly why this whole scene is such a shock. Sancho just gapes, and tutor turns right around and demands to know why he looks so shocked too. "I don't know," Sancho mutters, still staring. "Vikyr just seems to be," he trails right off, completely lost for words. Tutor breaks a sweat as the sister teases the group, tossing off a little "how about a greeting, it's been a while," just to twist the knife. Once the friends clear out, it's just Vikyr and his sister alone at the table. "Looks like everyone's finally gone," she says, dropping the act a notch. She explains the last message had too much sensitive detail to risk in writing, so she came in person and gets an eek out of her the instant Vikyr flicks her square on the forehead. "This method is such a hassle for me, Cindy Wendy," he mutters, and there it is, the cover blown just for us. This sister is his own information broker in disguise. Cindy Wendy rounds on him, furious. No little brother on earth flicks his sister's forehead for showing him affection. She reasons that overreacting like this actually throws off suspicion. After all, everyone just watched his pretty sister pay him a loving visit. She slouches back in her chair, grumbling that he's still not even grateful for the show she just put on. Vikyr cuts straight past the bickering. "Cut to the chase," he says. She reports first on business, asking if the trade negotiations with the forest natives went smoothly. "That's good," Vikyr says simply, then, and his tone shifts like he's steeling himself for the real question. "What about the whereabouts of the Balak tribe?" he presses, and suddenly this isn't just business, it's personal. Cindy Wendy shakes her head. "I haven't found them yet. They always show up for the trades," she explains, "but this time they simply never came, and she's still hunting for where they went." Vikyr goes quiet, his grip tightening on the bag in his hand. His mind flashes back to Ayin. He knew something had happened to the Balak tribe, but reminds himself they have Aquila, an incredible leader. Maybe he shouldn't worry so much. He tries to shake the worry off, forcing himself to trust that the tribe can handle itself without him. Cindy Wendy hands over a bag stuffed with gold as requested, enough military funds to work with, yet still light enough to carry without drawing attention. "Oh, and one more thing," she adds, and you just know that tone means the real bombshell is coming. The Quo Vadis family's scales emblem flashes up behind her as her expression turns dead serious. Her face twists with dread as the words claw their way out of her. "It's a demon," she says flatly. "If anyone's trying to bring down the Quo Vadis family, one of the Empire's 7 great families, that's what they're up against." Given how much money is being funneled around, she figures the demon has to be tied closely to the Patriarch's own circle, or maybe the Patriarch himself. Vikyr sits with that for a moment, hearing his suspicion confirmed out loud lands heavier than he expected. She warns him the bourgeois family, the wealthiest in the empire, won't even glance his way with the money he's carrying to them. It's pocket change. She offers to scrounge up more funding if he needs it. This amount of seed money is plenty. Vikyr tells her he's clearly already got a plan brewing. She reminds him bluntly, "You can't buy your way into the bourgeois family just by having a lot of funds." That grin creeps across his face. "That's exactly why," he says, "I'm going to use this money for something else entirely." His target, a mock investment competition hosted by the bourgeois family themselves, the perfect Trojan horse to get inside their circle. He rattles off a scheme so wild the manga itself blacks half of it out. "That's how I'm going to win," he grins, and even Cindy Wendy looks shook. "You're insane," she snaps. "That's a scam." "Yeah, that tracks." Elsewhere at night, a shadowy figure knocks at an academy office door. "Come in," calls a voice from within. Professor Vency Morg steps through. "You've summoned me," he says to the man waiting inside. "Headmaster," Vency blinks the man's clearly back sooner than anyone expected. Meet the headmaster of Colosseo Academy himself, sword at his hip, and an aura that says he's not just some paperwork guy. His name flashes up, Winston Smith. Vinci's stunned reaction says this man's reputation clearly precedes him. Turns out he's the one man said to rival the patriarchs of the iron-blooded sword family, the azure spearman family, the mystical archer family, and the renowned mage family all at once. The legendary sword warrior, apparently, cut his sabbatical short a lot sooner than Vinci was counting on. Please sit, the headmaster offers, all calm authority. He gets right to it. Did Professor Sadie cause a lot of trouble? While he was away, apparently, her already rock-bottom work ethic included straight-up drinking during class. And using violence on the students, Vinci adds, jaw clenched, the list is endless. Honestly, he says, she's a criminal who belongs locked up in Lubelbach prison. Not teaching kids at this academy, he finishes. Lubelbach, the headmaster echoes, almost amused, now you're exaggerating. The name lands hard given the history. The previous Marquis Sade, once the pillar of his family, is currently rotting away in that very same Lubelbach prison. Professor Vinci, the headmaster, says gently, I still believe everyone has a kind side. And Professor Sadie is no exception, he adds. Vinci just about grinds his teeth to dust, he's so frustrating. Vinci pivots to the practical angle. Final exams and the parent observation class are right around the corner. If something like the midterm incident happens again, they'll lose control entirely, so at minimum, keep her off practical lessons and away from students as much as possible. Vinci privately grumbles that the man still won't even consider real disciplinary action, let alone firing her. Still, the headmaster relents. If that's what Vinci believes is right, he'll follow through with it. Seems that's all you had to say, Vinci notes, already turning to leave. He slips out in a flicker of blade light, leaving the headmaster alone with his stubborn optimism. Cut to a stack of paperwork flying across a desk. Somebody's clearly been busy. President Dollars, Piggy comes barreling in, arms full of files. As requested, he's dug up every scrap of intel on every celebrity name inside the bourgeois family. Meet the newly formed mock investment club. Oracle. Pig is now its intel supervisor, and he swears he's already mapped out their whole schedule. Sinclair chalks up the rules of the competition, laying out the system and structure like she's run one of these 100 times. Great, good job everyone, beams Dolores, clearly loving being club president. On paper, she's just the eager club president chasing prize money for fun. But her eyes flick toward the shadows, like she knows there's more to this than she's letting on. In the dark, she confronts a masked figure, where she demands, did you get all this money? Use this capital to make more, the masked knight HOUND tells her, and it'll earn you the attention of the bourgeois family's inner circle. It's your job to grow this money and turn a profit, he tells her. I'll explain how later. Additionally, he adds, and Dolores tightens her grip on her cloak, bracing for whatever's next. Since he can't personally enter the competition, he tells her to bring in 2 capable people to serve as her staff. Enter Piggy and Sinclair, the 2 names the Knight HOUND requested, and word is over 100 teams applied. 108 to be exact, Piggy corrects proudly. Neither of them has any clue their little investment club is actually cover for hunting down a demon. Dolores insists she's already worked out every strategy to keep them safe from blowback, but she'll still personally take responsibility. By the way, President, someone starts, as she hands over the bag of funding. This is a mock investment competition, one of them points out. Why do we even need real funds? What? Piggy and Sinclair both freeze. Just like I said, Dolores declares, we're going to win this competition and pocket a huge profit while we're at it. Of course, I'll take full responsibility for any losses, she announces grandly, though privately, she's already decided the Knight HOUND is the one taking the fall for that. Is she trying to scam us right now? Piggy whispers to Sinclair. I did not take her for this type of person. So, Dolores raises a hand, waiting to see if they're actually in. Since you're going this far, President Dollars, they say, we'll follow you. Honestly, Piggy admits, using real money just makes the whole thing more exciting. Oh, should I ask Vicyr to join us too? Piggy wonders aloud. Yeah, Sinclair agrees Vicyr would be a great asset to the club, and right on cue someone starts. Piggy mentions Vicyr reads the newspaper religiously every morning, and lately he's gotten weirdly into economics. Even if he never does anything flashy, Piggy adds, he's still an emotionally supportive friend. I see, Dolores murmurs, a little too invested. Can you ask him to join our club when you see him? Piggy and Sinclair trade a knowing look. Okay, they say, clearly noticing something in her tone. Let's go, nice. The two cheer each other on as they head off to recruit him. Piggy pauses mid-step, blinking. Wait, what? Something's just clicked for him. Dolores walks off alone, thinking back on the last time she went looking for Victor at the dorms. Piggy had that exact same look on his face then, too. You two can head out once the materials are sorted, she says. I've got work, so I'll take off first. Sorry. Sinclair watches her go quietly, saying nothing, but clearly putting two and two together. Dolores walks the empty hallway alone, her footsteps echoing, lost somewhere deep in her own head. Victor, she whispers, and the memories start flooding in. She remembers when he named that scholarship Perry. She'd wanted to talk to him then, since he'd been there in the girl's final moments. And when he arm-wrestled Bacaraga in her place, she'd wanted to thank him properly for it too. Come to think of it, she's had plenty of chances to actually talk to him. She pictures his easy laugh with their friends, warm and unguarded. Yet she never once said anything because the moment she's actually standing in front of him, the words just die in her throat. I thought of you, she admits quietly to herself. Even when she was staring down the masked knight Hound himself, terrified, it was Victor's face that came to mind. And then right on cue, there he is. President Dolores, Victor asks, caught completely off guard. She freezes, cheeks going red. Victor, actually. Her whole body locks up, the words she's rehearsed 100 times suddenly nowhere to be found. Her eyes well up as she forces herself to hold his gaze, refusing to chicken out this time. Everything around them seems to hold its breath, waiting on whatever she says next. Behind those thick glasses and that mild-mannered face is still the same red-eyed killer. Nobody at this academy has any clue they are looking at. And right in front of him, the academy's Golden Girl Student Council president is turning the color of a tomato. She's working up the nerve to tell him something. Judging by her face, it is a big something. She marches right up behind him down the sunlit hall, finally ready to say it. Before a single word gets out, Victor spins around fast enough to startle her mid-sentence. Excuse me, he says, already reaching toward her hair like he's spotted something crawling on her. He leans in close, fishing at something tangled in her braid while she completely short-circuits. Her brain has officially left the building. Why is her crush suddenly 6 inches from her face? Turns out it's not romance, it's pest control. Something small and very much alive has made a nest in her hair. She freezes, mortified, while he keeps digging around up there. While what is going on, she squeaks, totally lost. And out comes the culprit, a fuzzy little spider, dangling by a single thread of web. Victor doesn't miss a beat, greeting the tiny eavesdropper by name, Decoravia, baby madam. Turns out his own spider familiar has been sneaking around spying on the pretty people in the hallway. You just cannot take her anywhere. He plays it off with a shrug, muttering he has no idea why his little bug keeps acting up. A quiet warning to the spider that there is a scolding waiting for her back home. He plays it cool with Dolores too, just a bug in her hair, nothing to see here. She's not buying the innocent act, but she'll take it. Snapped back to reality, Victor actually asks what she wanted to tell him. And just like that, she chickens out completely. No, nothing weird, I promise. She scrambles for a cover story, something about a mock investment competition. Inside her head it's a full meltdown. What was I even about to say? Get a grip, Dolores. Victor, playing dumb as ever, asks if she means the school's ongoing investment contest. She's already recruited Piggy and the quietly mysterious Sinclair for her team, and wonders if he will join too. He turns her down flat, polite but flat. Between his cover story in the newspaper club and whatever else he's actually up to, he's got no room for a second club. Her face falls a little. He walks off without ceremony, leaving her flustered and scrambling to save face. One last thing before he goes. Good luck with the competition, he adds, and for some reason that small kindness lands harder than it should. She's a stammering mess all over again. This guy has no idea what he's doing to her, or he knows exactly what he's doing. Hard to tell with him. 2 weeks later, and the academy grounds are buzzing with something big. Oh my, someone breathes, staring down at whatever's happening in the courtyard below. A crowd of students is climbing toward a stage bathed in golden light. Something's about to be announced. Whatever it is, it has the whole school buzzing with excitement. Turns out the buzz is about money, a lot of it, and nobody can explain how it multiplied so fast. Dolores can barely believe it herself. She just followed a strategy some masked vigilante handed her. Rewind 2 weeks to a moonlit rooftop where this whole scheme actually started. The night hound, Vicky's far less nerdy alter ego, lays out the plan like he's done this 100 times. Step 1. Cherry-pick nearly 1,000 investors gullible enough to fall for a fake prediction. Step 2. Tell half of them prices are going up tomorrow. And tell the other half prices are going down. Somebody is guaranteed to look like a genius. Obviously half of them get it right purely by coincidence. That is the whole trick. Keep splitting the group and repeating the con for 5 straight days, and you're left with 30 people utterly convinced you can see the future. 30 true believers is all it takes. After that, the con runs itself. Dolores, Piggy, and the quietly mysterious Sinclair watch their little oracle club start attracting real attention. Word spreads fast, and suddenly there's a line out the door of people begging to get in on it. People are handing over life savings, actual houses on the strength of 5 lucky guesses in a row. Nothing suspicious about that at all. Now for the real move, dump every coin of that seed money into a jungle trading merchant named Cindy Wendy. Dolores balks. That is an insane amount of trust to put in one merchant. If this goes wrong, every one of those investors is going to want blood. But the Night Hound doesn't even blink. He vouches for Cindy Wendy's business skills personally. Trust me, he says, red eyes glowing under that hood, you are about to make an impossible amount of money. And he was not exaggerating. The payout is absurd. Piggy and Sinclair are literally diving into a pile of gold coins like it's a swimming pool. Somebody call HR, this is not appropriate club behavior. Watching it all, Dolores can't help but wonder just how good this masked vigilante really is. That night, she heads up to the rooftop again, moonlight and all, hoping he'll show. A hand appears at the window ledge and she barely gets the words out, Night, Hound. You came, she breathes, relief and nerves fighting for control of her face. And there he is, dropping in silent and cloaked, moon glowing behind him like he planned the lighting himself. She tries small talk, asking if it was hard finding her dorm since they all look the same. Wasn't hard at all, he says, a little too casually for someone who's supposedly never been here. And that's when it clicks for her, there's nothing marking that specific rooftop. How did he know exactly where to wait? Is the Night Hound actually one of her own classmates? She's suddenly not sure she wants to know. She's got a trinket in hand, a so-called mirror of truth said to reveal anyone's real face. For 1/10 second she almost uses it on him, then she talks herself out of it, choosing to trust him instead. Changing the subject fast, she asks how the investment scheme actually turned out. Huge success, she reports, still a little starstruck. He shrugs it off as just another skill in his back pocket and moves straight to business. The real target is still ahead of them before the finals even start. The next phase of his plan, buy their way into the inner circle of one of the empire's great merchant houses. A gilded key to a family's darkest secrets if they can find the right person to hand it over. The target, the bourgeois family, one of the empire's great merchant dynasties and famously secretive about it. Vicky wants someone on the inside who already resents the man currently running the show. Dolores points out the obvious problem: insiders are usually treated well and loyal for a reason. So does someone like that even exist? He hands her a rolled-up document with a smirk. The answer is already written down. Old research dug up from who knows where. A dusty old economics paper dated years back with a title that gives the whole game away. Who's going to be the head of the bourgeois family? Dolores skims further down the page and does a double take. She recognizes a name she wasn't expecting. He watches her put it together, patient as ever. This man once fought for the family throne itself and lost. Silver medal in a game where second place gets you nothing. These days he just runs the national mint. A bitter runner-up with access to a whole lot of money and a whole lot of grudges. Meet the mark, Damien Jew bourgeois, second son of the family, and exactly the kind of disgruntled insider they need. Sidelined after his loss, his influence in the family has been quietly crumbling ever since, which makes him perfect spy material. Dolores actually recognizes the guy he ran the bourgeois family's challenge at the University League's second stage. She had no idea he'd once been in the running to lead the entire family. The pieces are falling into place for their next move. Cut to fireworks lighting up the night sky. Their target is about to be a lot easier to reach than expected. Somewhere in the city, a party is in full glittering swing, and a fancy carriage rolls up right on cue. The door swings open. A pair of dainty heels touches down on the cobblestones. Inside, wine glasses clink and the old money crowd toasts the night away, completely unaware of what just walked in the door. Nobles gossip on the balcony while the men below drink themselves silly. Classic party, classic targets. Somewhere in that crowd, a handshake seals a deal nobody in that room is going to like finding out about later. And there's their way in stepping into the party like she belongs there all along, and turning more than a few heads doing it. Dressed to the nines, jewelry and all, nobody at this party is going to guess what she's really here for. Fireworks light up the night sky. Somewhere, a very fancy party is just getting started. A sprawling estate, fountains blasting, fireworks overhead. Somebody spent some real money on this one. Inside, a full orchestra plays as the empire's best-dressed pour into the ballroom. The hosts work the room, greeting the business elite one glittering handshake at a time. Behind the scenes, someone's quietly stirring an extra ingredient into a wine glass. That's never a good sign. A toast, a smile, the perfect party face, so far so normal. We're the party hosts for today, comes the announcement, delivered with all the confidence of someone about to faint. Toasts all around as the speeches kick off. Nobody in this room does subtle. The flustered MC stammers through his opening line, sweating through a simple thank you. He passes the mic, announcing the club's president Dollars for the welcome speech. The crowd gathers around a display case of the club's proudest wins as she steps up to speak. Composed and gracious, she thanks the room once again for turning out tonight. Hand over heart, she plays the gracious host without missing a beat. She singles out tonight's real guests of honor, the business world's most respected old money. Behind her, the club's officers show off in style, proof of just how far this little venture has come. A burst of golden light erupts from her folded hands, dazzling the whole hall. And this is only the beginning, she promises. Tonight's payouts are just the opener. The crowd gasps, completely starstruck by the spectacle. Threads of golden light ripple across the ballroom like something out of a storybook. Glasses clink, guests swept up completely in the glamour of it all. And weaving quietly through it all, unnoticed, is a masked waiter with a tray of wine and a plan of his own. Is this the Saintess's blessing? One guest whispers. It's truly dazzling, says another. But behind that golden smile, the same worried eyes from before never really left. Rewind, sometime earlier she's alone on a rooftop ledge, wrestling with a plan that could make or break her. A hooded, red-dyed figure lays it out plainly. With the Oracle Club's name already spreading through the business world, nobody will question her status. But we don't have the money to host a party, she starts before catching herself. Wait. Host a glamorous party, the figure tells her, and send invitations to the Empire's tycoons, Damien included. The fund she's already built has more than enough stacked away to cover it. Even after paying every investor back in full, there's plenty left over. Still, a room stuffed with tycoons, that's a whole different kind of danger. Will I actually be able to pull this off? She asks herself, doubt creeping in. The hooded figure doesn't say a word back, just watches her work through it. I'm planning to sneak in myself, he finally says. She's not doing this one alone. With that settled, the plan starts moving, a party big enough to lure in the whole business world. If that's the case, if you're really joining me, she says, steadying herself, then I'll do my best. Just like that, the nerves snap into resolve. Resolve locked in, no turning back now. Back in the present, watching her work the room like a pro, she was such a nervous wreck back then. Every big name in the Empire's business world turned out tonight, exactly as planned. But the only name that actually matters is whether Damien took the bait. The masked waiter keeps circling, tray in hand, eyes scanning the crowd. And there, glinting under the mask, those red eyes have already found their mark. Damien swirling his wine, every inch the self-satisfied tycoon. Director of the Empire's currency manufacturing factory, no less. The name lights up in gold, Damien. Full name, Damien Jew Bourgeois, and the rumors about the Oracle Club's returns, every bit true. Not only did they crush the mock investment competition, they turned real money into real wealth doing it. Booking out the biggest hall in the city for a party says it all, Damien laughs to his circle. They've clearly learned money is everything, one of his friends chimes in. I agree money is incredible, a woman cuts in but it's not absolute. Damien raises his glass with a knowing grin, there are plenty of things money can't solve in this world, famous last words. Mid-toast something changes, Damien freezes, wine spilling across the tablecloth like a bloodstain. The glass cracks in his white-knuckled grip. Sweating and unsteady, he shoves back from the table under a wave of worried stares. Director Damien, where are you going? Someone calls out, just a little warm from the wine, he waves off. Going to cool down, he mutters, already walking away. His fist clenches at his side, whatever's rattled him, he's fighting hard to hide it. The others watch him go, trading looks. He looked pretty sour, did we hit a nerve? The masked waiter watches him disappear down the hall, silent. Tray still in hand, he starts to follow. Out on the balcony, the wind picks up under a cold moon. Damien stands alone at the railing, trying to shake off whatever just hit him. A sound behind him, he spins around already on edge. Someone's followed him out here. Do you think there are things in this world money can't buy? Count, the masked man asks. He steps fully into the moonlight, the friendly party smile is gone. Damien says nothing, just watches him wary. Is there a reason you're asking me that right now? Damien finally says. Apologies if I've disturbed you, the masked man says, not sounding sorry in the slightest. There definitely are things money can't buy, Damien answers, in fact quite a lot of them. Money's just a means to an end, he adds, almost lecturing. But something about the question has clearly rattled him more than he's letting on. The things money can't fix, he continues, eyes narrowing, are as countless as the stars in the night sky. That's what makes us human, Damien muses, almost poetic about it. Then the mood snaps cold. For a servant, eavesdropping is a dangerous habit. He grabs the masked man by the collar. Watch your tongue if you want to keep living. The masked man doesn't flinch. One last question, he says instead. Of all those stars, which one's the furthest, the brightest, he asks. Personally, I think, the masked man begins, red eyes gleaming in the dark. It's the one you lost, your dead daughter. Damien's face twists in shock and rage. It seems you didn't understand a word I just said, Damien snarls, drawing steel. His blade comes free in one smooth, furious motion. He hauls the masked man in close, blade at the ready, for running your mouth. I'll take one of your arms, he roars. The sword comes down in a vicious swing. Steel meets something it clearly wasn't expecting. A burst of crimson light erupts and Damien staggers back, stunned. The masked man's blade is already glowing red, humming with power no party waiter should have. Want to see your daughter, Damien? He asks quietly, eyes blazing red. Damien's composure finally shatters, teeth bared in fury and fear. Do you really not value your own life? He roars back. He channels everything he's got into one desperate blast of light. Blade meets light in a clash that lights up the entire balcony. The masked man's red blade cuts clean through it like it's nothing at all. Damien stares back, breathless, sword arm trembling. Who the hell are you? He finally manages, staring down a blade with no business being that strong. The glowing red blade hovers steady, patient, completely in control. Damien, the masked man finally says, I've come to strike a deal with you. Under a full moon, a masked figure steps out of the shadows and says just one word, Damien. He's here to strike a deal. Dagger crackling red, the masked hunter makes his pitch. I'll let you see your dead daughter again, and the blonde noble in front of him goes rigid. One name drops like a hammer, Juliet. Damien scoffs. How does a wanted criminal like this so-called night hound plan to reunite him with someone who's already dead? Sweat beads on his face, something about this offer has him rattled. Then Damien drops his own bombshell, my daughter isn't dead. The masked man blinks. His own intel said she died years ago in a carriage accident as a kid. I'm sure you're well aware you can't lie your way out of this, he presses, and the flashback begins. The bourgeois family motto, "You exist, but you have no presence," the brutal creed every true heir has to live by. Here's the family secret. The real heir to the bourgeois fortune gets sealed away and sent to survive as a nobody in the capital, no name, no backup. It's meant to stop a golden spoon brat from turning into exactly the spoiled, entitled brat everyone assumes they'll be. Damien narrates, both he and his older brother had a daughter groomed for this same brutal test. Two heirs hidden in plain sight among ordinary people. Damien says flatly, "I trusted my daughter, Juliet." Juliet had the talent to match. She aced the trial and came home as the officially recognized heir. Damien admits his real plan, use her to finally beat his brother and seize total control of the family. But whatever he expected next, it wasn't this. His face just falls apart. Cut back further, a younger Damien walks the halls with his daughter close by his side. Turns out Juliet fell hard for a lowly soldier she met while volunteering, and gave up her own claim to the family throne just to nurse him back to health. Damien wasn't impressed. In his eyes, this soldier, Romeo, was a nobody with zero prospects, his only virtue being that he didn't judge people. Kind to everyone, apparently. Damien, on the other hand, was livid. He was convinced this soldier had ruined the daughter he'd raised to restore his family's honor. Damien drags Romeo off while Juliet begs him, "Please, father, he'll die if we don't treat him." Damien's answer is ice cold, "Take him away." Chaos breaks out, Juliet screaming for the guards to let Romeo go as they haul him away. It was raining that night when Damien beat the man his daughter loved almost to death. He genuinely thought the brutality would knock some sense into her. Instead, he just tells a shivering Juliet in the rain that her irresponsible choices already cost her the family throne. "You'll be called a failure your whole life," he sneers, and Juliet cuts him off cold. "He's precious to me." She collapses in the rain next to Romeo's beaten body while her father simply walks off under an umbrella. He was the first person who ever made her feel accepted, she says, after a lifetime spent living only to restore her father's pride. Then something snaps, lightning crackles around her as tears streak down her furious face. Damien watches in shock as she spits, "You crushed him." He'd never once seen his daughter look at him like that. Her expression is pure hatred, and for the first time it's aimed straight at him. Stunned that he's somehow become his own daughter's enemy, Damien can only watch her carriage pull away with Romeo. He barely manages to rally the garrison to chase them down. That's when disaster strikes. Thunder spooks the horses mid-chase. Slick roads, panicked horses, way too much speed, a recipe for catastrophe. The carriage goes completely out of control. Small mercy, Juliet comes out unharmed, cradled safely in Romeo's arms. Romeo doesn't make it. He dies shielding her with his own body. When Juliet finally wakes up and learns Romeo is gone, the shock is too much. She faints, and she never opens her eyes again. Damien, wrecked with guilt, cries out that nothing he does can wake her up. All he wants now is one more chance to see her smile, one real apology, face to face. "I'll give everything I have," he vows to the masked stranger standing across from him. Kneeling in the dark, he begs for someone, anyone, to carry his apology to his daughter. Sweat, silence, desperation, a father at the absolute end of his rope. The masked hunter finally speaks, "Will you give me your everything?" 1 month later at the bourgeois estate, word finally comes, she's here. Damien leads a small hooded figure toward a candlelit room. "This child is my daughter," he says, presenting Juliet laid out in white, surrounded by flowers, still fast asleep. Silence, she still hasn't stirred. Something about the little hooded guest nags at Damien. "She looks very familiar," he mutters, fists clenched. Arms crossed, someone demands to know exactly why a child was brought along for this. "Weren't we clear this stays confidential?" It's Pomeranian Vikir's own little witch-hatted ward, looking a bit nervous. Vikir reassures him, this kid is a genuinely gifted mage who can call straight out to Juliet's soul. Pomeranian beams under her big witch hat. "I vouch for her skills," Vikir adds simply. "Pomeranian, nobody senses souls better than you," he tells her. "Just show him what you've got, okay?" "Kay," she chirps, brandishing nothing more than a tree branch he gave her for the job. And with that, the ritual begins. Pomeranian's eyes go wide as raw magic starts pouring out of her. Candles flare to life one by one around the room. A whole row of them burning bright, feeding the spell. Magic surges through the air in violent purple streaks. Even Vikier has to brace against the sheer force of it. Energy ripples through the whole room like a living current. Damien is swallowed in light, completely overwhelmed. A single tear falls as he chokes out one word, Juliet. And there she is glowing, radiant, standing beside Romeo like no time has passed at all. Her spirit hair drifts weightlessly in the magic light. Damien drops to his knees, hands pressed to the floor. I was wrong, he chokes out. I never once cared how you actually felt, Juliet. I never acknowledged what you felt for my daughter either. Romeo, please forgive me, he sobs, finally saying it years too late. Hate me all you want, I don't deserve forgiveness, he says, but Juliet, please, you have to live. Tears streaming, he pleads through gritted teeth, I have to wake you up. Pomerian points and blurts something that stops everyone cold, she can come back on her own. Damien freezes, what did you just say? Pomerian relays it straight, Juliet is choosing to stay asleep, on purpose. The room goes electric with grief. Juliet's spirit floats serene, eyes gently closed. Damien's face, older now, streaked with a single tear as it all sinks in. Her spirit's eyes well up too, this isn't easy for her either. His own wrongdoing nearly killed her, he admits, and Romeo paid for it with his life saving her. Given the choice between waking up alone or staying with Romeo, Juliet chose to let go. He remembers holding her, bleeding, in the rain. Time cannot be reversed, no matter how many regrets he carries. I can't change what happened, he realizes, I just have to figure out what I can still do. Back turned to the light, he decides, whatever comes next, it's for his daughter now, and there's not much time left. The dead have to move on to the afterlife eventually, that's simply how it works. That's the law, the way things are, comes a voice, as Romeo and Juliet's spirits stand close together. Damien steels himself, this is the last thing he can ever do for his daughter, some bonds just don't fade with time. A hooded, red-eyed figure in purple robes steps forward to preside some kind of officiant of the dead. Do both the bride and the groom. The ceremony begins, Romeo and Juliet's spirits drawing close. Accept their eternal destiny to be together, and vow to sincerely love and embrace. Watching it unfold, something like a real smile finally breaks across Damien's face. Each other's soul, the officiant finishes. Their hands join, sealing it, sparks of light dancing around the vow. I love you, Romeo, Juliet's spirit says softly. Romeo just smiles back at her, quietly overjoyed. I love you too, Juliet. With this, the officiant declares. I now pronounce you husband and wife. Juliet spins around and shouts, Dad. Romeo's form drifts off ahead, giving them a moment alone. Juliet throws herself into her father's arms. Dad, I'm sorry. And thank you so much for choosing me and for making me happy, she tells him. Father and daughter hold each other close one last time. Neither one wants to be the first to let go. Stay happy, okay, he tells her, voice breaking. Both of you have to live happily on the other side, you hear me? I love you, Juliet. He sobs into her hair, holding on as tight as he can. For a moment he sees her as she used to be, young, laughing, whole. I love you too, she answers, bathed in warm light. Dad, she says one last time as he turns toward the light and lets her go. Petals drift down around her, closing eyes, peaceful, finally, at last. She fades gently into the light beside Romeo. Golden light spills through the tall windows of a grand old estate, and someone in a wide-brimmed hat is watching quietly from the shadows. A gloved hand closes into a fist against the glow, like a decision has just been made. Two hands grip each other tightly, one shaking, one steady. A little girl in an oversized witch's hat tugs at her masked companion's sleeve, calling him uncle while she watches a grown man fall apart in front of them. Why is that Mr. crying? She asks, staff in hand, completely baffled by grown-up emotions. The man just stares at the floor, silent, tears he can't seem to stop. The masked figure crouches to her level and explains it simply. I think it's because he's grateful, sorry, and he loves her. If he loves her and he's thankful, shouldn't he be smiling? Why is he crying? Kids ask the best questions. That's gonna be hard, uncle, she teases, right before the man finally manages a broken thank you. The two of you, he chokes out. I was able to do everything I could for my daughter as her father. "There's no need to thank us," the masked figure says, gripping the man's arm. Then comes the real ask. "Instead, isn't there something you need to give me?" The man drops into a formal bow. "I, Damien, of the bourgeois family." His masked benefactor walks a step behind him through the grand hall, unhurried and patient. "Swore to give you everything I have. Tell me what it is you seek." Damien's face hardens with resolve as the price finally gets named: a head. Of the bourgeois families, the sentence hangs unfinished in the dark on purpose. A blade flashes crimson through the void, an omen of exactly how serious this deal really is. "I want Bartholomew's head," and just like that the deal is sealed. Somewhere far from that estate, under a night sky, a domed rooftop waits for its next quiet meeting. She will help with this case, the masked man decides, eyes fixed on someone new. "It's nice to meet you, Saintess Quo Vadis. I saw you during the Uni League and after the last party too. To think I'd meet you again like this. A great honor," she breathes, stunned that he actually managed to turn Director Damien into their inside man. Word spreads fast, and somewhere else entirely someone mutters, "What on earth happened?" about the family's sudden odd behavior. A hand grips a sleeve tight, the wheels of the plan are already turning. The plan gets spelled out plainly: they're here to assassinate the patriarch of the bourgeois family, Bartholomew. "Correct," Damien confirms, "that's why I set up this meeting. By mobilizing my trusted followers within the family, I spread rumors about the Oracle Club," he explains, laying the groundwork from the inside. As for the outcome, he trails off, letting the tension build. "I've secured a dinner with the patriarch." "A dinner with the bourgeois family's patriarch? Don't tell me it's as the rumors say." "You're right, it's the famous dinner every influential figure in the capital experiences once, the legendary Vault Dinner." The Vault Dinner, just the name makes the room go quiet, gold coins glittering in the dark. A cube 50 meters long, wide and tall, its walls reinforced with mithril and orichalcum. This is not a normal dining room. Inside, apparently, are mountains of gold and treasure beyond counting. Whenever Bartholomew has an important meeting, he hosts it completely alone, sealed inside that vault. But it only ever lasts 1 hour. No one outside can see or hear a thing during that hour. Total isolation, total opportunity. Even if the target's identity is confirmed, this is still the best chance we're going to get. Wouldn't the patriarch be worried about getting assassinated inside his own vault, though? Fair question. "Well, it's only normal to wonder that," comes the reply, suspiciously calm. But strangely, someone notes, "I've never once seen my brother worried about it." That means the masked figure's eyes narrow. The patriarch of the bourgeois family really is. "While we're meeting the patriarch inside the vault, you need to handle things out here," he tells his new ally. "This is the most important part of the whole plan, the part that ends Bartholomew for good." "Why is it so important?" she asks, unease creeping in. Her eyes go wide in shock at whatever answer he just gave her. "This won't stop with just the bourgeois family," he warns. The masked figure turns and walks off into the crowd, the plan already in motion. "This will end the entire empire, no pressure then." Time skips ahead. A cart rattles off down a dirt road, quietly carrying pieces of the plan into place. Elsewhere, a much lighter conversation. "Wait, it's not just a mock investment competition, we're also having dinner with the bourgeois patriarch. I'm so looking forward to this, aren't you excited, Sinclair?" I am, very," Sinclair says, trying and failing to sound casual about it. "It would have been great if Vicar could come," someone sighs wistfully. "Vicar, true, but why bring him up out of nowhere? He was supposed to come over to my house." Your house?" It's nothing, just a shame. He's been really busy lately." "Oh, that's what you meant. Yeah, it's gotten hard for us all to eat together these days." "Right," the group agrees, and just like that the mood lifts again. Someone starts rattling off a list of very serious topics to grill the richest man alive on financial statements, mergers, guild acquisitions. "Oh yeah, I want to ask," one of them blurts, practically vibrating with excitement. "If the wealthy also eat chicken." Groundbreaking economic research, truly. Dead silence, then a very sheepish "Sorry, guys." The bourgeois estate looms ahead at sunset, all towers and gold-trimmed windows, exactly as obscene as you'd expect. "We have arrived." The estate's iron gates creak open, promising a night none of them will forget. Warm firelight spills from inside, the kind of luxury built to make visitors feel very, very small. Woa, please wait here while I inform the patriarch of your arrival. Take a seat, they're told, and immediately regret ever sitting on a normal couch again. Their reception area is so luxurious, and this sofa is like 100 times softer than our dorm beds. Yeah, it's really soft, so Sinclair, what are you gonna ask him when you meet him? Sinclair hesitates, suddenly cagey about it. I can't tell you what it's about, but there's one thing I really want to know, Hua. You're meeting the wealthiest person in the empire and you only have one question? Leech off his knowledge, come on. While the two bicker, Dolores quietly gets to work on something they definitely aren't invited to know about. A pinch of something dissolves silently into the waiting teacups. Before the dinner starts, she tells herself, I need to put them to sleep with this. We should check if they're undamaged. One of them yelps, diving for the luggage. Sinclair goes tumbling after him with a very dignified wah-wait. Luggage swings wildly overhead as the two of them scramble to inspect it. Pre-President, Sinclair asks, catching his breath. I'll look inside the trunks, Dolores offers, tray of tea already in hand. So why don't you both rest and have some tea? Smooth, very smooth. Okay, oh okay, neither of them suspects a thing. Steam curls off the cups as they drink, completely unaware. Why am I so sleepy all of a sudden? Gee, wonder why. Dolores clenches her fists, guilt written all over her face. I'm going to wake myself up with some cold water, she mutters, pacing off the nerves. Every step down that hallway feels heavier than the last. I'm opening the door, have you all rested well? Yes. Oh, is this a blanket, Tilda? They're having the best nap of their lives. A butler steps in, I will be escorting you to him, the patriarch is waiting. What is going on? Sinclair asks, groggy and confused. My club members were just so nervous they wore themselves out, 1 cup of tea and they were out cold, Dolores lies smoothly. Guys, this really is for your own good, she thinks, quietly apologizing to the friends she just drugged. I will escort you right away. The stairway blurs past in a rush of motion and nerves. A procession of guards and carts moves silently down the grand hall, escorting her deeper into the estate. Long shafts of light cut across the marble floor, the calm before something enormous. Her shoes click against the tile, every step echoing louder than she'd like. This is it, massive doors loom ahead, easily twice her height. This is the vault, she breathes, staring up at it. It's as if these doors are telling me something, and it's not a friendly something. That they weren't made for humans. The vault doors creak open and she steps inside alone. You must head inside alone, the escort tells her. I'll leave the gifts you've prepared right here. I hope you enjoy your dinner, he says, and then she's on her own. Her eyes dart nervously in the dark. A total silence, not comforting. It's so dark, she inches forward, hands out, blind in the pitch black. Excuse me, sir, she calls out right before her foot catches on something. Who has? Kaya, down she goes, all dignity lost. Oh, my butt, she groans, picking herself up. What did I even trip on? What is this? Light bursts out around her, golden and blinding. The darkness peels away in an instant. Her eyes go wide as gold coins swirl and settle all around her. The vault opens up into an absurd golden banquet hall. She's standing in the middle of more wealth than she's ever seen in her life. Welcome, Saintess, rumbles a voice from the head of the table. There he sits, Bartholomew Jew bourgeois himself, mane of gold hair, fur draped over his shoulders, wine glass already in hand, grinning like he already knows how this ends. I mean, president of the Oracle Club, she corrects herself quickly, and the deadliest dinner in the empire officially begins. We open deep inside a private vault, candle wax dripping down over towers of stacked gold coin. More candlelight glints off a jeweled crown shoved carelessly into the shadows. Subtlety is clearly not this guy's strong suit. The camera drifts across mountains of coin and jewels, floor to ceiling. Even the trinkets are solid gold. There's a little golden ship model buried in the hoard. This is, without question, the treasure room of someone stupidly, obscenely rich. Under the table, a hand clenches tight, knuckles white and sweating. Somebody at this dinner is nervous. It's the Saintess, Dolores, and she can't stop staring at the man across from her, dread creeping up her spine. This person is. He's the wealthiest man in the capital, no, in the entire world. The head of the bourgeois family, one of the 7 great families. But underneath the charm, she already suspects, his real identity is something else entirely. A warning voice cuts through her thoughts mid-conversation, urging her to stay sharp. It's advice from someone she trusts completely, the vigilante known as the Night Hound, prepping her for exactly this dinner. Back at the table, Bartholomew compliments her outright. "Your skills are amazing." She blinks, caught off guard. "Pardon?" "I saw the records of your investments," he says, eyes lingering a little too long. He's impressed. She poured serious money into a trader from the western jungle named Cindy Wendy. Most people would have hesitated on a call like that, he purrs, laying the flattery on thick. "Honestly, I was impressed," he adds, chewing through dinner like he owns the place. Which, let's be honest, he basically does. On her throne, Dolores can't help but think the person she actually needs to learn from is sitting right in front of her. She glances back over her shoulder, unsettled by something only she can hear. The Night Hound's voice again, low and urgent. "Bartholomew is very good at talking, don't get swept up in it." Her eyes narrow. He was right, she almost fell for it. "You're over-exaggerating," she stammers out loud, covering the slip. An awkward silence, then casually Bartholomew drops a name. "Cardinal Humbert just paid me a visit." She freezes on her throne. "I've been meeting key figures of the Quo Vadis family lately," he adds, far too pleased with himself. She'd always figured Humbert was quietly cozy with cults and heretics. But now he's added the bourgeois family to that list too, she thinks. Bartholomew notices her go still. "Are you perhaps uncomfortable?" "So sorry." "You're affiliated with the New Testament faction, aren't you, Saintess?" He presses. "That's right," she admits. Silence stretches down the length of the banquet table. Bartholomew leans forward, reaching almost too familiarly. "I would like to get closer to the priests of the New Testament faction too." Behind him, the Quo Vadis emblem glows as he muses about how the faction views his family's old fortune. In his own head, he frames it as persecution, his good deeds unfairly branded inhumane and horrific. "I urge you to think about it," he says, all smiles across the gilded table. He circles closer to the point, using a large sum of money for a large cause. Swirling his wine, he adds, almost idly, "Not meaningless in and of itself, is it?" She repeats it back warily. "Using a large sum of money for a large cause, you say?" He finally slips. It seems humans and demons have very different definitions of the word cause. She freezes. "What?" She puts a name to it out loud, then catches herself. "Quilty." "No, that's not right." A monstrous face flickers over his for half a second as she lays it bare. "You joined forces with the demon Dantalion and used orphans as prey." She holds up the evidence, a rigged pardon scroll. "You built a bogus exemption system that's rotted its way through the Quo Vadis church. You've been running heretics and cults to split the church from the inside, angling to seize the whole thing for yourself." Shaking, she puts the last piece together out loud. "The only reason you can talk about a cause with a straight face is because you're a demon," she screams, tears streaking her face. Right to his face, unflinching now. "You're a demon, Bartholomew." He goes quiet for a long beat. "Huh." Then he breaks into full, unhinged laughter. Dolores clutches her head, his laugh is splitting straight through her skull. She stammers back at him. Aren't you scared of someone who walked in here already knowing exactly who you are?" He just scoffs. "Of course not." She pushes back through the shaking. "No human alive is capable." And her sentence twists into something far darker, "of terrifying me." She's cornered now, visibly trembling. Bartholomew's eye twitches. Something's off. Behind his throne, unnoticed, a figure has been standing in the shadows this whole time. 2 red targeting eyes snap open, locked dead on him. A crushing pressure slams the whole room at once. What the hell is this? A blade-thin glint of light slices through the hallway outside. A burning red silhouette announces itself, the human you should really be scared of. The Night Hound's visor eye glows close, cold and unblinking. "Is right here," he finishes, gold coins glinting under his boots. Bartholomew can't believe it. A human can emit an aura like that. Then he catches the scent in the air, demon blood on a human. "Don't tell me you're the Night Hound who's been tearing up the capital," he finishes, eyes narrowing to slits. Vikier, still masked, states it flat. "I've come to kill you, Bartholomew, head of the bourgeois family." Or should I call you, he continues, letting the pause hang. He lunges in a blur of red, demonic energy trailing off his blade. Bartholomew reels back stunned, the sixth corpse. A golden barrier detonates outward, shielding Dolores from the blast wave. Golden light keeps roaring across the hall. She's thrown back, protected but rattled to her core. Bartholomew grins wide, drawing his own blade at last. Oh ho, so you can actually use a sword. The Night Hound's masked face tilts down at him, giving nothing away. Their blades meet in a crimson slash. Bartholomew dodges hard, cloak snapping behind him. Steel flashes past, the Night Hound's mask reflected in the blade. That sword is sharp enough to cut steel just resting on it, but the price is a curse that corrupts whoever wields it into a tyrant. It is a Baskerville family heirloom, one that is supposed to be locked away on the deepest floor of the estate. Its name flashes into view, the legendary sword Bomang. Vikyr can't help but wonder why is a demon holding it. The blade burns with power in Bartholomew's grip. This man was apparently a genuinely gifted swordsman, once in his youth. He was just unlucky, Vikyr mutters coldly, meeting the strike head-on. Their swords grind together in a shower of sparks. Bartholomew presses the attack from above. The Night Hound answers with a full-force counterslash. Blade against blade, the two of them blaze red and gold across the hall. Bartholomew's face twists into a full demon snarl mid-charge. He's sent reeling backward, cloak torn to ribbons. Fangs bared, he demands, do tell me, how does a mere human know about us, the 10 elite corpses? I do not even know how you managed to kill 4 of my comrades already. Blades collide again in a burst of light. Vikyr pins him down mid-strike, giving him no room to breathe. But your arrogance, Vikyr snarls, ends here. A decisive stab drives straight home. Someone off to the side gasps, horrified, Night Hound. Blood drips slow from the raised blade. Vikyr, cold and almost bored about it, don't worry, I'm going to devour your corpse. And keep your skull in a safe until it's fully rotted away, he adds, grinning under the mask. Consider it a great honor, he finishes flatly. Manners apparently still matter to serial demon hunters. Dolores can only manage one word, stunned. What? Vikyr hefts the fallen sword, addressing the corpse like it can still hear him. Lousy swordsmanship for someone holding a Baskerville treasure. And whichever past patriarch handed it to you. You're both pathetic, he finishes, mask looming over the body. He grips the hilt of Bomang, weighing it in his hand. The masked hunter looks the old man's sword up and down and mutters just one word, pathetic. The blonde swordsman flinches, stunned that anyone would dare mock him mid-duel. Blood dripping from his fist, the hunter needles him harder. Lousy swordsmanship for a man clutching the Baskerville family's own treasure blade, gifted by the last patriarch himself. Both of you are pathetic, the masked figure growls into the dark, aiming the insult at the old man and the dead patriarch who armed him. His mask tilts up, one red eye blazing, the stolen blade gripped tight and ready. Steel rings out again as he lines up the next strike. You can't even clash swords with me, he says flatly, and you're already struggling to keep up. The old swordsman digs in, refusing to budge, sweat and blood streaking his face. A red-hot blade flashes past, and the hunter keeps talking as he swings. Still think I'm all talk, he asks, driving the point home. His fist clenches tighter, aura burning red around his knuckles. Somewhere nearby, a stunned onlooker whispers, solid aura, this boy is a Swordmaster. The Baskerville 7th technique erupts from his blade in a wave of crimson light. The attack rips across the vault in a single blinding arc while a young onlooker watches wide-eyed from below. The old man freezes, caught completely off guard by the force of the strike. The impact sends gold coins exploding into the air around him. The blonde girl watching can barely believe what she just saw. Night Hound, she breathes, recognizing the masked vigilante instantly. He's gotten so much stronger, she realizes, than even when he fought Dantalion. What on earth happened to him, she wonders, watching him stalk forward through the smoke like a different person. Close up, his mask's red eye glows steady and cold, locked on his target. He tightens his grip on the jeweled hilt he just claimed, coins clinking under his boots. Dust and embers drift through the ruined vault as the fight presses on. The stolen treasure sword ends up jammed point first into the rubble, forgotten in the wreckage. You pulled your foot back just in time to survive that last hit, the hunter notes coolly, sizing up why his opponent is still standing. Bloodied and gasping, the old man admits it wasn't pure luck that let this hunter cut down his comrades before him. "But do you still think you're safe here?" the hunter asks, as he and the girl push deeper into the gilded vault. He explains the vault safe can't be opened from the inside, it only unlocks once enough time has passed. And the second that door opens, he warns, soldiers will flood the room in seconds. The old man's grin twists into a snarl as he roars in fury, done playing nice. The girl raises a glowing hand and calls out, "Do you really believe your people will trust you once they see who you truly are?" She's holding a strange artifact, the Mirror of Truth, said to strip away any disguise and show a person's real face. Golden light shatters outward from the mirror and the old man chokes out to think, in disbelief. "You have that item," he shrieks, his human form cracking apart under the mirror's light. A monstrous shadow tears free of his body, screaming into the dark, eyes blazing. "My oh my," it grins with glowing teeth, "you were a lot more prepared for me than I expected." A massive clawed hand bursts out of the wreckage, yellow talons gleaming. The demon's hulking, muscle-bound frame rises to its full monstrous height. Its clawed feet plant down among the scattered gold coins littering the vault floor. "I expected this much from the Night Hound," it sneers, "but the Quo Vadis Saintess too? I didn't think this would get so messy." "This has gotten very interesting," it adds, almost delighted by the challenge. The hunter's blade rakes across the demon's arm, drawing a fresh wound. The creature throws its head back and roars, shaking the whole vault. Another slash rings out as the fight explodes into full speed. A crimson arc sweeps across the chamber, carving through stone and gold alike. The Saintess braces herself against the shockwave, refusing to back down. The demon spreads its ragged wings and lets out another furious roar. Its fanged mouth stretches impossibly wide as it screams in pain and rage. A blast of holy light collides with it head-on, blinding and searing. The explosion rolls through the vault, coins and debris raining down as the light fades. One of its wings gets sliced clean through by a follow-up strike. It bellows in fury while the Saintess watches, wary from below. For a moment, the smoke clears just enough to see how much damage has been done. That's the true form of the head of the bourgeois family, the Saintess realizes in horror. A strange blue gem glints, embedded deep in the creature's chest. "Bartholomew," she gasps, putting a name to the monster even as it grips the treasure sword in its claw. A grim record flashes up, risk rating S+, one of the legendary 10 disasters known in the old tongue as the sixth corpse, Belial. The gold coins, she notices, glancing down at the floor, are gathering to the demon, streaming toward him like they are alive. More and more of the vault's fortune keeps pouring toward him, coin after coin swallowed up. The demon drinks in the flood of gold, growing stronger with every coin absorbed. "This power is called gold bloodline," he explains. "In a world ruled by plutocracy, money is power. Every scrap of wealth in this vault," he says, hovering over his hoard, sword in hand, "is my life and my power." His face twists into a snarl, teeth bared and dripping. "As long as my wealth still holds value," he boasts, "I am unable to die. And my power," he adds, "can increase infinitely." He lashes out and pins the Saintess down, forcing the hunter to scramble to protect her. The hunter charges back into the fray, sword raised, refusing to let her get hurt. "Saintess," he calls out, checking on her the moment there's an opening. "Yes," she stammers, and he tells her simply, "There's no need to be scared." "Actually," he asks, "can you do that buff again?" She hesitates, She remembers it, soul resonance with the Night Hound, a bond powerful enough to turn the tide. "I actually tried practicing it alone after what happened last time," she admits, "but it didn't work. Will I even be able to pull it off?" she wonders, doubt creeping back in. She watches him fighting the demon alone and thinks, "I can't let him carry this by himself anymore, I have to do whatever I can." Her eyes harden with resolve. "I made myself a promise. I won't let the Night Hound fight alone ever again. I'll do everything I can," she declares, hands beginning to glow with golden light. "I'll try," she says, launching into the ritual chant, "Godlun is a mighty fortress. And he becomes the shield and sword who delivers us from every hardship," she continues, as golden power wraps around the hunter. "Who will it be?" she asks aloud. "This holy name is." The name is. "Excuse me," she says nervously, "but I think the buff will actually work this time if you tell me your real name." "Give me your real name," she asks him directly. He hesitates. "My name," he repeats, thrown off guard. "I can't tell you my na," he starts to say before the demon lunges to cut him off. The creature crashes back into the fight without warning, and she cries out in shock. "He's already recovered," it snarls, stunned. The hunter bounced back from that last hit so fast. He surges forward again, sword and claw colliding in a shower of sparks. The blow lands, scattering more gold across the shattered vault floor. Smoke curls through the ruined chamber as the fight rages on. One of the demon's bladed limbs shoots forward like an arrow. The point of it gleams, aimed straight for its target. It catches the Saintess midair, lifting her clean off her feet. "Die, Saintess," the demon snarls, jaws stretched wide around her. She can only stare back in pure terror as the chapter cuts to black. He drops straight into the middle of a fight. Some hulking demon lunges in for the kill, snarling out one word: "Die." Its glowing eye locks onto someone off-panel and it growls out a name instead: Saintess. Yeah, that's Saintess, and she is not having a good day. She flinches back with a pained gasp, right in the line of fire. Then the demon swings something massive and clawed straight at her. Someone screams no, as the blow connects and a body goes flying. Out of nowhere, a blood-red summoning circle blooms across the ground, crawling with jagged runes. Something answers the call from inside that circle, and a low voice rasps out, "It's been a while. Say hello to the thing that just crawled out of it." A hulking, tusked boar demon with glowing amber eyes and zero good intentions written on its face. A shockwave rips through the area as a crimson barrier snaps shut around someone caught in the blast. Trapped inside, the Saintess recognizes the demon on sight and gasps out its name: Decoravia. Turns out Decaravia's got history. Another demon rounds on it, accusing it of forgetting their grand mission of cracking open the gate. The accusation lands hard. Did Decoravia actually switch sides for some lowly human? Decoravia isn't fazed. "Betray? Wrong word," it shrugs. "I was never on anyone's side to begin with." Its loyalty, it explains, just goes wherever the contract points, and right now that's a human. For the next 1,000 years, it announces grandly, "I'll be the shield for all the pretty woahum, all humans. Smooth save, big guy." The rival demon isn't buying the charm offensive, pressing Decoravia on whether it can even handle the fury that pours out once the gate of destruction actually opens. Decoravia just shrugs it off and fires back that the 10 elite corpses are actually losing their edge, which makes this guy the one overcompensating. Then the rival demon goes quiet, asking if Decoravia feels those tingles crawling up the back of its neck too. Before it can finish that thought, something slams into it and all it manages is a startled "what?" A blade whips through the dark out of nowhere. Steel keeps carving through the darkness, fast and merciless. The demon howls in pain as the hits keep landing. It's sent reeling, staggered and bleeding from a fight it clearly never saw coming. A hooded figure steps out of the shadows, red eyes burning under the hood. Our masked hero, casually noting he was planning to behead the guy. The wound bursts open and instead of blood, actual gold coins spill out. This demon literally bleeds money. Our hooded hunter stands his ground amid the chaos, chains slung around his neck and those red eyes burning bright. A rundown of his stolen tricks flashes by: deadly poison, borrowed immortality, silent healing, and the demon realizes with dawning horror this is no ordinary human it just picked a fight with. Still boxed in by that crimson barrier, the Saintess calls out a single word: "Night." "Hound," she finishes breathless, then stammers out her thanks for the save. Gratitude turns to urgency fast. She needs to get out there and help him, and begs her own demon to drop the shield. Decoravia isn't budging. Sorry, Saintess orders are orders and it can't act outside them no matter how pretty the asking. She stares in disbelief, demanding to know what exactly that's supposed to mean. She reaches out anyway, desperate. Wait. Decaravia's face looms in close, unreadable behind those glowing eyes. Refusing to just sit there, she starts gathering her own divine power right inside the barrier meant to keep her safe. For your safety, Decoravia insists and drops the real reason. It just doesn't trust the Night Hound one bit. That's all the motivation she needs. She blasts her own way out in a burst of golden light. The barrier keeps shattering apart around her, sparks flying everywhere. Back in the fight, our masked hero drives his attack home in a flash of light. The strike rips clean through, trailing fire in its wake. A glowing fist follows it up, cocked back and ready to connect. And connect it does right into that smug tusked grin. He grips his blade tight, thinking fast. The longer this drags on, the worse it gets for him. He needs to end it quick. Another hit lands and the demon's thrown backward in a shower of sparks. Smoke curls through the air as he squares up for the next move. The two of them collide again midair, blade and claw flashing. He goes quiet for a beat, sizing up exactly what he's dealing with. And he finally puts a name to the monster looming over him, Belial. Someone who's already smashed through the intermediate swordmaster ceiling and past the threshold of supremacy itself, and here he is, actually struggling. His mind flashes back to every elite corpse he's ever crossed blades with, measuring this fight against all of them. And the verdict lands hard. Out of every one of them, Belial is, without question, the toughest. He tightens his grip on his blade, bracing himself for round 2. But his memory flashes to an old nightmare, a ghostly, skull-cracked swordsman out of Baskerville legend, radiating pure death. Compared to that guy, the Undertaker of the Grave of Swords himself, he decides Belial is, at least, definitely beatable. He just needs to hold out a little longer. Time, he tells himself, is on his side. Elsewhere, the Saintess grits her teeth through the strain, sweat dripping, refusing to back down. "Don't be afraid," she calls out. "Stand your ground, the truth will prevail." She slams her hands together and calls down a towering wall of divine fire. Even mid-fight, he catches the flash of gold light out of the corner of his eye and does a double take. Belial just barrels straight through her wall of fire, laughing that it's useless, Saintess. It comes out the other side roaring, barely singed. She's straining with everything she's got, tears streaking down her face. Her wall shatters completely, but giving up isn't an option, not now. Through the tears, she repeats her own words back to herself. "Don't be afraid, stand your ground, the truth will prevail." Belial's had enough of her defiance and snarls out a filthy insult, "Done playing nice. If you want to die first," it sneers, "I'll grant that wish for you." But the killing blow never lands. Our masked hero steps in and blocks it cold. "Your opponent," he says flatly, "is me, Belial." That confidence costs him fast. A wave of gold slams into him before he can react. Glowing golden tendrils coil around his body, locking down tight. He grits his teeth against the crushing pressure. "Cug my body." The chains cinch down even harder. His fist strains uselessly against the binding. Belial raises a clawed hand, weaving the golden chains tighter still. A fresh crimson circle blooms beneath it, conjuring even more chains to pile on. Belial calls out across the battlefield, gloating, "Do you see this, Saintess?" It rubs it in further. Even the legendary Night Hound and all her incredible divine magic don't mean a thing against this kind of power. Belial's fanged mouth splits into a wide, gloating grin, chains rattling all around it. Wrapped head to toe in its own conjured wealth, it looks less like a demon now and more like a walking vault with teeth. Golden spikes burst outward as it howls its promise, "Die as you're ripped to shreds." Streams of blinding gold light pour in, tightening the vice. The light keeps building, brighter and more violent by the second. Refusing to just watch, the Saintess pours everything into another circle, a huge glowing eye burning at its center. Somewhere in the chaos, blood spatters across a wounded hand. Battered and bleeding, the hooded hunter is still standing just barely. She's crying now, gripping her own bleeding hand as she pours every last drop of power she has into helping him. Blood scatters across the ground in the aftermath of whatever just happened. And then it happens. He tears free of the golden chains in a burst of fire, wounded but still very much in the fight. The Saintess watches, stunned hand pressed to her mouth in disbelief. We open mid-fight, blood already pooling under someone's boots. Yeah, this night's gone sideways fast. Golden energy rips through the dark like something massive just got hit. A hooded figure wrapped in gold looms over the wreckage, and a terrified voice stammers out his name, Night Hound. That's Dolores, the Saintess, frozen in horror at what she's watching. Her stomach drops. He's taken another hit shielding her, and it's not the first time tonight. His fists clench, blood and gold light crackling around them, and he throws himself right back into the fight. Lightning-fast strikes tear through the dark, spraying blood with every hit. A brutal punch slams clean through rock and debris. This fight is nowhere near over. Somewhere close, a crimson magic circle flares to life under someone's palm. A dark, winged demon swoops at a glowing barrier, confused it's still standing, while behind it Dolores begs him to just take the shield down so she can actually help. He's not budging. He reinforces the barrier spell, Decoravia, with even denser mana so it won't crack again. His order to her is blunt and final, just stay there. She stares back stunned, that is not what she wanted to hear. It's dangerous, he tells her flatly, right before the whole area erupts in fire. She's left standing alone inside the circle, watching him walk into it without her. Her eyes well up, being protected is starting to feel a lot like being shut out. The battle rages on in blinding flashes of gold. Something or someone gets launched clean through the air by the force of it. There he is, the Night Hound himself, red blade drawn, red eyes locked on his target. A crimson shockwave catches his enemy dead center. Gold shrapnel rains down as the creature gets sent tumbling. It claws its way back up through the blast, refusing to stay down. The Night Hound's glare says he is not impressed. Get a good look at what he's actually up against, a massive, horned, winged monstrosity. Its hide crackles with dark, veined energy, wings flexing for another strike. It drops in fast, blade drawn, aiming to end this quick. But this is no pushover. A hulking, chain-wrapped demon in cracked armor, its face already a bloody mess, barrels right back into the fight. Its jaw drips blood while a glowing fist charges up for the counter. That fist comes down like a meteor, and a smaller winged demon barely dodges the blast. Two demons, one very bad night for the good guys. Another massive haymaker rockets straight at us. Coins and debris scatter as the Night Hound weaves through the chaos, eyes glowing. The fight moves too fast to even follow. One clean, bloodied hit later, and it's a knockout. Meanwhile, Dolores throws her own punch through the barrier, knuckles already split open. Her blood hits the ground. She's not walking away from this unscathed either. Something grabs her by the wrist and croons her title like a threat, Saintess. It zeroes in on her bloodied hand, taunting her right where it hurts. Its fanged grin widens. It knows exactly how to get under her skin. Her robes are shredded, and her composure isn't far behind them. She hates herself, she admits, for being this helpless while he bleeds to keep her safe. So she does the only thing she knows how, she prays, clinging to her faith like a lifeline. Justice, charity, fairness, the pillars her divine power is supposed to stand on. Right now they're not enough, and a dark vortex looms behind her doubt. She spells it out for us. This whole nightmare traces back to the demon Dantalion, and the monster in front of them runs on raw greed, mammonism itself. She thought she'd already broken her limits once before, thought this would finally be the fight where she actually helped. Turns out confidence doesn't count for much when you're frozen behind a shield while your partner takes every hit alone. She replays his order in her head over and over, just stay there. And that explosion that followed right after it. All she can do is stand in the circle and watch it happen again in her memory. I'm just a burden to him, she thinks. I can't help him even if I want to. She hates her own powers for feeling this pathetic in a moment that actually matters. Tears streak down her face, a bandaged wound on her shoulder a fresh reminder of how outmatched she feels. Back in the fight, more blood hits the ground. The violence doesn't let up for a second. The Night Hound dives back in, blade first, straight at the horned beast. Impact, and the fight lurches into its next brutal beat. A clean red slash opens up across the demon's body. This time it costs the creature an entire arm, severed clean and falling away. He grips his blade tight, breathing hard, not done yet. His eyes blaze red under the mask, pure focus, pure exhaustion. Something catches him off guard. A blinding white strike cuts straight through the dark. The demon goes flying from the sheer force of it. Another explosion lights up the battlefield. The dust settles around the edge of a familiar red circle. And there he is, kneeling inside it, bloodied and running on fumes. Shit, he mutters, even he knows how bad this is getting. He's burning through mana way faster than he planned for. Keeping his solid aura active this long is draining him dry. And on top of everything else, the enemy isn't slowing down either. Small mercy, its regeneration is finally starting to slow, even if his own hands are smoking from the effort of forcing it. Whatever careful plan he had, he can forget lasting until the promised time now. The demon rears up, horns and fangs bared, a golden fist crackling to life for its next swing. He finally names it Belial and admits if he can't land one clean critical hit, this whole fight was for nothing. So he decides to squeeze out every last drop of mana he has left for one final technique. Only problem, he hasn't even finished perfecting it yet. His wounded hand reaches back into the circle anyway. He raises both hands, channeling everything he has left into the spell. That's when Dolores finally speaks up. "I'm going to fight too, Night Hound. I can't bear watching you get hurt protecting me any longer." She admits the ugly truth out loud. She feels like she's just been in the way this whole time. "Because I'm weak and helpless," she asks him, bracing for the answer. Idiot, he thinks. She's not even weighing how dangerous jumping into this fight actually is for her. Then again, he admits, here he is hesitating too, like an idiot of his own kind. His whole life he's never had the luxury of choice. He's had to overcome everything thrown at him, no exceptions. And that includes protecting her, whether she likes it or not. Of course not, he tells her. Protecting her was never about thinking she's helpless. Since the moment she awakened alongside him, she's been a companion worth everything to him. "I have to protect you no matter what," he says, and for the first time all night she actually looks like she believes him. Cut to a memory, a little girl sprinting down the aisle of a sunlit cathedral toward a familiar robed figure. She throws her arms around him without a second thought. "What's wrong, Dolores? I had a nightmare." Young Dolores still shaking from whatever she just dreamed. In her dream, some great evil swallowed the entire world, and everyone she loved was trapped in misery. "What should I do if it comes true?" she asks, desperate for an answer. "My divine power is too weak to save everyone from misery," she sobs, and he just sighs, calling her his cute, kind little warrior. He gently names exactly what's really eating at her, the fear of not being able to help. "You may be weak now," he tells her, "but divine power grows from faith in God and in yourself. No one else can build that faith for her," he warns. "It's lonely work. But one day when it finally meets someone she truly trusts, her power will reach heights she can't even imagine." Cut hard back to the present, gold coins raining down like a threat. A literal mountain of them piles up around the battlefield. Belial's had enough of the monologuing and roars for the talking to stop. Another shockwave of gold sends smaller demons scattering. Dolores steps forward right into the middle of it as Belial gloats about its endless, unstoppable power. "Wave of gold," it screams, "your pathetic powers can no longer go against its flow." But something in Vikir answers back. He roars, eyes blazing white-hot, pouring everything he has left into the circle. And Dolores, steady for the first time all night, declares her faith out loud. God Loon is strong. His eyes flare in response. Something between them just clicked into place. "I want to share the burden he carries," she vows, and become someone he can actually rely on. Golden light floods the circle as she reaches for his hand, a powerful general, now fighting right alongside her. "If you believe in me, Night Hound," she says, walking straight into the light, "and think of me as your true ally, not just someone you need to protect, then please tell me your real name." Wings of light unfold around her as her divine power surges to a whole new level, and somewhere in that glow, a question rings out: what is this general's holy name? A long pause, then quietly an answer: Van. She takes it in like it's the most precious thing anyone's ever handed her. For once, the mask feels a little less necessary. Names, we're told, carry a strange kind of power all their own. Say the right one out loud and it can bend fate itself. Just ask the hooded, beak-masked figure lurking in the dark. A young woman in a scorched gold uniform presses her hands together and prays, desperate for a miracle. Simply speaking a true name out loud, the narration explains, ripples out and warps cause and effect itself. Flames erupt around them both, and the girl screams as the world catches fire. Someone starts to speak his holy name out loud. And she finally gets it out: Van. A hulking, bat-winged demon stands triumphant on a mountain of gold coins. It cackles, mocking its victim. Who would have thought you'd end up buried in a wave of gold, a death humans practically ask for. Then it drops the bomb for the cameras. Dolores died, taken hostage by the Night Hound. That's the story the world is going to hear, it gloats, already writing the headline in its head. The gold pile glitters ominously, hiding whatever or whoever actually lies beneath it. Then the coins start to shudder, and the demon's smug grin freezes on its face. What is this vibration? It mutters, suddenly a lot less confident. A blinding pillar of light rips straight up through the gold. I am possible, the demon shrieks, watching its victory explode in its own face. The light keeps climbing, tearing the darkness clean in half. A clawed hand reaches desperately toward it, far too slow to stop what's coming. Sparks of gold and white scatter as the light refuses to be smothered. The demon's eye goes wide right next to hers, and hers is glowing, not afraid. Out of the blast steps the hooded knight Hound himself, standing shoulder to shoulder with the girl he came to save. An awakening, someone gasps because that's exactly what this is. The demon completely loses it. Shit, this can't be happening. Its claws dig into the stone, bracing for a fight it clearly never planned for. This is the true light of an awakened saintess. It snarls, finally understanding what it's up against. The demon can't stop staring at that light brighter than anything it's ever hoarded. No, definitely not, it snaps, refusing to admit it might be outmatched. It launches into its own sermon, overflowing wealth, seething greed. As long as human greed exists, money will control the world and rule it. There's nothing money can't buy, it crows, fully convinced of its own philosophy. Nothing in this world shines brighter than gold, it roars, taking to the air. A flat, calm voice answers back, "You're wrong. There are some things," the voice continues, "that even money can't buy." And what flashes through the memory isn't gold at all, it's old photographs of a family, smiling. A blonde woman in the photos is crying tears of joy, a life no fortune could ever have replaced. More bright and blinding than any lump of gold, the night Hound says, eyes locked on the demon. And unlike gold, he adds, standing firm beside Dolores, this doesn't lose its shine over time. The demon isn't in the mood for poetry. Now you're going to disappear in front of that precious light for nothing. Vikir's aura hardens into jagged, crystalline armor as he moves to meet the attack head-on, Dolores safe behind him. Shards of that same crimson power crack through the air around him. You were on the brink of death, the demon protests like that should still be true. Its claws rake through fire and gold, trying to make good on the threat. Don't bullshit me, it roars, refusing to believe its own eyes. Behind his crystalline mask, Vikir's red eye doesn't so much as flinch. Dolores catches herself mid-sentence. About me, Sir Night Hound, no, Sir Van. All right, he says simply, I'll be back, dollars. The demon unleashes a beam of raw fury as Vikir launches himself straight into it. Dolores watches him go, her whole expression steady with faith in him. With the saintess blessing, he notes, my 8th technique cuts sharper and clearer than ever. Truth is, I've never actually used this one before. I was hesitant to try it, he admits. A crimson magic circle blooms beneath him. The Baskerville techniques were never meant to simply pile up in number. They are the ultimate arsenal for a bloodhound born to slay demons, he declares. Lightning white energy detonates clean across the battlefield. He surges forward, wrapped head to toe in that crimson power. His masked face cuts through the light like a blade of its own. Heaven-defying fang, he calls out, unleashing the strike. The demon gets thrown clean backward, completely blindsided. How is my life in danger? It stammers, genuinely rattled for the first time. I'm supposed to be an apex predator, it screams. Vikir doesn't bother arguing the point. I'm going to kill you, he says flatly. A final blast of golden light tears clean through the demon's defenses. The finishing slash comes down clean. Smoke and rubble settle over what's left of the battlefield. The demon lies broken in the center of the crater, its own gold scattered around it like confetti. Dust and embers drift slowly through the wreckage. Qog erg, it wheezes, my injuries, they aren't healing. My power's leaking out too. Did he land a fatal blow on me? It wonders, genuinely confused about its own death. Vikir stands bloodied atop the wreckage while Dolores looks up at him, stunned, no way. Somewhere far away, a white-haired stranger with glowing purple eyes feels it happen and mutters, what the hell? A shadow shifts uneasily in the dark, sensing that something important just changed. Elsewhere, a room scattered with gold coins and torn papers hints this story is far from over. The scene shifts to a city skyline, smoke curling into the night. Two figures streak across the rooftops toward the glow on the horizon. Somewhere in an office, a pen scratches out numbers in a ledger that shouldn't exist. The papers scream the headline, mysterious notes and gold coins are flooding the capital, and hyperinflation is coming. A wavy-haired tycoon flips through the evidence himself. As a result, the value of money has hit rock bottom. Turns out he's been using the director of money manufacturing to flood the economy with fake currency and gold. And then he handed the actual distribution over to me. The tycoon smirks, clearly pleased with himself. His bespectacled partner cuts in. I'm only doing this because I owe the Night Hound an enormous debt. But how did a tycoon like you end up mixed up with us? She presses. He goes quiet. He did something for me that no money or sacrifice ever could. She clutches a small pendant. I got my revenge on the family I'd held a grudge against for years through him. That's why I'm willing to give up everything I ever had, she says, dead serious behind her round glasses. Well, I was in a similar spot myself, so I get it, the tycoon replies as they walk together. Guess we both ended up shaking hands with a genuinely scary guy, she laughs dryly. But that counterfeit money was conjured with magic it won't hold. The chaos dies out in about an hour, he explains. Still, that 1 hour matters enough time, the narration hints, to change a man's whole destiny. And there stands the masked Night Hound, looking down at the tycoon's crumpled body. Looks like his time's up, Vikir says quietly. With every last scrap of gold he could absorb finally gone, the tycoon is left a hollowed-out wreck in the dirt. Vikir hauls his real target up by the hair, blade glowing red at its throat. Now stretch that neck out. The captive just laughs under its breath, not exactly the reaction you'd expect from something about to die. What's so funny? Vikir demands as the hooded figure's eyes flare red. Did you really think I wouldn't have a safety net in place? It finishes, grinning under the hood. A golden circle flares to life around it, backing up the threat. A second, darker circle spreads out across the floor beneath everyone's feet. Everything in this world has a price, it howls. And whoever kills me pays that price, themselves crushed by a curse that ends in your own death. From behind them, a determined voice cuts in. There's no way killing a demon counts as a sin. She steps calmly into the circle. I'm sure you know this better than anyone. Killing a living thing is technically a sin. The demon balks. What are you talking about? Nobody's stupid enough to throw their own life away just to save everyone else. It starts to gloat. Then its face drops entirely. Yo, you bastard, what are you doing? She calmly lays out her math. The price I need to pay for killing a pig like you has already been paid, she finishes, holding up a small golden token. It's an official exemption, a document absolving her of any sin, straight from the Old Testament faction, forging it punishable by their own curse. The demon barely gets out an "ah" before the blade finds it. No is all it manages before the strike lands for good. Vikir's crimson gauntlet finishes the job in a burst of light. The demon's head snaps back, gold coins scattering across the ground with it. Its body crumples the rest of the way down, done for good this time. The dust settles over a battlefield littered with gold, Vikir and his two allies left standing amid the wreckage. One of them just stares at what happened, eyes wide with something between awe and disbelief. A single word lingers over the wreckage: sin. As the hood and mask finally tear away, a familiar face stares back at everyone one nobody expected to see under there. Someone stumbles closer through the dark, staring in disbelief, and the name that escapes them is barely a whisper: Sinclair. At first this whole thing felt like nothing more than a hazy dream. She's kneeling there in a haze, like she just woke up somewhere she doesn't recognize. The vision drags her into a memory, some monstrous, boar-headed horror wreathed in fire. Squaring off against it, the masked Night Hound himself and President Dolores glowing with holy light. It all unfolds right as she's waking up, like the monsters throwing everything it has left into one final strike. Whatever strength it had left, it burns it all on that one last swing at the Night Hound, and it's nowhere near enough. The beast reverts to its human form, and the Night Hound doesn't hesitate for a second. He just takes the head clean off. And that's the image burned into her eyes the second she snaps awake. That's the moment it hits her. What she just saw wasn't some random nightmare. She spins around, eyes wide, heart hammering. It wasn't a dream, it was real. Cut to Sinclair, sprawled out and bleeding among the wreckage. One second she's falling through the rubble, the next she's just standing there, crying her eyes out. Someone else at the scene freezes in horror. Wait, why is Sinclair even here? The plan was simple: drug her tea, knock her out, ship her home with Piggy as her escort. Simple plans never survive contact with this story. So much for that plan. Sinclair's very much awake, kneeling in the wreckage, staring at something she was never supposed to see. Why did the Night Hound just execute the patriarch of the bourgeois family right in front of her? Her whole world just tilted sideways. Just why is about all she can get out. Vikier grabs her by the shoulders. Sinclair, stop looking down, look at me, I'll explain everything. I don't know when you woke up or exactly what you saw, but that man wasn't human. He was a demon wearing a human's face. Sinclair isn't buying it, people, she chokes out, then screams, get away from me. And she shoves him back hard enough to mean it. She goes limp right there. Sinclair. Yeah, this is bad. He turns to Dolores, still shut in the vault with him. That door's about to open, we need to move now. He scoops Sinclair up, blood still on his hands from the kill she was never meant to witness. It's dangerous for you to stay here, Sinclair, come with us. She fires right back, aren't you the one in the most danger here out of all of us? What if I just stay right here and tell them everything I saw? Vikier doesn't answer that one out loud. He's already moving, hauling evidence and secrets alike out of sight. He's already rehearsing the cover story. I'm the one who killed the patriarch. The Saintess knew nothing, I held her hostage. Sinclair raises her hand, a magic circle blooming under her palm. If I say, I'm going to stop you, will you kill me for it? The circle flares to full power, and she clearly means every word. Vikier just goes quiet. In every version of history he remembers from before his regression, she was a legend, a stone-cold genius who graduated and then simply vanished. No records, nothing. That's all he ever knew about her back when he'd never actually met her. But now she's the girl who used to light up just from being near him. The girl who once shyly asked if she could drop the formalities with him and wondered out loud if this was fate. The girl who once burst into tears of pure relief just because he came back at all. And now here he is, running the cold math anyway. Let her live, or is she a liability he needs to cut loose? Rough spot to be in. Somewhere close by, a heavy door starts grinding open. Sinclair throws up a barrier between herself and him, magic circle blazing. And right on cue, guards come pouring through that door. One of them nearly jumps clean out of his skin. Night Hound, why are you here? Check on the patriarch, someone else screams. What in the world is going on here? They roll over another body and freeze. Sir Damien, why are you here too? Turns out he wasn't the only one who didn't walk away from this. Wait, is that Bartholomew's head? So the Night Hound really did do it. The mask doesn't so much as flinch. It's an assassination. The entire household comes charging in at once. The Night Hound's taken the Saintess hostage and killed the patriarch. Well, half right, close enough for a full manhunt. Bring every guard we've got. Save the Saintess and take him alive, you're not getting away from us. Big talk, Vikier's already lighting up another exit. Decide for yourself what you're going to believe in. Fist cocked back, power crackling down his arm. And Dolores blows the whole wall wide open. He disappeared, check the entrance, don't let him get away. Dolores just stands there in the settling dust, catching her breath. That escape came with a serious kick behind it. A household aide rushes up. Are you okay? The head butler said the other students already made it back to the academy. Dolores keeps her face neutral. The Night Hound never told her which students were coming to see her tonight, and honestly, that's not her problem to solve. This place is getting sealed off soon. There are guards outside who will escort you back. And just like that, she's calmly walked herself out of the middle of a murder scene. Back at the scene, someone wonders if she's traumatized. Hard not to be, watching your own patriarch get executed. The older bourgeois kinsman just stares down at the body. Bartholomew. To think the man who once sat on this family's very throne, the man who looked down on the entire world from the very top, would end up dying like this. But the thing I'm looking at right now, that's not even human anymore, is it? He turns to the vault itself, and it's completely wrecked. This safe was built with mithril and orichalcum, engineered to survive literally anything, and someone just tore it wide open. Night Hound, he's got to be a demon himself, wielding power like that. And if Bartholomew really did have a demon's power in him, then his eyes narrow, so it really was you. He grabs Sinclair by the arm. You're the one who let the Night Hound and the Saintess into this vault. To assassinate the patriarch. He doesn't wait around for an answer either. What the hell are you even talking about? She yells, completely blindsided. And then his whole expression just stops cold. Yo, you're Juliet. He catches himself. No, she only resembles her, she's not Juliet. This child is the only daughter, and that single sentence rewrites everything Sinclair thought she knew about herself just as Vikyr comes storming in. And from that look on his face, whoever's got their hands on her had better let go right now. So it was you all along, she growls, sword already pressed flush against her own father's throat. She accuses him outright of hiding the Night Hound and the Saintess inside the family's vault. Cold sweat breaks across the old man's face. He clearly wasn't expecting his own daughter to come in swinging. It's all a misunderstanding, he insists, blaming a wave of counterfeit gold currently wrecking the capital's economy. That's exactly why he rushed here to see his brother, he claims. Urgent business, nothing more. Please, he begs her, don't misunderstand. But underneath the smile, his thoughts run cold. Her instincts are dead on, just short on proof, and he can't afford to give her one more reason to suspect him. Elsewhere, standing over a spreading pool of blood, she mutters that none of this, the vault, the accusations, is what actually matters anymore. Her mind drifts to a warmer memory, a friend teasing her about exactly what she plans to grill her father about when they finally meet. She'd had exactly one question saved up for her father, she admits quietly. Except now, she realizes she'll never actually get the chance to ask it. The question was simple and brutal: why did you abandon me? Is that really all there is to it, she wonders, almost daring herself to feel something. Funny enough, she recalls, her sister Juliet once asked their father that very same thing. His answer, cold as ever, he tossed Juliet into society with nothing but a commoner's name to her. She can barely choke the words out, Juliet too. He doubles down, the family never actually abandoned her, he insists, not really. It's the bourgeois family creed, he explains, exist but never expose yourself. Tradition demands every heir prove themselves in the capital completely alone, with zero help from the family. She should have learned that rule a long time ago, someone tells her coldly, right as he goes down. She can't understand why a man named Bartholomew never once bothered explaining any of this to her. Father, she stammers, the shock finally landing. A horrifying thought creeps in. What if the person who threw her away wasn't really her father at all, but some kind of demon wearing his face? The father she remembers from childhood, she admits, always felt like a demon to her. She catches herself, no, that's absurd, there's no such thing as demons, right? Alone and shaken, she confesses she has no idea what to believe anymore. Tears well up as she stares blankly into the dark, completely lost in it. A masked figure with a single glowing red eye tells her that the Night Hound, at least, knows exactly what he believes in. Decide for yourself, the shadow adds, based only on what you've actually seen and heard with your own eyes. Something in her snaps into resolve. She needs to see her father again right now. She walks up to him one last time and says it plainly, "Goodbye, father." From this moment on, she declares, she's the one taking over the family. The blow lands and he crumples to the floor, the family patriarch struck down by his own daughter's hand. Alarms tear through the vault as guards scramble, screaming for anyone to stop him from getting away. Up above, patrol lines tighten by the hour. The longer this drags on, the harder it gets to slip through. Perched on a rooftop with the rescued Saintess beside him, the masked Night Hound admits something still nagging at him. It's Sinclair, he says, leaving her behind back there is what's bothering him. Down below, torchlit search parties fan out through the streets, oblivious to the two watching from the rooftop. If it's her safety you're worried about, the Saintess tells him gently, there's no need. Word spreads fast that a man named Damien has named himself the sole culprit behind the vault break-in, and just like that, the official story flips. The Night Hound supposedly took the Saintess hostage and assassinated the family patriarch himself. Sinclair's smart, the Saintess reasons. She won't talk, and even if she tried to explain what really happened in that vault, everyone would just assume she'd lost her mind. Back at the academy, the Saintess sits with her thoughts, arms crossed, saying nothing. Working it through in her head, she narrows it down. The one rotten link connecting the church to the bourgeois patriarch scheme has to be Humbert. He's the only lead left standing, she realizes. She figures she should go see him herself and finally ask what really happened with someone named Belial. The masked night hound just watches her silent. Are you scared of him? She asks bluntly. Her footsteps echo on the stone as she hesitates for just a beat too long. Isn't it almost funny, she says. She got over her fear of an actual demon and awakened her own power, and she's still terrified of her own father. A heavy silence settles between them. No, she says softly, it isn't funny at all. Tears finally slip out as she asks if he'd mind listening to her story. He's the very first person she's ever told. She's sure he's already pieced it together. Humbert was never her real father. As a little girl, her raw, innate divine power was enough to catch his attention. And just like that, she grew up as his adopted daughter, inside the shadow of one of the capital's most powerful families. Second only to the Pope himself in influence, he was practically untouchable. Respected, adored, worshipped by countless people across the empire. In front of someone that flawless, she learned early she had to be obedient, always, no exceptions. Like a pretty little puppet, she says bitterly, one that never complains and never dares to defy him. And if she ever tried to break free of his control, he would. She stops herself, wiping her eyes. But it's okay now, she says, because she met him and everything started to change. Footsteps echo down a dark path as the night hound moves fast. His red eyes narrow sharply behind the mask. Her life, he thinks, isn't all that different from his own back when he was just a bloodhound before he regressed, back when the only reason he had to live was to follow orders. She's chained too, in her own way, he realizes. He needs to see Humbert himself, he decides, to finally put an end to this twisted, controlling relationship for good. A carriage lies wrecked on the roadside, wheels still spinning. A fist connects hard, the impact echoing through the dark. A horse rears and kicks wildly as chaos breaks loose around it. A bloodied man screams in agony, clutching himself as the beating continues. I really didn't know, he wails, insisting on his innocence. With the cult leaders now dead, he explains between sobs, everything's starting to unravel. A grand golden hall looms in the memory behind him, gilded and cold. The crimes tying him to a shadowy Old Testament faction and to the bourgeois family's schemes have finally come to light. He'd threatened to expose it all himself if he were ever arrested for it, terrified the royal family's investigators would pin everything on him alone. A monstrous fanged grin spreads wide behind him. None of his threats mattered one bit. Whatever that thing really was, he realizes now, it was never human. It was without question a demon. All he can choke out is a broken apology. Long ago, a clawed voice told him, if the day ever comes that you need real help, use this, weakling, the grinning demon sneers, offering up a strange, glowing gift. A trembling hand reaches out for the small, burning orb. It was, he admits, an utterly unknown gift. And in exchange, the demon let him walk out of there alive. He cradles the glowing orb tightly in both hands, almost afraid to let it go. Years pass in the memory, the orb never far from his grip. He finally closes his fist around it for good. A gift from a demon, he mutters, fleeing through the trees, blood streaking down his face. Back in the present, a blade flashes and slices clean through flesh. He manages, right before his own severed hand hits the ground. Blood pools fast across the stone. A raw, ragged scream tears out of him. My hand, he shrieks, clutching the bloody stump, his face streaked red. A dark sleeve spattered with blood drips silently in the gloom. He collapses to his knees, cradling the ruined stump as blood keeps spreading beneath him. Oh my, the night hound says almost pleasantly, he only meant to steal what was in that hand. Cutting it clean off was just a happy little accident. The severed, bloodied hand dangles from the masked hunter's grip. Is all the priest can manage. Our Ouroboros, the priest yelps, recognizing the white-haired woman closing in on him. First it was bribes under the table, she says coolly, then trafficking children, and now cozying up to an actual demon. And you call yourself a clergyman? What an absolute shitshow, the night hound mutters, unimpressed, as the priest chokes out a pained groan. Well, it's not all bad news, she jokes darkly. After all, she's out here collecting scumbags exactly like him. The masked hunter tenses, catching something. What did you just say? The priest stammers, confused and afraid. He screams again as another blow lands. He's struck down hard, crumpling under the impact. Don't worry, MS, our Ouroboros calls out, leaping into the fray. She'll teach him a lesson too. The dying priest chokes out one last, disbelieving question. The old era. A colossal, fanged shape looms out of the darkness, speaking of the warring states period. A massive clawed hand closes in on the stolen, glowing orb. Back when the truly strong still walked the earth, the beast rumbles, swallowing the orb whole, and the chapter cuts to black on that chilling tease. The whole skyline shudders under that light, like the city itself can't process what just went down. First bombshell, Bartholomew, patriarch of the massive bourgeois conglomerate, has just been assassinated in cold blood. Second bombshell, Cardinal Humbert of the Holy Quo Vadis family has vanished without a trace. And guess who's getting pinned for both? A masked vigilante known as the Night Hound, officially declared public enemy number 1. Officially, the Night Hound crashed a fancy gathering between Bartholomew and a group of academy students, and it was only Bartholomew's own sacrifice that got every last kid out alive. 3 of the rescued students get their photos plastered everywhere, a quiet reminder that this tidy cover story is about to hit way closer to home than anyone expects. A grim-faced spokesman steps up to the podium, reassuring everyone that with an heir already nominated, the chaos should die down soon enough. And just like that, the official story gets wrapped up in a nice, tidy little bow. Meanwhile, life goes on. Colosseo Academy is hurtling toward finals and a campus full of visiting parents, blissfully oblivious to how close it sits to all that chaos. Between exams and a school swarming with parents, nobody on this campus is getting a moment's rest. One look at how the place has changed, and even blonde hotshot tutor can't help but gawk. A staff member strides through the halls, clearly bracing for a very long, very busy week. The whole courtyard has gone full bloom, drowning the academy grounds in pink cherry blossoms. A student cranes their neck up at the falling petals, awestruck. So this is the school's arboretum. The gossip starts immediately. Why's the headmaster green-lighting this much construction the second they are all back? And since when does the school smell this floral? Sancho, never one to miss a joke, tells Piggy it's not flowers he's smelling, it's the stench of true warriors. Piggy, less amused, guesses it's really just beautification projects for the incoming parents. Turns out they're also restocking mana stones for the drill hall, patchwork after the magic wall glitched out during midterms, all ahead of the final ranking battles. Glowing mana crystals hover between the blossom trees like something off a postcard. Piggy mutters they might be going a little overboard, but hey, when the 7 great families are the ones visiting, you dress to impress. Bianca just rolls her eyes, tusk show-offs. Tutor sidles up to Bianca with a loaded question. Has she patched things up with Sinclair yet? Word's already gotten around that Bianca switched dorms too, and she's clearly not thrilled it's public knowledge. Bianca snaps back, exasperated for the last time they did not fight. But a few days ago, Sinclair just stopped answering her messages entirely, and has been looking worse by the day ever since. So Bianca figured the kindest thing she could do was back off and give her some breathing room, hence the sudden room change. Across the courtyard, a familiar voice calls out, "He." The whole group spins around in unison. It's Student Council President Dolores herself. And she's rocking a full hard hat-and safety vest combo, looking more like a construction foreman than the school's beloved living saint. "How are you all doing? It's been way too long," she beams while someone in the group just gawks at the outfit. Turns out the getup's mandatory as head of event management. Apparently the hard hat comes with the job. The group softens fast, gently checking in after everything that happened. Is she sure she's not pushing herself too hard? Dolores waves it off with a laugh, insisting her eyes were basically covered the whole ordeal, so she never really saw what was happening anyway. That doesn't stop the others from fuming. How dare that Night Hound take their president hostage? Just wait till they get their hands on him. Sancho isn't letting that slide though, needling Tutor for being the one who froze up completely when it actually happened. Someone points out it's been a good while since anyone's actually seen Sinclair around. Piggy and Bianca exchange a look. They are worried sick about her, but she keeps dodging them at every turn. Dolores' easy smile fades a little. "I see. Privately, she resolves to track Sinclair down as soon as humanly possible. No wonder the girls rattled last anyone checked. Sinclair had come face to face with an actual demon and a corpse besides. Bianca's own guilt creeps back in too. She remembers bolting on her own during the chaos, and can't shake the feeling that's exactly what shocked Sinclair so badly. And as for Vikier, someone starts and Piggy's whole face lights up like he's been dying to answer that one all day. Piggy reports he went straight back to their dorm, probably holed up getting some quiet time to himself. Before he can even finish the sentence, a hand clamps over his mouth mid-word. Cut to Vikier alone, going utterly still at something only he seems to notice. Dark droplets hit the floor in the shadows, not exactly the relaxing dorm downtime Piggy was picturing. Behind those mild-mannered glasses, sweat beads down his face. Whatever this is, it's taking everything out of him. Turns out alone time means grinding through a brutal solo workout, pushing his body to its absolute limit. Rep after rep, he barely lets himself breathe. A small pendant swings loose at his neck with every movement, clearly more than just an accessory. He straightens up, that unmistakable red glint flickering behind his glasses. He murmurs a name, Decoravia, explaining to himself that the thing's been out cold ever since he drained every last drop of mana, keeping it active. All of it, he reminds himself, just to keep the Saintess safe. He admits quietly that the Saintess might eventually piece together his real identity, especially since he's literally wearing the proof around his neck. Still, Decoravia's mind control let him tamper with her memories when it counted. Flashback, that same pendant glowing as he coldly informs some poor captive that silence won't save them here. They're going to tell him everything they know. He chalks the exhaustion up to bad mana management. Plain and simple, he burned through way more than he should have. It's the same reason he gassed out so fast fighting the demon Belial stat drain he's still paying for. Lesson learned, pace yourself, genius. A couple of classmates catch him mid-set, visibly wondering what kind of maniac trains this hard on a supposed rest day. Unlike his past life, this time around he's not just surviving the time of the fall, he's actively hunting down all 10 corpses to buy the world more time before it happens. Problem is, the timeline itself keeps shifting under his feet the more he changes. His mental corkboard of monsters and corpses just keeps growing, a grim scorecard of exactly how much is still left to deal with. On the bright side, he's already blown past the 7th technique and cracked open the door to the 8th full-blown supremacy territory. Only catch, it's not complete without the Saintess's buff backing him up. Which the surviving elite corpses have clearly clocked too, and they're not just sitting around waiting for him to catch up. They're actively stockpiling more power, specifically so he won't be able to stop them next time. The strain catches up with him all at once, his head splits with pain and he curses under his breath. He reaches for a drink to cool off, only to find the bottles already bone dry. Rough day all around. He sits there a moment, catching his breath in the empty gym. Before he can even finish asking himself if he wants a drink, someone answers that question for him. Sinclair strolls up with a bag of drinks in hand, surprised to catch him here. Vikier. Cut to later that night, the two of them up on the rooftop under a full moon, drinks in hand, same as always. The old campus tower looms quiet behind them, the perfect backdrop for a low-key night off. Cheers, cans clink together under the stars. Nothing hits quite like a cold one after an absolutely brutal workout, Sinclair insists. She's fully in her element, savoring every single sip. She teases him for nursing a soda instead, offering up her spare beer, but he waves her off. Ever the disciplined gym rat, he explains alcohol post-workout messes with muscle synthesis. Truly, the nerdiest possible excuse. Sinclair just rolls her eyes and mutters tisk, whatever, before going back to her drink. She admits, half-joking, that whenever she's feeling low she sneaks up here just to look at the Milky Way. He tells her gently that she's told him that before. I see, she murmurs, a little caught. A quiet beat passes between them, the kind where you can tell something's sitting just under the surface. Vikier can't shake the thought, is she just putting on a brave face? Back before he regressed, he watched plenty of soldiers do exactly that. Ghosts of that old life flash through his mind, fighters who came back from demon battles hollowed out, quietly falling apart from the trauma. He's willing to bet Sinclair's in exactly that spot right now. Gently, he tells her straight, "You don't look so good." She forces out a laugh, "Really, I'm fine." He cuts straight to it, "Is this about what happened to the bourgeois family?" No, she blurts out, way too fast to be convincing. Her voice cracks completely, "I don't remember anything," right before her whole body starts to give out. Vikyr lunges forward just in time to catch her as her knees buckle. She's shaking, tears coming out of nowhere, like a dam finally giving way. "Hoo-ha, why am I crying? Haha, what?" she stammers, genuinely confused by her own reaction. She keeps forcing that laugh, insisting over and over that she's completely fine, she really is. But the tears won't stop, and even she doesn't understand why. Vikyr grips her wrist, steady and serious. "What happened? What made you like this?" he presses, real urgency finally breaking through his usual calm. Right as he's spiraling into his own guilt about leaving her to face this alone, Sinclair suddenly blurts out two words that stop everything cold: "My dad." Vikyr freezes. "What?" The silence stretches out, heavy and cold, right before she finally says it. "The Night Hound," Sinclair whispers, voice breaking, "killed my dad." And Vikyr, the actual Night Hound, has absolutely no idea what to say to that. Vikyr freezes mid-thought. Someone just asked him a question that hits way too close to home. It is just the two of them, alone on a rooftop under a wide-open night sky, Vikyr and his quiet stargazing friend, Sinclair. She asks it point blank, "Who exactly did the Night Hound kill?" Tears well up as she answers her own question, "The head of the bourgeois family." "And my dad," she adds, her voice breaking. "His name was Bartholomew." And Vikyr, the one person here who has no idea he is the Night Hound she is talking about, goes completely rigid. They just sit there on the rooftop beam in silence, the weight of what she said hanging heavy between them. Vikyr cannot even bring himself to respond. All he has got is silence. Inside his head, he is spiraling. He cannot believe the girl sitting next to him is tied to the very man his other identity just executed. Is that why, he wonders, putting the pieces together in his head? He remembers she always looked sad whenever family came up, like she was hiding something from everyone. It clicks, she and another girl he once crossed paths with, Juliet, share the same bloodline. No wonder Juliet looked so familiar. Juliet had not reacted with shock back then. She had looked him dead in the eye and asked if he was going to kill her too. It was not fear he saw in her eyes that day. It was pure hatred aimed squarely at him. Because he had killed her father right in front of her. The memory of her horrified expression still haunts him. "I am sorry for fooling you all this time," she had told him once. "I decided not to tell anyone." Back in the present, Sinclair drops another bomb. She was actually planning to drop out of the academy. She was supposed to be valedictorian every single year, sweep every competition, and become student council president. The full perfect resume. She wanted to check every box before graduation. That is how she had planned to spend her whole youth. A beat of quiet passes between them. But now, she admits, none of it feels like it matters anymore. She realized there was something far more worthwhile to chase instead. So before she walks away from the academy for good, she wants to do one last thing. The single most worthwhile thing she could possibly spend her youth on, she says. And then she just says it, "Vikyr, I want to date you." Vikyr does not even get a full what out before she barrels straight ahead. "You are wrong about yourself," she tells him. In her eyes, he is the coolest, most amazing person she has ever met. No contest. Vikyr just listens, completely caught off guard. Her mind flashes back to the day he stepped in for Piggy when the bullying started. "I found a good person," she remembers thinking. She never connected the ordinary name Vikyr to the man behind the mask, not until it hit her all at once. He faced down brutally hard questions head-on, over and over, without ever flinching. One time he did not even hesitate before diving straight into the sewers just to fish something out for her. With this, she says, "You do not have to feel sorry anymore." Flashback: the Night Hound standing tall in a blast of light, having just torn through solid rubble, while a stunned Sinclair looks up at him from below. Caught red-handed, Vikyr can only manage an awkward haha. Sinclair practically melts with relief, crying out his name. I thought you weren't coming back, she says, still stunned he just cracked open a gate everyone thought was indestructible. A quiet beat passes between that memory and the present moment. Then her tone shifts. Actually, this is a different topic, she says. When the night hound killed my dad, she continues. President Dollars was standing right next to him. They were working together, she says flatly. She had trusted and relied on Dollars as her senior, which makes this discovery sting even worse. Why would you even be near the night hound? No, more importantly. She stops herself and softens instead. But I think I can trust you, she tells Vikier. You are the only one I have left, the only person who actually understands me. Sinclair, he says quietly, cutting her off. Inside, he means every word. He really does sympathize with her. He understands exactly how she feels about him too, but I can't accept your confession, he tells her straight out. Accepting it just to soothe his own guilt, he thinks, would be the single worst thing he could do to her. Even if the demon Belial had been the one wearing Bartholomew's corpse like a disguise that night. The plain truth does not change. He is the one who actually killed her father. Sinclair goes quiet, the words landing hard. Then will you accept me, she asks, smaller now. When the time comes. Vikier hesitates. Does he need to be even blunter about turning her down? She grabs his arm anyway, like I said. They tumble together onto the rooftop beam and she begs him, don't say it and just hug me just this once, okay? Vikier freezes, reminding himself she is still just a young girl hurting badly. He wraps his arms around her without another word. In his head, he recalls how the bourgeois family has stood against the demons for generations. She is meant to lead that family someday, and he figures the least he can do now is help her from the shadows. In his past life before he regressed, this same fragile kid grew into one of this world's actual heroes. It is just a guess, he admits to himself, but he would bet everything Sinclair becomes exactly that kind of leader again. He can only imagine how many trials she has already survived just to get here. A quiet starlit pause settles over the rooftop. For just one moment, the guilt-ridden vigilante and the grieving daughter simply hold onto each other under the stars. Cut to the Academy's front office where a report lands on the desk. The Campus Green Project and Mana Stone's security upgrades are officially underway. The Mana Stones powering the arena, right where the final ranking match will take place, have all been swapped out for new ones. There is a catch though, nobody has actually stress-tested how durable the new stones are yet. There could be stability issues down the line, she warns him. Professor Venci, you always worry about student safety, she notes with a small smile. He waves it off, calling himself just a narrow-minded guy trying to keep his job. That's not true at all, she tells him, and you know that's not really how you feel. So I worked hard to keep up with you too, she adds, and he cracks a grin. He glances down at a small box that just landed on the desk. It is the key to slipping through the Academy's new mana walls, built right into a bracelet. Inside the box sits a slim, coiled artifact. It's an artifact that stores mana, he mutters, turning it over in his hand. Can this thing be mass-produced, he asks. If every student wears one, campus security stops being such a headache. He asks for extras to be made for the teaching staff too. Not a total fix for internal security, he admits, but it will help. The student bracelets are already being produced. All that is left now is handing them out. There's one more thing, she says. It's not in the report. What is it, he asks. A crackle of dark energy rips through the air, and his expression snaps into full alarm. Elsewhere in the building, an old argument reignites. Didn't we already settle this? A voice snaps from behind a desk. Complaints have kept piling in since then, Venci is told. On top of everything, she is apparently drunk constantly, and was nowhere to be found during the actual search and arrest. Called lazy, accused of blowing off her duties as an Imperial Capital Guard entirely. The tension in the room keeps climbing. Think about it, the deputy principal snaps, slamming a hand on the desk. Every lead we've gotten on wanted criminals came from anonymous tips, not from her. It's not just her work ethic. This makes the whole guard, the whole academy look bad. Take action, the deputy principal demands. I will, comes the reply, though not exactly in the way the deputy principal was hoping for. I'm the one who decides how she gets punished, Venci says evenly. That's ridiculous, the deputy principal fires back. Deputy Principal Venci says, turning his back. Please leave. I know, the deputy principal mutters, already walking off. Footsteps echo down the empty hallway. He's hiding something, the deputy principal thinks, not remotely convinced by that answer. Startling, honestly. The man actually showed real emotion just to tell him to back off. The deputy principal keeps walking, clearly not done digging into this. Alone at night, someone pores back over old records, hunting for answers. It happened 35 years ago, not long after the empire was first unified, because of one unprecedented catastrophe. The records call it the coup d'état of the 47 family heads. Countless nobles stormed the palace and were massacred for it. In the end, 46 of the 47 family heads were executed. Sweat beads on the reader's face as the details keep getting worse. One person survived. That lone survivor was hauled off to Lubelbach prison. An aide stands quietly in the doorway, watching the deputy principal take it all in. Why bring this up now? The deputy principal asks. The aide answers, it seems tied to the worst incident on record, and the names Winston and Sadie keep coming up. And right behind them both, unnoticed, something with glowing yellow eyes and a fanged grin is already watching. Whatever this secret really is, it is far from finished. 1 week later, the whole capital of Venecia is buzzing. Colosseo Academy is hosting its big parent and student open lesson. The Academy's towers rise over drifting cherry blossoms, catching every eye in the city today. Guests pour in down a blossom-lined path, dressed for a show. As one of the world's most prestigious academies, Colosseo pulls in exactly the crowd you'd expect: old money and even older egos. The grounds fill up with the empire's 7 great families and nobles from every district, all here to watch their kids perform. And including the students, everyone's attention is locked on today's headline event, the final exam's grand ranking match. Here's a quick look at some of the fighters stepping up to it. First up, for the first-year Fire Corps, Bianca, fighting alongside her class rivals, Grenouille and Sinclair. Representing the third-year Fire Corps, a bald senior and his partner round out today's lineup. And keeping watch over the whole event, Dolores, the student council president everyone treats like a living saint. One by one, the finalists take their spots on the arena floor while the stands hold their breath. Sinclair takes it all in with that same unreadable calm she always wears. Arms crossed, giving absolutely nothing away. But rewind the clock a little, because there is more behind that calm than anyone in the stands realizes. One quiet night on a rooftop, she corners him one more time. I'm sorry for being clingy, I just wanted to ask you one last thing. He turns her down flat. I can't accept your confession, but she pushes anyway, wondering if that means once he's finished chasing whatever he's chasing, you'll have a little more freedom. He goes quiet, weighing that question a lot longer than he'd like to admit. After I achieve all my goals, I haven't even thought that far ahead yet. My goals take place way into the future and in a pretty cruel setting. But if that day does come and I actually pull it off, then maybe you're right, maybe I will get some freedom. Something about that finally lands. She breaks into tears and a grin she can't hide. Even if you reject me, I'm still the one who likes you, not the other way around. I'm going to wait whether you tell me to or not. He calls after her Sinclair, and for a second neither of them says anything else. Don't throw away everything you've worked so hard for. They're all meaningful and valuable. You're right, she says, laughing through tears under the moonlight. Thanks, she calls after him the next morning as he heads off, backpack slung over one shoulder, right back to playing the ordinary student. Winning the ranking match before he leaves the academy, that's the last box on his list. So that's exactly what he's decided to do. Before he regressed, the memoirs of Colosseo's own heroes all mentioned the same thing. They called it the Colosseo tragedy, one of the biggest disasters before the time of the fall. And the one behind it was a demon. After that day, the whole world remembered all over again just how catastrophic a demon can be. He figures they have about 6 months left before it happens again. Once he wraps up what he needs to do here, he's leaving the academy to head straight for his real destination, in time to get ready for the coming fall. A place built entirely out of hardship and trials. The world's worst prison. A phrase surfaces from his memories out of nowhere. Nouvelle vague, I need to go there, he decides, while an old black and white memory plays behind his eyes, a boy walking off toward distant towers while someone behind him cries. Back in the present, a massive barrier dome rises to seal off the arena floor. All right, parents, please calm down, the announcer pleads, already sounding exhausted. As the final matches for each year are about to commence. The first match is between the Ice Core's first year, Tutor La Mancha Don Quixote, and Bianca Faux Usher. In the stands, Tutor's father is already losing his mind. Tutor, your father's name and your family's honor are on the line. Win at all costs. Don't even think about coming home if you lose. Cackling like a lunatic, Cervantes' La Mancha Don Quixote, patriarch of the Azure Spearman family, could not be prouder of himself. Bianca is unimpressed. Blah blah blah, he's so loud my eardrums are basically bleeding. Her own father, Roderick Faux Usher of the mystical Archer family, leans in with a smirk. Bianca, teach that ill-mannered family what real class looks like. Sorry, but I'm about to destroy you, Tutor, Bianca says. My father's watching. Mine is too, Tutor fires back. I'm not going easy on you today. Even though you outranked me on the midterms, Bianca needles, that's exactly why I meant it when I said I'd go easy on you, idiot. You would have whined all day if your score beat mine, Tutor shoots back. And honestly, I didn't want to hear it, while sparks fly between them off the trash talk alone. Says you, Bianca snaps right back. And just like that, the gloves come off, fire magic erupts in twin arcs across the arena floor. Off to the side, Granuel watches it all with a bored tisk. One of the other cadets grumbles to think they're also from the 7 great families like me. They're dragging the rest of us down. Granuel turns her attention to Sinclair. Hey, commoner, let me say this before our match starts. Today I, Granuel, am taking the top spot in this class. I can't let a commoner take that, let alone the interim student council seat. How's that? I used my push and pull tactic to show you my determination and let you know I think of you as my rival, Granuel announces, pleased with herself. I bet you can't help being interested in me now. Sinclair's response is instant. How childish, Granuel blinks, huh? I said you're childish, Sinclair repeats, already walking off. She doesn't stick around for a rebuttal. Granuel shrinks into an embarrassed little heap on the spot. Oh, so sorry. She takes a shaky breath, trying to pull herself back together. Bravado gone, she ends up sitting alone on a bench under the cherry blossoms instead. Elsewhere on campus, a different girl is stuck on her own problem. I've tried talking to her ever since that day, but she keeps avoiding me. How do I even explain myself, she mutters, hair pulled into a braid, clearly out of ideas. Her hand tightens into a fist, frustration building. Then something catches her eye across the courtyard. Vikyr, she calls out as he walks up, backpack in hand. He has absolutely no idea what he's about to get roped into. Yeah, she blurts while someone nearby suggests, oh, should we ask Vikyr to join us too? Yeah, he'd be a great asset to the club. Her brain immediately starts scheming. Sinclair seems really close to Vikyr. If I ask him for a favor, maybe I'll finally get a chance to talk to her. It might be underhanded, she admits to herself, fist clenched, but I'm out of better options. Before anyone can answer, a small figure comes charging straight at Vikyr, fist first. Palmyrian, he yelps, barely catching her in time. I missed you, Daddy, she squeals, arms wrapped around his neck while everyone nearby freezes. Daddy. Whispers spread instantly. Did she just call a student daddy? Oh my gosh, he looks younger than my own daughter. Look at the kid's face, they even look alike, someone adds, and Vikyr's stomach drops. Wait. 2 onlookers stare in open disbelief while Vikyr's face short-circuits, panic sparking visibly across it. Isn't that Vikyr the first year? Someone else pipes up, delighted by the gossip. With a startled Kaya, from Palmyrian, he scoops her up and bolts before the rumor can spread any further. Behind him, the crowd just keeps digging the hole deeper. A first year, he's still basically a kid himself. A child had a child, oh my. He finally touches down somewhere quieter, Palmyrian still clinging to him like nothing at all happened. The braided girl from before watches the whole thing unfold, jaw somewhere near the floor. Even mid-landing, every bit of his focus stays on keeping her safe, chaos or not. Deep in the academy grounds, a small figure goes dashing across the courtyard, sneaking past hedges and columns like she owns the place. The path ahead runs quiet and empty, ivy climbing the walls, exactly the kind of spot you'd pick if you didn't want to be noticed. Behind those round glasses and combed-down hair is Vikir's undercover student disguise, and right now he's sweating bullets hoping nobody's clocked him yet. It's quieter over here, he thinks, no one around to blow his cover right before a delighted shriek rings out across the whole courtyard. So much for staying hidden. That scream of pure joy just torched his sneaking around plan. Turns out he's already given in, giving his tiny visitor a piggyback ride while she pumps her fists yelling for another lap. Running fast is the best, she squeals, blissfully unaware she just announced their location to the entire campus. She freezes mid-giggle, suddenly worried. Is Uncle actually mad at her now? I won't do it again. Sorry, she mumbles before admitting the real reason she's here. Something's going on. He's not mad, not even a little. He just ruffles her hair and lets it go. But he does want to know why she's wandering around alone. Word was she came here with Osiris. So where's Big Uncle then? Off fetching their entrance bracelets apparently. While waiting, she'd been playing hide and seek with the burrow uncles. But she wanted to see Uncle Vikir so badly that she snuck off and slipped in on her own. Cut to Hugo, cornered by her ultimatum. If I don't go, I won't eat, won't sleep, won't even talk to Grandpa. Vikir can't help but note sounds like she's got the great Hugo Baskerville wrapped completely around her finger. Hugo in that same flashback absolutely loses it. You lost her, while playing hide and seek. Vikir just gives it a flat, wordless look, not his problem to untangle. Okay, let's go, I'll take you to Big Uncle, he says, and she happily takes his hand. Mid-walk, she suddenly stops and calls out, Uncle. Something's caught her attention. What's wrong, he asks, instantly alert. Out of nowhere, a blade swings straight for him. Someone's just snuck up on the disguised Vikir. His red eye flickers under the glasses as he locks onto the intruder, someone. He tenses, sensing a presence unlike anything he expected on a school afternoon. The figure turns out to be a hunched, hooded old woman who simply rasps, I said I'm thirsty. Recognition hits him like a truck. This woman is Providence itself, standing right in front of him. She's introduced with full reverence, the Loon Church's Pope and matriarch of the Quo Vadis family. Alive for over 200 years, since before the empire was even unified, she's the oldest of the last true traditionalist saintesses. Hunched over her cane, she's spoken of as nothing less than a living legend. Her name at last, Navikov Lun Quo Vadis I. Vikir can't shake the question hanging in the air. Why is a woman like her here now, of all places? Before he regressed, he only knew her from dusty history books. By this point in that old timeline, she should already be dead. Poisoned, in fact betrayed by someone on the inside who turned her own power against her. Watching her alive and well now, he can't help but wonder, is this another ripple from his own actions since coming back? Whatever the reason, history clearly isn't playing out the way it used to. And if she's alive, her power could be a massive asset for what's coming, for the whole future of mankind, even. That grand thought gets cut off instantly by a solid whack to the head. Water, give me water, bye, the old woman bellows, wielding a ladle like a weapon. Vikir, dazed, revises his whole assessment. This legendary saintess might genuinely not be all there. He rubs the sore spot on his head, still trying to process what exactly just happened. Someone comes sprinting up in a panic. It's Dolores, the Academy's own saintess in training, shouting his name and the Pope's. Little Pomerian plants herself in front of the old woman like a bodyguard. Why are you hitting my uncle, Granny? Dolores skids to a stop, equal parts relieved and bewildered. So this is where she wandered off to. She turns to the Pope, more urgent now. Where's her knight escort, Sir Peter, and why is she out here alone? Vikir places her face at last. President Dolores, of all people. The Pope just waves it off, no idea where he went. Now, water, give her water. Vikir, resigned to babysitting a 200-year-old legend, just points her toward the well. She shoves a busted-up, gaping clay pot into his hands. Give it to me with this. Dolores and Pomerian both gawk at the damage. That thing's got a hole you could put a fist through. Any water poured in there is just going to leak straight back out, obviously. Vikir studies his own hand instead, quietly working something out. Without warning, the old woman just chucks the broken pot straight into the well. It splashes down and everyone leans in to see what happens next. Underwater, the crack seals itself shut, the pot mending back into one solid piece. Now it won't leak, she says, simply proof positive of what her power can do. She adds, almost as an afterthought, if a floor's got holes or cracks running through it, you can patch every single one, she explains, holding up the now whole pot as her example. The trick is to envelop the gap in something bigger than the crack itself. Don't try to force it shut, she warns, that's not how it works. The best you can do, she says, is let things mend themselves naturally in their own time. Vikyr just stares, quietly turning her words over in his head. Then she ruins the moment instantly. Of course, you still can't drink out of a cracked pot like this one. That's enough theory for him. He channels his own mana, determined to prove he actually gets it. For the first time, the ancient pope looks genuinely caught off guard. Right on cue, his tiny spider familiar, baby madam, scurries up onto his shoulder with a proud little bark. Vikyr squares up, fully focused now. Meanwhile, the old woman's leaning right over the well, sloshing water around like a kid. She dangles that same hold pot in front of him all over again. If you're thirsty, there's water right there. This busted old thing is the only tool you're getting, she taunts. His eyes flare with resolve. Challenge accepted. He pours his own mana straight into the vessel, sealing it whole and filling it clean in one motion. Shouldn't you do everything you can to actually collect the water? She needles, then stops cold. Vikyr. Palmyrian's practically vibrating with excitement. Woa, was that magic, uncle? The old pope falls completely silent, studying him like she's seeing something she didn't expect. A familiar voice comes huffing up the path. Sir Peter, the pope's own knight escort, finally catching up. I panicked when she vanished without warning. Thank goodness you were with her, saintess, he tells Dolores. That's true enough, the pope replies, and you could learn that same method too, you know. Vikyr listens closely as she keeps talking about never giving up, no matter the challenge. About finding a way through, no matter what stands in the way. That, she tells him plainly, is the path he's walking, and the life he's going to live. Let's go, boy, she barks, already hobbling off without waiting for a reply. Right away, Sir Peter scrambles to catch up, dragging his composure back together. Vikyr just watches them go, murmuring a quiet thanks under his breath. The odd pair shuffle off across the grounds, leaving three very confused people behind. Vikyr, Dolores, and Palmyrian just stand there in stunned silence for a beat. Sorry about that, Dolores finally says. The pope's been a little out of it lately. Try not to take anything she says too seriously, haha, she adds, still a little flushed. It's fine, really. Anyway, Vikyr, she says, turning oddly serious. I overheard her back there, she starts, clearly working up the nerve to ask something. Is it true you're her daddy? Palmyrian gasps in the background as Vikyr spit takes his water. Are you okay? Dolores panics while Vikyr chokes out, she's not my daughter. She's the little sister of an acquaintance. You just misread the pope's joke. I knew it, figured as much, haha. Dolores laughs it off, mortified. Phew, glad she's not his daughter, Dolores thinks to herself, a little too loudly on her face. Vikyr just blinks, baffled. Why does she look like she's glaring at him now? Is that why you came looking for me? Dolores asks, catching herself. Oh no, actually, I wanted to ask you a favor, she starts. Before she can finish, an announcement cuts in. The second year's champion is decided, and the third year's decisive ranking match, the one settling the summa cum laude spot, is up next. Participants, please head to the arena, the announcement blares. Ah, already? So sorry, Vikyr, I'll fill you in later. I've got my match, Dolores blurts, flustered. I was headed that way myself. Let's walk together, he offers. Oh okay, she manages. The academy grounds stretch out ahead of them as they head for the arena together. Elsewhere on campus, two more students suddenly go rigid, sensing something's off. A cliffhanger nudge that this isn't over yet. We open high above Colosseo Academy's arena, sealed under a shimmering hexagonal barrier built to contain some serious magic. The whole place is packed. Every student, faculty member, and proud parent has turned out for the year's final showdown. That barrier isn't just for show, it's humming at full strength, built to swallow whatever chaos is about to happen inside. Down on the arena floor, one exhausted third year is heaving for breath, wand still smoking from the fight of his life. That's Galliat, representing the Ice Corps, throwing everything he's got into one last spell. Across from him, blonde and just as winded, is his classmate Dolores Lun Quo Vadis, hands glowing, refusing to back down. Two third-year Ice Corps hopefuls, two exhausted bodies, and only one winner about to be crowned. Galliat sucks in one more breath and screams out his last line before unleashing everything he's got left. "I'd never lose to you, Dolores," he roars, "not to someone who fights with divine." Dolores doesn't even let him finish. She answers with more magic, hands raised, already channeling the finishing blow. The clash rips clean through the arena floor tile. When the dust settles, Dolores is the one still standing, Galliat's flat on his back, completely out cold. And just like that, the intense duel is over. The crowd waits with bated breath for the official call. A hand glows with the winning mark, and the announcer's voice booms across the stadium. The crowd clenches its fists, holding its breath for the name. Then the whole stadium erupts, confetti and all. Dolores Lun Quo Vadis, the crowd chants her name like she just won a war, not a school duel. With the last match wrapped up, it's time for the closing ceremony, the announcer's voice crackling over the loudspeakers. Students and guests are told to settle into their seats. The show's about to start. Up steps a familiar face, long dark hair, permanent scowl, Vice Principal Vinci Morgue himself. He introduces himself properly, mic in hand, ready to host the whole ceremony. He addresses the entire student body of Colosseo Academy, the arena packed to the rafters behind him. Vinci turns his back to the crowd for a second, insisting he means every word with love and respect. The crowd murmurs, unconvinced. Somewhere in the stands, a couple of students aren't buying it. "Love my ass," one mutters, he hates students. Another jokes he's probably about to chew them all out, just like during his lectures. But Vinci surprises everyone, admitting flat out that he knows the students don't like him and think he's here just to grind you down with hardship. He continues over a bird's-eye view of the whole academy grounds. "I know I've treated you all bluntly and harshly." Then his tone shifts, "But after I met a certain student," he says, eyes narrowing, "I realized a lot of things. I, a professor, learned that," he says, trailing off for dramatic effect. Cut to a flashback. Someone quietly hands over money to cover the tuition of students who couldn't afford school fees, refusing to give a name, while a stunned staffer mutters, "Vi. Vinci recalls chasing the mystery down, only to come away with one simple truth passed on by that same anonymous donor. "What a student truly needs," he quotes, "can only come from another student. And for that, he wants to say thank you. To the student I won't name," he says, holding the mic like it's the most sincere thing he's ever said, "from the bottom of my heart." The wind picks up as he turns back to face everyone. "If there's a headwind pushing you back," he tells the crowd, "I hope it turns into a tailwind. And even if it rains," he adds, "I hope a rainbow shines over you. May your saddest days end up helping you more than your happiest ones ever did." The crowd watches him, dead silent for once, actually listening. And more importantly, he says, looking up at the sky, "May your lives be full of love, peace, hope, and real accomplishments." He grips the mic stand tight, badge glinting in the sun. "I sincerely pray for that," he finishes. "All of you have done well this past year, thank you." He steps back from the mic, letting the moment breathe. The entire stadium erupts into cheers, drowning out every doubt anyone had about him 5 minutes ago. Somewhere in the noise, one lone figure just stands there, quietly taking it all in. In the stands, students are stunned. "I didn't know Professor Vinci had it in him," one sobs. "Maybe someone else wrote that speech," another jokes, while a third insists through tears that warriors don't cry. Dolores is right there with them, bawling, "Yeah, I'm so touched, wah." Her friend turns to her with a look. "Wait, are you the student he's talking about, Dolores? You're the one who talks to him the most." A few rows over, a bespectacled, unassuming classmate quietly speaks up. "I don't think it's me," he says, deadpan. "That's Victor, of course, hiding in plain sight behind his glasses. Behind those lenses, his red eye says he knows exactly whose money bailed out those broke students. He doesn't let a flicker of it show, poker face fully engaged." Nearby, a colleague sidles up to Vinci. "What a touching speech, good job." Dolores looks on, mildly starstruck. Somewhere off to the side, a blade catches the light. A cloak strap tightens, someone new is making their way toward the stage. A blond, golden-eyed man steps up, badge on his coat. "Hello, I'm Headmaster Winston," he says. "The vice principal gave such a great speech it's going to be hard to follow, haha." Winston takes the mic himself, dagger tucked at his hip. "This might be common advice," he says, "but I want to tell you, give your best in every single moment. These past several months I left the academy and found some real tranquility," he says, flashing back to old acquaintances he reconnected with. A student in the crowd flushes, not expecting the headmaster to get this personal, as he explains his health took a hit from a chronic condition called mana overload. "I only realized this after I lost my health," he admits, dead serious for a man who was just cracking jokes. "The present is precious," he says. "Tomorrow, no today, this hour, this minute, this second, none of us know when we'll die. We all have to do our best in every moment," he says, voice rising. "That goes for every single one of us. Death is fair to everyone," he tells the graduating students. "So to all of you heading off on break, don't you dare forget how precious life and time really are. Live with no regrets," he shouts, "because you might die tomorrow, no, in the very next," and a clawed hand bursts straight through his chest from behind. "Huh," is all he manages, blood spraying, eyes going wide as the life drains out of them. The whole crowd freezes in horror, students staring in disbelief at what just happened live on stage. Even Vikir, glasses and all, snaps to full alert, his red eye flaring behind the lenses. Winston's collar goes slack as his body starts to fall. Blood pours from his mouth as he chokes and screams, the strike having gone clean through him. Something purple and monstrous is coiled around his ruined body, having done the damage in an instant. A whip-like tendril of dark energy lashes out from wherever the attacker is hiding. A pillar of purple light erupts skyward, tearing straight through the stage. The blast levels half the platform, debris flying everywhere as panic finally breaks loose. Winston, barely conscious and drenched in blood, can only stare at what's happening to him. The crowd screaming turns into an all-out stampede. Someone leaps into the fray with a blade, slashing at whatever's attacking, desperate to stop it before it finishes the job. A sword clatters to the ground in the chaos. Footsteps click calmly across the wreckage. Whoever this is, they're in absolutely no hurry. A clawed, wolf fur-draped figure raises a blade in triumph. "I finally got it," she gloats, one eye glowing an unnatural purple. The blade itself is no ordinary sword. It's called the Key, the legendary winter sword Orwell. Someone else charges in to stop the theft cold. "That's as far as you go, MS Ouroboros," they scream. Steel meets claw as defenders scramble to hold the line against her. Vensi's face twists with fury, watching one of the strongest sword masters on campus go down without even landing a hit. Even if she ambushed him, he thinks, for an outstanding swordmaster to be beaten in an instant, it doesn't add up. He narrows his eyes, sweat beading. Did she disguise herself as school staff just to sneak into the arena? He clenches his fist hard enough to shake. "The security here is such garbage, damn it," he mutters. Then he raises his voice at the attacker directly. "Your ambush might have worked," he snarls, "but don't you dare think you're walking out of here alive." A glowing blue magic circle blooms in his palm. "This may be a school," he says, "but it still reveres the pinnacle of martial arts. If you just look at our strength and organization," he says, as a squad of glowing-eyed, hooded figures rise up behind him. "We're basically an army." The attacker isn't impressed. "You won't be able to do anything by yourself," comes the taunt, dark energy crackling. Vensi just grins through the sweat. "Did I say I was alone?" A single word slips out of her in surprise. "What?" A wall of blue magic detonates, slamming into the attacker at full force. The blast keeps churning as Vensi braces against the shockwave, refusing to back down. Screaming echoes through the ruined arena as someone yells for everyone to just run. But the attacker just laughs it off, covering her face in delight. "I love that sound," she purrs. Dark purple energy lashes out again, shredding through ice and stone like it's nothing. Her face finally comes into view, pale, glowing-eyed, grinning like this whole massacre is the best part of her day. "Wouldn't you agree?" she asks, savoring every second of the destruction she's caused. She locks eyes on Vensi with a wicked, fanged grin. "Professor Vensi?" she purrs, and the chapter cuts out right there, leaving the whole academy hanging by a thread. A student freezes mid-step, eyes going wide. Professor Sadie is standing right there, and something about her is very, very wrong. She turns, slow and deliberate, like she's got all the time in the world. That is never a good sign. A hulking, crystal-crusted brute reports in like a loyal dog. "My queen, I destroyed the mana wall as you commanded." Yeah, queen, that word is doing a lot of heavy lifting here. Soon, more followers will be coming, it rasps. Whatever Sadie's been building behind the scenes, it's bigger than one rogue professor. The creature grovels at her feet, begging to be hit, to be stepped on, to be punished more. These aren't soldiers, they are worshippers. Who are they? Someone stammers, staring at the carnage. The answer comes back grim: they're wanted criminals. Sadie just let the worst of the worst off the leash. Wanted criminals? No way. Denial doesn't last long when the bodies are already stacking up. Someone starts putting it together. Sadie always skipped investigations, always showed up drunk, always turned in reports missing exactly the details about wanted criminals. That was all planned, every single bit of it. "Please give me another order, my queen," one of her crystal-scarred followers pleads, groveling for the next command. They bow so low it's almost pathetic if it weren't so unsettling. Sadie built herself a cult, not a squad. Sadie throws her head back and cackles. "All of you," she grins, and you can practically hear the campus alarms about to go off. "Disperse and set them off," she orders. Just like that, her entire hidden army goes loose across the academy grounds. Steel flashes, the first blood of the night hits the pavement. Somewhere close by, a man in academy colors tenses up, sensing the chaos start to spread like wildfire. The darkness swallows the courtyard whole. Whatever Sadie just unleashed, it isn't slowing down. By the time the smoke clears, the first body is already cold on the stones. It's not just one, the courtyard is littered with them. This isn't a scuffle, it's a massacre. A ball of crystalline blue energy pulses in the dark, humming with Sadie's power. Sadie stands over a beaten fighter, blade still dripping. She's not even winded. "Why?" the man chokes out, one word carrying the weight of everything he doesn't understand. "Why are you doing this? You really aren't an academy professor for nothing," he grunts, grudging respect mixed in with the blood. Then it clicks for him: you survived that explosion. Sadie was supposed to be gone, she isn't. "You always acted like a lunatic," he says, "but did you?" He's finally starting to see the real Sadie underneath the act. He guesses it outright. Was it because of the incident of the 47, the one that caused your family's downfall? Sadie actually looks impressed. "You knew all that? Your intel is crazy. I commend you, old man." "Are you really doing this so you can avenge your family?" he asks. It's not really a question anymore. As you know, the incident of the 47 was nothing more than a coup led by fools blinded by power, Sadie recites, like reading off an official plaque. "But that's far from the truth," she says. "I'm sure you think of it that way. Buckle up, because the official story is about to get torn apart." She looms over him on the shattered, checkered floor, in absolutely no rush to finish the job. "What?" he manages, bracing for whatever comes next. 35 years ago, Sadie begins. The story rewinds all the way back to where this all started. She walks off into the flashback, just a silhouette against the sky now, carrying decades of buried history. Decades back, 47 noble family heads raised their hands together in a fateful pact. They called it the Incident of the 47 Families. That day, they slaughtered countless people and stormed the palace. Arrows rained down out of the dark. The coup didn't just fail, it got obliterated. In the end, 46 of the 47 were executed on the spot. No trial, no mercy. Only one survived, the pillar of the Saad family, Sadie's own grandfather, Nuvalevig. He was thrown in a cell instead. However, Sadie says, the official reason given was that they were trying to usurp the throne. Their motive was clear, and old official recalls. The imperial family got scared other houses would be incited, so they buried the truth. Which is, a fist clenches, a whole family's grievance compressed into one gesture. An era where only the strong survive. The Warring States period, back from the dead, and Sadie's grinning right along with it. During the peace that followed unification, she goes on, strength stopped being law, justice, and power all at once. A man on a pedestal raises his hand to the crowd, championing a new idea. The weak could rise, even surpass the strong if they worked hard enough. That whole image shatters in an instant. The 47 families Sadie spits, they just couldn't accept it. Peace turned humans into livestock, she says. Those who lost their strength just became targets for plunder. Sneering old nobles loom in the frame. They turned into trash who only wore human skin. Charming bunch. You're crazy, the wounded man snaps. You killed Winston because you believe in that lunacy. He stood up to protect others during the incident of the 47. He presses, even though he could have been condemned right alongside them. When he sponsored you so you could become a professor, the betrayal cuts deeper than any blade. A girl left all alone after losing her entire family in a single day. Sadie stands over Winston's body now, and there's nothing left of that girl but rage. Her teeth clench, decades of grief boiling over in a single expression. This scumbag was the one who arrested my grandfather, Nouveleveg, she snarls. He tries to argue back. She's done listening, shut up. Her bloodied, fanged grin fills the whole frame. This is not a woman who's going to be talked down. Turns out the mana congestion he's fighting through came from his own earlier clash with Winston. Everyone's carrying old wounds tonight. Besides that, Sadie adds coolly he's the face of this school, so he had to die. She advances, blade drawn on whoever's left standing. One clean strike, and another body drops into the dust. You said this academy was an institution that worships the pinnacle of martial arts. Sadie stands unbothered amid the smoke. But that's bullshit, she says flatly. This is just a trashy place that hides real martial arts away. The golden Colosseo Academy emblem swings into frame, taming martial artists with government titles and success, she says, then using the tamed ones as tools. Dark purple energy crackles up her arm. The strong should be a symbol of power, she declares, and the rest should be eliminated. To clean up this trashy world, she murmurs, we need a natural disaster as strong as a typhoon. So I will gladly become that, she grins, fangs and all. A crackling energy whip snaps into her grip, and don't you dare think about whining. She lashes out, tearing streaks of raw energy through the air. I'll make you accept this. Purple aura swallows her whole and her scream echoes off the ruined stone. The ground itself splits and shatters beneath her rising power. I'll become the natural disaster, there it is, her villain origin story fully signed and sealed. Out of nowhere, a streak of blazing red light tears straight through the darkness. Something just answered her declaration of war. Sadie's eye snaps toward it, wary for the first time all night. A figure in a plain school suit draws his blade and casually intercepts a knife strike out of the air. One of Sadie's crystal-crusted soldiers drops in a spray of blood before it even finishes its swing. The mild-mannered student mask slips for just a second and one crimson eye glows through the dark. There he is. The guys around us were slain, a mercenary stammers, staring at a wall of his own dead friends. Shit, where did they come from? Turns out one quiet transfer student was the wrong guy to corner tonight. They try to rally anyway, it doesn't matter, only one of you can fight, you'll die once you're surrounded, two more crystal-crusted brutes close in. He doesn't even flinch, weapon raised, waiting for them to make the mistake of getting close. Blue crystal and dark energy collide in a shower of sparks. Surrounded was never the problem. As expected of someone from the Iron Blood Sword family, one thug mutters right before deeply regretting it. Elsewhere, the Hybero triplets crash into the fight. We can't let a junior surpass us. This is about our children's safety, wouldn't you agree? Bold words from the guys currently losing. They cackle and clash. Weapons like this is all just one big family reunion. Back with Vikir, the tone drops fast. You guys take Pomerian and stay at the safe zone, he orders. Yes, brother, no hesitation, no argument, just instant loyalty. The triplets sprint off to shield his little sister and every civilian caught in the crossfire. Vikir walks forward alone into the chaos, and every trace of the harmless student act burns off with each step. I'm going to kill everyone who gets in my way, he says flatly, red eyes blazing in the dark. The Baskerville 6th technique tears loose, a wall of crimson sword energy ripping straight through the enemy line. He strides through the wreckage straight at her. Do you still not get it, Sadie? It's not just us here, he warns, but all the strong families throughout the Empire as well. Do you still not understand, he says, that the power to take is so much weaker than the power to protect? Sadie just laughs it off. Hehe, the power to protect. I can just get rid of the things you want to protect, she says, cold as ice. Am I right? Her grin says she already thinks she's won this one. Elsewhere in the rubble, one of her crystal soldiers looms over a terrified girl screaming for her trapped mother. You are still alive, a man gasps, reaching for the injured woman. But what are you going to do now? The soldier answers without a shred of hesitation. My queen told me to kill all the weak. Sadie's philosophy in action. A restrained girl trembles in the dark, chains rattling. N is all she can get out. Her tear-streaked face comes fully into view, sobbing out a broken no. A shadow closes in over her, and there's nowhere left to run. We open on total nightmare fuel. A purple-haired psycho grinning ear to ear, fangs bared, clearly enjoying herself way too much. The power to protect, she sneers, mocking the whole idea like it's a punchline. Her solution to that whole protecting people problem, just erase everything you're trying to protect. Cool, 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 cool. A hulking, crystal-crusted golem lumbers toward the wreckage while a terrified little girl screams for her mom. Her mom is still breathing, barely, dragging herself across the stone just to reach her one more time. The golem closes in anyway, and our fanged friend just watches, thrilled because apparently that's a normal reaction to have. So what are you gonna do now? She taunts, as the golem's whole body lights up like a Christmas tree of death. The kid can barely choke out a no as the monster winds up for the kill. Yeah, this is about as dark as recaps get, folks. Out of nowhere someone screams no, and slams the brakes on that killing blow. This fight just took a hard turn. A brutal counterstrike lands dead center and even the monster looks stunned. Huh, indeed, pal. It gurgles out its last breath, crystal spikes cracking apart as it finally goes down. His squad comes sprinting in, spear still raised, and finds their buddy standing over the corpse, absolutely shell-shocked. That's our blonde cadet tutor, and by the look on his face, this was not on his bucket list for today. He can barely get a sentence out, hands shaking, staring at what he just did. I just killed, he can't even finish the thought. First kills hit different apparently. His teammate grabs him by the collar and yells at him to get a grip, tough love, cadet squad style. The rest of the squad huddles in close, trying to hold it together after a mission that clearly went sideways. Rewind a bit, this whole nightmare started with the squad realizing they'd wandered way over their heads. We're surrounded, someone mutters, as clawed hands start closing in from every direction. The whole squad squares up, weapons out, as the monster horde tightens the noose. In the middle of it all, a terrified little girl is begging anyone to save her. Tutor steps up first, flashing her a reassuring grin. Don't worry, kid. His teammate backs him up, cool as anything, we're really strong. Another cadet chimes in, promising they'll get her and her mom out alive no matter what it takes. So don't worry, okay, the kind of promise rookies really should not be handing out for free. Cue the monster's leader roaring, kill them, and just like that the brave little pep talk goes right out the window. Somewhere close by, someone else is quietly watching all of this go down. Suddenly a magic circle blooms across the floor and spikes erupt everywhere, skewering monsters mid-charge. There are spikes on the floor all of a sudden. Yahi, that tends to happen when someone decides to rewrite the battlefield. One by one the monsters get skewered clean through. Somebody just turned this fight around instantly. The mystery rescuer isn't exactly gracious about it either. To think these guys almost killed me. You're all stupidly weak, huh? Turns out our savior is running on borrowed demonic power and she chirps back a cheerful okay to whoever's giving the orders. The order comes through loud and clear. Absorb every soul on this battlefield and stuff them into something called the Tree of Departed Souls. Charming. Dark energy coils around her feet as she gets to work on exactly that. All right, souls, gather up, she cackles, fangs bared, looking every bit as unsettling as the monster she just slaughtered. Back with the cadets, their mysterious rescuer casually threatens to kill them if they don't cooperate. Normal rescue vibes, truly. One of them still manages a nervous thank you anyway. Manners under duress, folks. Their other rescuer just giggles at the whole awkward exchange. Ah, I haven't introduced myself yet, she realizes, like they weren't just fighting for their lives 2 minutes ago. Nice to meet you, I'm Camus Morgue, a first-year Fire Corps transfer student. She beams, all sunshine after a massacre. New transfer student apparently and already casually saving lives on day one. No pressure for the rest of the class. The cadets just stare, completely thrown, a transfer student. Camus gestures to her quieter companion, and this is Rose Morgue. Yep, the same girl who was just threatening to kill everyone. Lovely pair. Once the girls are out of earshot, the cadets start whispering doubts about their new saviors. Nobody's quite sure what to make of any of it. Turns out Camus and Rose weren't just passing through, either they've got questions of their own. Specifically, they want to know where a certain someone might be hiding. Who are you even talking about? Tutor asks, completely lost. Rose just smiles, eyes gleaming. I've been looking for him this whole time. Him, she says again, letting the word hang in the air like a punchline about to drop. And there he is, the guy everyone's apparently hunting for. Vikir himself, casually strolling away from a corpse like it's Tuesday. Whatever they want with him, it's clearly serious, and he has absolutely no idea he's already on their radar. Cut to Vikir's other life. Glasses on, hair combed, playing the world's most unassuming academy student while quietly watching a scene unfold. Behind those nerdy frames, his eyes are locked on something that has his full attention. A pack of crystal-plated monsters shuffles through the ruins below, and they're not alone. Our purple-haired maniac from the cold open is back, closing in on a captive she's clearly not done with yet. She offers him a deal. Join her side before things get ugly for old time's sake. He spits the offer right back in her face. I have no intention of joining you scoundrels. Just kill me instead, he says, gritting through the fear. This man's got backbone. She just grins wider. Really? Then die. Bold choice of last words to invite honestly. The monsters swarm in and finish the job while she cackles like it's the funniest thing she's seen all day. But that little execution party doesn't get to end quite the way she planned. One of the beasts lunges for another victim close by. And then a blade of pure red light comes screaming down out of nowhere. It carves clean through the monster like it's nothing. One less crystal freak in the world, courtesy of somebody who clearly doesn't mess around. One of the captives just stares, completely stunned at the save. Even our fanged villain looks genuinely rattled for the first time all chapter. And there's the reveal everyone's been waiting for. It's the Night Hound himself crashing the party. Mask on, blade out, and clearly not here to make friends. One of the people he just saved stammers out the obvious question. Why are you helping us? Then he squints at Night Hound's bracelet and gets suspicious fast. Aren't you on the same side as MS, our Robberos? Night Hound doesn't exactly do warm and fuzzy. If you don't get out of my sight right now, I'm going to kill you all. Cool guy, great bedside manner. A scarred, bald bystander loses it completely. I knew it. He's a criminal just like our Robberos. Everyone run, and the whole crowd scatters, deciding not to test that threat. Night Hound couldn't care less either way, letting them go without a word. But that bracelet's clearly got someone's gears turning. Don't tell me, why does the Night Hound have that bracelet? Whatever that mystery is, it'll have to wait because their fanged friend from earlier just showed back up and she is not happy. She's practically vibrating with excitement. I've been waiting for this moment. Have you developed an interest in the old era? She asks like this is a normal opening line. Random flashes of past carnage flicker through her head as she talks. This woman's clearly not wired right. She's nostalgic for the Warring States era, apparently back when, in her words, only the strongest survived. Charming philosophy, coming from the same woman who orphaned a little girl a few minutes ago. Night Hound isn't impressed. I know everything, he says flatly. She leans in, grinning. I can smell the same scent I carry on you. The scent of a predator, or maybe just your low-class delusions. He shuts the recruitment pitch down cold. I don't have any interest in joining you, but since you did something this trashy. She barely gets out a confused huh before he's already moving. She barely has time to brace before the real fight starts. A crushing burst of raw power slams into her, crackling with energy. The whole structure around them just comes apart from the shockwave. She goes flying, spinning helplessly through the wreckage, and crash lands hard, buried under the rubble she caused herself. Dust settles and Night Hound just calmly walks off like he didn't just level half a building. Somehow, even broken and bleeding, she's still smirking. Was that the reason why, she thinks, piecing something together? I could smell a faint demon scent on him. Turns out our masked hero is carrying a little more baggage than anyone realized. She's not done yet either, blood dripping down her chin, grinning like this is the best day of her life. Yes, Night Hound, she gasps out, practically starstruck. You're the only one who can excite me. Okay, this is getting uncomfortable fast. Even Night Hound's internal monologue is just, she's absolutely insane, fair assessment. She lunges anyway, blade first, and he meets her strike without breaking a sweat. His grip tightens on a sword he must have picked up somewhere in all this chaos. And he recognizes it instantly. Headmaster Winston's own blade, a legendary weapon called Orwell, the Winter Sword. Along with it he scoops up Winston's ring too, a divine immortal's ring, packing its own pocket dimension barrier magic. Not a bad haul off a corpse. Whatever this fight cost the late headmaster, at least his gear's in good hands now. But even with the win, something's clearly bugging him. I've never heard of something like this happening before, not even with MS, our Ouroboros, he thinks, moving off through the storm. Whatever's going on here, it's bigger than one deranged fangirl with a grudge. It definitely feels like something's wrong, he mutters, and Vicur's gut feelings are usually right. Behind that mask his eyes are burning with focus, something's coming and he knows it. He goes quiet, grim, clearly bracing for whatever's next. And his gaze narrows even further, locked onto something we can't see yet. Cut to somewhere else entirely, a familiar blonde cadet lying motionless in the dark. Picture shattered glass drifting through the dark. Somewhere in those broken memories a small boy is crying. His parents were wealthy, devout followers of the faith they called Loon and by every account good people. Then a brutal famine hit the village, and desperation turned neighbors into strangers. The family prayed before their golden angel, certain that kindness would be rewarded. So they threw open their gates, handing out food and wealth to the starving village, asking nothing in return. But gratitude curdled fast. A mob swarmed the estate like flies drawn to blood. They stomped, they looted, and the same people his family had just fed turned their knives on his parents. The boy screamed and reached out for them as the mob tore through everything he'd ever known. All he could see was red blood, fire, and a rage he was far too young to understand. They took everything from me, he'd say, years later, and he meant every word. Trampled underfoot by the very rioters his family had just fed, he finally blacked out. Somehow impossibly, he survived the night. He came to buried among the bodies of the mob he'd been crushed beneath. When he finally opened his eyes, the estate was ash. Whatever this was, it wasn't the kind world his parents believed in, it was hell. And in that hell, a voice whispered to him for the very first time, "Deny God, deny humans, deny yourself." That whisper became his first denial, faith in a God who let his family burn. Years crawled by, the boy grew up alone in a world he no longer trusted. The scars ran too deep to let anyone close, he kept himself locked away, guarding what was left of his heart. Cold, distant, untouchable, that's who he'd become. But even a frozen heart can thaw. Something or someone finally cracked through his walls. A woman's face flashes through his memory, warm and unafraid, and for the first time in years he actually smiles. She'd walked right up to him in the cold without a shred of hesitation, and just like that, he started believing in kindness again. But still, I was fine, he tells himself, forehead to forehead with the woman who'd become his wife. Because for once, he had someone who actually showed him kindness. Time moved on, and he eventually rose to become an academy headmaster. To shake off the last of a chronic illness before a sabbatical, he and his wife set sail to recover somewhere quiet. Then, mid-voyage, a violent storm hit and the ship started going down. The crew dumped the cargo to lighten the load, but it wasn't enough. Barrels smashed loose, water poured in, and the ship just kept sinking. Sick and still recovering, he was in no shape to help. So the crew started looking at him not with worry, but with calculation. Cornered by two of the crew in the driving rain, he can already tell something's wrong. His wife peers out from under her hood, terrified. And there it is, her eyes begging him to pretend he doesn't even know her, as the crew drags him off. She just pulls her hood tighter and looks away. He doesn't even try to resist anymore. And with that, they throw him overboard. He couldn't do a thing to stop it. As the water swallows him, even his sword slips from his grip. Sinking into the dark, that voice finds him again. Deny God, deny humans, deny yourself. That betrayal became his second denial. He washed up on a sandbank, sword still in hand, more dead than alive. He'd been sure he died. Instead, he woke up alone on the sand. Battered and half out of his mind, he dragged himself back together. He couldn't just give up on life, not yet. Abandoned by God, betrayed by his own wife, he clung to one last thing. Someone out there was still waiting for him, or rather, someone he was waiting for. That someone was a little girl he'd personally stepped in to save from execution, the descendant of the very war criminal who'd led the coup that ruined him. With no children of his own, he raised her as if she were his own daughter. All in the name of God's teachings and his late wife's belief that people deep down are kind. But somewhere along the way, that belief started rotting from the inside. At what point did things go wrong, he wonders? Am I the problem? Was it wrong to believe God's love was real, to believe people could actually be kind? Something monstrous starts clawing its way up from underneath the grief. His own eye cracks open, red and bleeding, unrecognizable. A hand reaches out through the snow and the voice returns, right on cue. This is the third time, and this time something actually answers back. The moment he realizes it's happening again, dark tendrils erupt straight out of his chest. Purple lightning claws across his body, twisting him into something else entirely. A demon's heart, glowing violet, now beats where his own used to. I denied myself, he says, and that's the last piece of himself he ever gives up. The transformation is complete, and something huge now looms where a man used to stand. Cut to the present, a masked figure with a glowing red eye locks onto that same dark aura. It's the smell of a demon, he realizes, and nothing like the one he's already noticed lingering behind Sadie's left eye. Whatever this is, the stench pouring off it is foul enough to turn his stomach. Is he looking at one of the elite corpses himself? It's close to the scent Camus once carried when she was bound to Sayer, the eighth corpse, but this one's got something stranger mixed in. Like the real demon stench is being diluted by something human underneath it. Which can only mean one thing: somebody named Winston's soul is still fused in there with the demons. Normally, nobody can actually sense or identify a demon on sight, which is exactly how a secret like Winston's stayed buried this long. Doesn't stop him from cutting straight into it anyway. Something about this fight still isn't adding up. Mid-clash, a blonde woman comes sprinting toward the chaos and he recognizes her instantly. It's been a while, the demon wheezes at her and she freezes on the spot. Did you come all this way because of the explosion? It asks her almost too casually. But how did you get here so fast? She just stares back, stunned into silence. Then it hits her, this thing standing in front of her, it's Headmaster Winston. What? She can't process it. He lays out the grim part: Winston's soul is probably still trapped in there, coexisting with whatever took him over. No way, she breathes. Before she can react, Winston lunges. She's thrown, engulfed in purple energy, completely helpless. Winston rounds on someone new, aura flaring, roaring in pure fury. And that's when his adopted daughter shows up screaming. The professor everyone at the academy calls Sadie. Sadie, he says, and for a second the monster almost sounds like a father again. How could you do this to me, he demands. I raised you with love. I treasured you, I protected you like you were my own, he insists even now. Sadie doesn't hold back. You're talking shit. For once the demon actually looks rattled. What? Did you really think, she starts, and it's clear she's about to tear apart this whole loving father routine. That adopting me was ever about me, people just saw you differently for it, she spits, blood on her teeth. Because behind closed doors she'd grown up drowning in contempt and slurs from everyone around her, adopted or not. It would have been better if I'd died with my real family, she snarls. Winston just tells her to stop saying such disgusting things. His eye burns red with fury at her. And to think, she grins, all teeth, a piece of trash bound to a demon is lecturing me about faith, love, and peace. It's enough to make me sick, she finishes. Winston's rage boils over into something no longer remotely human. Is that what a human is? The thing sneers, jaws splitting wide, eyes blazing. His body cracks and swells into a hulking, monstrous shape. What used to be Headmaster Winston is now just muscle, rage, and one glowing red eye. He grabs the blonde and hauls her out of the line of fire before the thing can reach her. Then he throws himself right back into the fight, fist first. The impact sends them both skidding across the wreckage. Debris explodes around them as the two collide again and again. Finally, the smoke clears and only one of them is still standing. "You're the kind of person who deserves to be denied 3 times," he tells what's left of Winston as the file comes up. 5th Elite Corpse Amjuja's risk rating S+, discovered deep inside a gate called the Snake's Womb. Its old dead language nickname, Belial, literally means worthless, rough way to be remembered. Before demons and swords, there is an old story you need to hear first. A hooded woman walks alone into a blizzard, and she is not running from anything. This is Prophet Loon, persecuted by her own people and walking straight toward her execution. She does not hesitate, not even once. Her disciples throw themselves at her feet, sobbing, begging her to stop. She just quotes the old scripture back at them, "I will strike the shepherd and the flock will scatter and you will all abandon me." One young disciple, the one who will grow up to become Pope someday, steps forward to argue. "Even if everyone else abandons you," he says, "I will not." She just looks at him, "Listen well, before the rooster crows tomorrow you will deny me 3 times. And well, that is exactly what happened. She is executed, shot through with arrows and tied up like a sacrifice. Prophet Loon is martyred, right there in the snow. The knights march off, leaving her hanging on that post. Look at that, arrow after arrow, they really did not hold back. Soldiers corner that same young disciple, suspicious he was one of hers. "Do you know that sinner?" they demand, spears leveled at his chest. And the disciple who swore he would never abandon her says exactly what you think he says. He bolts, disappearing into the snow. A servant girl passing by rats him out. That one always begged the sinner to teach him, he ran her errands for her. Denial number 2, "I do not know who she is." "I swear it," he says, locked in. More knights corner him. "We can tell you were one of them, your accent gives you away." He just pulls the hood tighter and says nothing. So he starts cursing and swearing he has never even met her. "I do not know her." Denial number 3. Right on cue the rooster crows. Cut to a ruined arena, smoke still rising. This is the demon that once burned an entire academy to the ground. One punch and the ground just craters. This thing is one of the 10 elite corpses, the 5th demon king in that lineup of horrors. Say hello to the 5th corpse, Amjuja's. Horned skull face, glowing eye, claws that could gut a building, charming guy. The file on him is not subtle either. Risk rating S+, natural enemy of humans, basically unkillable. Somebody catches the scent of demon blood on the wind and is not happy about it. Amjuja's looms over one lone figure like he has already won. "Are you the night hound who killed my comrades?" the demon growls. Turns out this fight already happened once back when young Vikir first regressed and read up on Amjuja's rise. Last time Amjuja's rampage was still 6 months away. This time things are moving a lot faster. This is not the time to be asking questions, someone snaps mid-strike. A blade of red energy tears in racing to sever the demon's contract before its power can fully take hold. "I can see it," comes the voice, the exact seam between the host's soul and the demon's, just like Camus and Sayer once upon a time. That is the weak point, the fusion line between Headmaster Winston's soul and Amjuja's. Baskerville. 7th technique. A familiar smirk flickers through the smoke. "If I were the me from long ago, this fight would have gone very differently." A beam of raw power rips clean through the arena. The whole place erupts in a shockwave of rubble. Amjuja's roars, thrashing against a wound that should not even be possible to land on him. Blood sprays the demons for once. But that was the past, it snarls, turning to face its attacker head-on. "Your power will not work on me now," it grins, fangs bared. Another clash, another burst of light tearing straight through the ruins. Deep inside a ritual circle, blood-red script spirals around a broken figure. "You came at the perfect time," a voice murmurs from inside the glow. "Oh, 7th Corpse de Carabia," someone says, staring down a fresh horror. "Where did your elite corpse powers go?" it taunts, "and why are you wagging your tail at humans now?" "But why?" someone mutters, still trying to make sense of it. "Do I feel the energy of the Marquis of Disharmony coming off you?" Blue flame licks up around a warped, skeletal shape. Wings unfurl with a sound like a dying scream. And somewhere else entirely, a blonde academy girl freezes, horrified by what she just sensed. That is Dolores, the school's beloved saintess, and she has just been cut off from Sir Van at the worst possible moment. I need to do what I can, she tells herself, stealing up. She finds Headmaster Winston standing there shirtless, a nasty purple scar pulsing on his chest. This is not the professor I know, she whispers, staring at that mark. She does not even know what promises that demon whispered to talk him into this. But by the end of it, she is terrified for him. They're still evil, the opposite of justice. All they want is humanity's downfall. She runs straight at him anyway. Please, if you still have any humanity left in you, break the contract before they turn this whole world into a wasteland. Winston just stands there, demon claws looming behind him like a throne. He was the only one who ever understood me, he says quietly. Demons are evil and humans are good, he mocks, eyes flaring red. That distinction means nothing to me anymore. The opposite of justice is not evil, it just becomes another form of justice. And the justice I want, his face twists, half swallowed by the demon's glare, is the downfall of humanity. Your family served the prophet who was executed by those same lowly humans, he sneers at her. Dolores has no answer for that, just silence. Well, she finally starts. Humans still believe they can choose the best path, she says, choking back tears. That's the power they have. Winston just scoffs. What's the point of such groundless, blind belief? Then what about the woman who tore my heart out and flipped this whole place upside down? Do you believe she chose the best path too? What about? Dolores can barely get the words out. Somewhere close by, a beaten, unconscious figure lies crumpled on the rubble. The person who committed the worst crimes of all. A hand reaches out toward her. Do you still believe he can walk the right path? Dolores just stares back, hollowed out. She turns away, shoulders squared, bracing for whatever comes next. And somewhere else entirely, a bloodied stranger, skewered clean through by jagged blue crystal, gasps out a single word. Father. Cold open, a shadow looms over a bloodied figure sprawled across cracked stone, and it almost sounds like it cares. How are you? The thing growls. Wings unfurl behind it as a blood-red summoning circle burns to life underneath, dark power gathering with every second. He clocks it instantly. This thing is radiating power tied to the Marquee of Discord. That is never a good sign. His mind races. If this creature really carries that kind of pedigree, he's in far deeper trouble than he thought. Because this is no random monster. Standing over him is the self-proclaimed leader of the 9 demon lords. Power crackles off it in waves, gathering like something about to be branded into the air itself. And underneath it all, a signature he recognizes, stolen power from Andra's the first corpse. This thing has been feeding on the dead. The demon doesn't hide the grudge. Vikir didn't just wreck their plans, he's been hunting demons down one by one, and the surviving demon lords, this one included, have had to swallow their pride because of it. Its claws flex, hungry for payback. So now it says, it's your turn to be hunted. They collide like a bomb going off, blue and red energy tearing the ground apart between them. Neither one is letting up, blow after blow ripping the battlefield to shreds. Their attacks lock dead center in a screaming red and blue stalemate. The demon's arm crackles with borrowed lightning, already winding up for more. It roars, and the power pouring off it climbs to something that shouldn't be possible. A shape hits the ground hard in the dark, scrambling to catch its breath. Another blast rips straight through the arena. It looms in close, that glowing eye locked on him like prey. He gets caught clean across the jaw and sent flying across the battlefield. It grins with a mouth full of fangs, not remotely bothered. Bleeding and battered, Vikir still finds the nerve to needle it. You're slow. Night Hound, it snarls back, recognizing exactly who it's dealing with. It explodes forward in a burst of blue, closing the distance in a blink. Privately, he's counting the clock. There are limits to how long he can keep this up. A clean white slash finally lands, but the demon barely flinches through the lightning. My body's been strengthened enough to wreck a swordmaster, it boasts. Andra's stolen power is no joke. A voice only he can hear snaps at him for not using its barrier on a hit he never saw coming. He brushes it off, he's saving that trick for when he really needs it. For now, I can handle this myself, he mutters. The voice fires back with one word, fool. Honestly, he can barely keep up with this thing's raw power and strength, and this is supposedly only a small fraction of its true power. The demon almost sounds impressed he's still standing. I'll admit you're quite persistent, it sneers like a roach, charming. Vikir turns the insult right back around. It's getting complacent, drunk on its own power, that catches it off guard. What? He's already found the leash. Kill or cancel its contract with someone named Winston and this thing disappears too. He presses further, why come down here alone without Winston? And more than that, why is it holding its own power back? Is pride the problem? The demon finally answers. He asked why it left Winston by himself. Let's just say I trust him, it says. Of course, not Winston the human. What it trusts is the terrible rage Winston carries against the whole world, so it handed some of its own power over to fuel it. Winston, who wants nothing less than this world's downfall. A dark heart pulses at the center of it all, purple veins crackling with borrowed power. That heart has a name, the Tree of Falling, the trigger that activates its powers through Winston. What? The pieces click into place and Vikir doesn't like where this is going. Right now it gloats. Winston is giving it a front row seat to humans raising hell for other humans. It would be a shame, it purrs, to miss a show like that. Elsewhere someone screams a name into the wreckage, Dollars. A battered blonde girl stirs among shattered blue crystal, dazed, and calls out weakly, Father. Blood soaks through her shoulder. Whatever did this to her isn't finished. Nearby, a man trembles, sweating, clearly not in control of what's happening to his own body. He flinches back with a yelp and there it is, a dark, pulsing heart-shaped stone lodged right into his own chest. He begs whoever's controlling him for mercy. I'll obey you, so please don't hit me. The pleading doesn't stop. Please let me live, don't hit me, fear from every direction. A hand reaches out and a name finally gets said out loud, Humbert. Then, shaking, a confession, I did it, it was all me. Bound and broken, he kneels in front of them, forced to keep talking. And I didn't speak up, he admits, even when I knew that children were disappearing from the Indulgentia orphanage. The confession lands like a hammer. I did all that, he says, owning every bit of it. His daughter can only stare, hollowed out. Her fists shake at her sides, she doesn't say a word. Did you hear that, Dollars? Winston asks, making sure she catches every last word. He keeps pressing. How many people were lost because of it? Was it all just to seize control of Quo Vadis for himself? And worse, Winston adds, the sacrifices never actually stopped. Then the real gut punch delivered almost casually. He's rigged Humbert to explode too. Given how much mana is packed inside him, this won't just level a stadium. It'll take the whole region with it. Panic rips through everyone in earshot. And once it goes off, Winston says, he finally gets to carry out his own twisted idea of justice. He twists the knife, asking Dollars point blank if she can still forgive her father, while Humbert screams through the pain racking his body. He pushes harder. Does she honestly think there's any redemption left in him? She says nothing, not yet. Then quietly, barely a whisper, no. That single word cost her everything to say. But she isn't done yet. I don't know, she starts. What broke you this badly back then? But even now, even in a mess this hopeless, you can still choose to do the right thing. That's what I believe. She says it like she actually means it, even now. For a beat, everything holds its breath. Then her light flares out hard, throwing bodies apart in a golden blast. Someone screams for everyone to run. Through the chaos, a hand strains desperately to reach another. The second her fingers brush that dark heart, memories that aren't hers come flooding in. What are these memories? Her father's voice, faint, calls her name from somewhere deep inside the light. She pushes forward anyway, terrified but refusing to back off. The crystal binding him starts to crack and shatter apart. He begs her to just let it happen. I want to explode, it's too painful, I want release. She refuses, just hang on, don't give up because you're in pain, fight. For once in your life, struggle not just for yourself but for those around you as well. Her power surges toward him, golden and desperate. She screams with the effort, throwing every last bit of herself into it. Something in what she sees breaks her all over again. No. A shape flickers into view through the glare, one glowing eye watching it all unfold. Something monstrous surfaces underneath it all, just for a second before it's gone. Then everything goes white, two shapes swallowed whole inside the blast. When the light finally fades, footsteps crunch slowly through the wreckage. A cane taps down onto the scorched ground, unhurried. Dolores looks up wary, bracing herself for whatever's coming next. The tension holds a beat longer before the figure finally steps into view. Out of nowhere, the sky rips open in gold and rainbow light, and somebody gasps, "Your Holiness," like they cannot believe what they are seeing. Because right in the middle of it, a wall of crackling blue lightning and ice explodes upward, swallowing a shadowy figure whole. Down below, bystanders are losing it. How did she get all the way out here, and is her memory finally starting to slip? Someone's screaming for her to flee, that this place is not survivable, but she just stands there watching the storm build. A young woman bolts toward the chaos, arm outstretched, screaming that it's too late. Whatever is happening up there, it's already decided. The ground itself crumbles to sand as the towering ice giant shatters into 1,000 falling shards. She keeps running anyway, and all she can manage when she finally stops is a stunned, silent stare. A crumbling, half-shattered hand reaches out, and a cracking voice whispers, "Your Holiness," one more time before it fades. Nabokov, the name drifts out as the body dissolves into golden dust. Through the settling storm, an elderly woman leans on her cane and walks calmly into the wreckage like she's done this before. She murmurs a single word under her breath, "Lunmen," almost like she's naming her own flock. Then she turns and finds a young blonde woman standing right behind her. "Dolores," she says. "Hurry along now," the old woman tells her. "Isn't there someone waiting for you?" Dolores calls her "Your Holiness" with real affection and gets some quiet wisdom back. Don't force yourself to deny what your heart is telling you. It's best to simply embrace everything naturally, the old woman adds, walking on ahead. Dolores just stands there blushing, clearly thinking about someone very specific. Cut back to the wreckage. A shirtless blonde man marked with a glowing purple crystal tells the old woman, "Then I'll leave it to you, Your Holiness," while Dolores sprints toward them in horror. Her footsteps pound down a shadowy stretch of ground, racing to catch up to whatever's about to happen. The old woman and the marked man stand together, dwarfed by the destruction around them. "From here," he says, voice trailing off, one eye burning red. "On out," he finishes, while the old woman watches him with quiet, steady focus. "I'll be taking over," she tells him simply, without a shred of hesitation. He starts to fall backward, like something inside him has finally given out. He hits the ground, the purple crystal in his shoulder pulsing one last time. "Nabokov Lun Quo Vadis the First." He challenges her bluntly, even if it's her facing him instead of Dolores. What difference does that make? Don't bother trying to talk him down. His burning eye fades back to normal as he admits, flatly, "Everything you said is correct." "What?" She blinks, then lays out the truth. "Everyone who bears the Quo Vadis name is descended from the one who denied God 3 times. And yet," she explains, "that's exactly why their bloodline can still channel divine power and serve God at all. The real reason lies in a story ordinary people never hear, passed down only inside the Quo Vadis family. The legend goes like this: an apostle betrayed his own prophet 3 times and could not live with what he had done to her. So he cut himself off from the entire world. Deep in a remote mountain valley, he spent years carving her likeness into stone, thinking of nothing but her. Then one day, out of nowhere, he got a call from someone who should have been long dead. She appears before him in golden light and he confesses everything. "I love you." She asks him plainly, "Do you truly love me?" "Yes, I do," he answers, and that answer changes everything. Hearing his final answer, the resurrected prophet just smiles and starts walking away. He scrambles up and chases after her, desperate not to lose her again. "My lord, where are you going?" He calls out, "Quo Vadis, Domine," and that question becomes his family's name forever. She glances back at him, hair streaming in golden light, calm as ever. "I am returning once again," she tells him, "to save the very people who persecuted me." The old apostle breaks down in tears, watching her go. That story is exactly what their whole family name was built on. It clicks for young Dolores mid-sprint, so that's where Quo Vadis really comes from. She keeps running, the weight of that legend settling in as she goes. "I finally understand," she thinks, replaying the old woman's advice. "Don't force yourself to deny what your heart is saying." It's best to simply embrace everything naturally, the same words, echoing back to her all over again. Dolores tears up, finally getting what her holiness actually meant. Her heart, she realizes, has always been like a cracked bowl that leaks no matter how much you pour into it. But fill it with something bigger to hold onto, and even a leaky bowl stays full, and that's exactly what her feelings for the Night Hound have become. Cut to the man himself, masked and mid-fight, telling some cornered demon, "I will now throw them." And he means it, carving through the thing with a brutal streak of blue sword energy. The strike lands clean, sending debris flying in every direction. The demon's eye burns furiously right as Dolores arrives, blazing with golden fire of her own. She plants her feet, aura crackling gold, ready to pour everything into what she's calling the great jar named Servan. Because that, she says, fist igniting, is exactly where her power, golden fire fused with crystal light, decides to go. The crystal shatters outward as she finishes the thought. That's simply where her heart is leading her. Face set with determination, she shouts his name. "Servan, let's fight together." Back with Nabokov, he's screaming, "Run, I'm sorry," as lightning rips through him and the crystal in his chest starts to crack. "It feels like my head is about to split open," he groans. "Just what have you done to me?" he demands in genuine pain. The old woman presses on regardless. In the memories he calls nightmares, was there really nothing but the ugliness of humanity? Somewhere buried under the demon's influence, she insists, those memories are hiding something else. Her face stays locked in total concentration as she pushes deeper. "Was there not also love?" she asks, gripping her cane tight. Everything goes black for a moment, just a faint, desperate voice crying out to run away. Then the memory snaps into focus, slavers cornering children, shouting that a noble's kid would fetch them a fortune. Someone throws himself between the slavers and the children, yelling for them to run. A blade cuts through him before he can even finish the sentence. He goes down in a spray of blood, the world fading to white around him. Two terrified children huddle together in the dark, doing exactly what they were told: stay hidden, stay silent. One of them, a girl, decides she can't just wait. "I'll find father and come back quickly," she says. A hand reaches for hers, pleading with just one word: "Don't go." The plea finishes, but she's already moving, insisting it's too dangerous to just sit and wait. Her face is streaked with tears, torn between fear and duty. She doesn't make it far before a blade finds her too, and she collapses into someone's arms. In the memory, a hooded figure gathers the sobbing survivor close. "The world isn't entirely like this," she says. "It's much more beautiful than you think." "These words might not bring you any comfort," she admits, watching the tears keep falling. "But still, I'll apologize on behalf of everyone," she says, kneeling beside the body. Blood pools quietly across the cracked ground. "I'm truly sorry," comes the whisper, right as some other voice hisses, "Deny it," from the dark. A body lies motionless in the sand, seen from directly above. Elsewhere in the memory, a young woman runs herself ragged, gasping for breath. She's coughing hard now, sick with something that clearly isn't going away. "Honey," someone cries out, finding a man collapsed and coughing just as badly beside her. "When I was the only one you could rely on," a voice says, "I'm so sorry." "It's okay," the crying woman answers through her tears. An older, long-haired man, weathered by time, repeats it back to her, "So, it's okay. You came to save me," she tells him, holding onto that thought. "I'm truly sorry," he says again, reaching a hand up toward the light end. His hand keeps reaching, debris drifting past in the golden glow. "I love you," the words finally land. "Deny it," the dark voice snarls again, but he's already on his knees, hands pressed to the ground, done fighting it. "I remember everything now," he breathes. "I remember the people who never spared their own lives, who sacrificed themselves for me." Back in the present, the old woman holds him steady in the light. "Now then, forgive them." "Forgive," he chokes out, sobbing harder than he has this entire ordeal. "Then can I also be forgiven?" he asks, and she doesn't even hesitate. "Of course." She tells him gently, smiling with her eyes closed, "You can be forgiven." Then her expression changes, blood splattered across her face, her glasses cracked, pain flashing through her eyes. Her hair comes loose, her whole body sagging like something just gave out. She ends up held up by his arm instead of her cane, a wound blooming where there shouldn't be one. Reaching weakly through the dust, all that comes out is one cut-off word: "two." A monstrous crystalline horror rears up in a blinding wash of red and gold, its whole body cracking with hungry light. Its hulking silhouette lunges through the dark, a nightmare built of jagged plates and raw menace. And there's Vikir, sword arm wreathed in blinding pink energy, hurling himself straight into the beast's teeth. The monster's skull-like face snarls back, electricity crawling across its armor as it braces for the hit. One massive eye flares open, burning like a hot coal. This thing is very much alive and very much furious. A tiny figure gets hurled clean through the air by the blast. That's Vikir, tossed around like a rag doll. The creature shakes off the hit, blue lightning rippling down its jaw as it comes right back for more. The two collide again in a shower of sparks, neither one backing down an inch. A massive white wing blade comes slicing down out of nowhere, aimed to end this in one stroke. Vikir answers with his own strike, a blazing pink line of energy carving straight down at the beast below. The blade connects clean, pink light screaming along its edge. Impact, the whole scene goes white with the force of the blow. Vikir's sent tumbling through the air again, lightning crackling around him as he falls. The strike lands square on the monster's skull, and for a second it looks like it might actually be over. Smoke and blue lightning swallow the battlefield whole. Nobody watching can tell who's still standing. Out in the smoke, Hybro shields a terrified girl in his arms, staring in disbelief at what he's seeing. A kid nearby whispers Uncle Vikir, while someone tries to explain. An unknown monster and the night hound just showed up out of nowhere and started tearing into each other. Hybro plants himself in front of the girl, shouting into the chaos, "Just what the hell is going on here?" A red-eyed kinswoman clutches a small horned girl close, going pale as she puts it together. Vikir and an elite corpse. The fight keeps raging behind them, crystal shards and pink light exploding out of the wreckage. Someone finally says the name out loud, half question, half disbelief. The night hound. Sinclair goes rigid, watching in stunned silence as her classmate's secret life plays out for the whole city to see. Another onlooker gasps mid-sentence, and that's too shocked to even finish the thought. Then, cutting through it all, a booming, delighted roar. Gahaha, nice night hound, the monster is actually enjoying this. Mid-fight, Vikir's mind is already racing 3 steps ahead, plotting his way out of this mess. 2 of his own cadets lie broken and bleeding nearby on the rubble, collateral damage he can't afford to ignore. He can't risk his usual trick either. I can't use Andromalius's barrier. He thinks this won't be easy. I need to watch my surroundings. Teeth gritted, eyes blazing red, he glances at the ring on his finger, its barrier and pocket functions both switched off. No safety net this time. For now, I can only use the 8th technique of Baskerville, he growls, driving a fist wrapped in pink light forward. Once he tells himself, staring down the pale, grinning face of the elite corpse in front of him. 1 shot to make this count. And like the other elite corpses I've fought, he thinks, blades of light and dark clashing all around him. I'll just have to wait until it's weak enough to finish, and he throws himself right back into the fire. The demon just sneers back at him through the smoke. You're distracted, not exactly comforting. The scene cuts hard, a fresh wound tears open across someone's chest, blood spraying in the half-light. Something gets caught in a storm of white blade-like claws, spinning helplessly through open air. The impact echoes out into silence, dust, and light bleeding across an empty white void. A towering, horned demon steps into view, its bone-white skull face locked in a permanent snarl. Its eyes suddenly flare gold, crackling with static, like it just felt something it really wasn't expecting. No way, the thing mutters, actual fear creeping into that monstrous face for just a second. Flashing back further, a bloodied blonde man grips someone by the collar in a golden haze, desperation all over his face, while a bound man in glasses looks on helpless. Someone screams a name into the chaos, Winston, right as the whole scene comes apart. The horned monster roars back with real fury. How dare you betray me? Whatever's happening here, it's personal. Back in the thick of it, blood runs down a man's jaw as he grits through the pain, refusing to go down easy. He flings a small red star-shaped talisman skyward, screaming a name like a curse, now Decoravia. A massive clawed hand closes around the light, dragging something huge up out of the dark. A fiery magic circle roars to life on the ground, burning bright as a miniature sun. Something enormous descends out of the smoke above it, and even Vikir can't hide his surprise. The sigil detonates in a blinding white flash, hurling debris in every direction. From above, the burning circle looks almost like an altar. Right now, it pretty much is one. "Don't intervene, you traitor," the creature snarls, jaws wide, eye blazing. It's not talking to Vikir anymore. Gold lightning wraps around something huge and winged, gathering strength for whatever comes next. Somewhere close by, a terrified young woman throws her hand out, screaming, about to be caught in the crossfire. A single point of light ignites Vikir's power, condensing down to one furious pinprick. Baskerville, 8th technique, he snarls, driving his fist forward wreathed in a torrent of magenta light. Heaven-defying fang, a massive clawed hand of pure energy comes ripping down out of the sky. Something screams as the technique connects, the whole scene dissolving into one wide, terrified eye. A colossal beam of pink energy tears clean through the battlefield, leaving nothing standing in its path. The explosion swallows everything in blinding light and flying debris. When the glow finally fades, all that's left is smoke, curling slowly upward in the sudden quiet. Rubble keeps raining down through the haze. Whatever just happened, it hit hard. A massive bloodied claw goes still, finally collapsing into the wreckage. The demon's whole body crashes down into a smoking crater, and Vikir is the only one left standing over it. He's barely holding it together, masked and gasping for breath, smoke curling around his shoulders. Fingers shaking, he holds up a small charm tied with red string. "I stopped it," he mutters. Sweat-soaked under his mask, he says it again, louder, like he still can't quite believe it. "I stopped the Tree of Falling's trigger. Now the only thing left is Winston," he mutters darkly, right as an ally comes flying in overhead, cheering, "Sir Van, we did it." He knows exactly how close that was. If the contract with the demon breaks, everything ends with it. "I'm glad Winston had the trigger," he breathes out, glancing back over his shoulder into the smoke. A pale-haired figure turns sharply toward the wreckage. Something's still very wrong here. The scene lingers on dark fabric folding in on itself in the half-light. Something's about to break. Winston, chest torn open and bleeding, can barely get the word out, "No." Vikir freezes over the crater, the same word escaping him too, "No," as the trembling wreckage tells him exactly what just happened. A body lies broken across the rubble above him, and for a second, everything just goes still. Then chillingly, a laugh, he, and it isn't coming from anyone he expected. Something spiny and inhuman uncoils itself out of the shadows behind him. "It's great that you guys are so naive," it purrs, a bloodied, twisted limb dragging itself into view. "You thought I'd make the dumb gamble of trusting a human," the thing sneers, savoring every word. "I had the trigger to activate the Tree of Falling from the beginning," it admits. "This whole thing was rigged from the start. Because that was more fun," it laughs, jaws splitting wide in a skeletal grin. "Seeing you struggle because of hope and watching your face fall," it taunts, "that's the fun part." Vikir's expression hardens, one eye glowing furious red as the thing adds, "Your face isn't so bad either." The air itself starts to tear, energy building toward something much worse. Vikir launches himself at it head-on, roaring out a name like a challenge, Amjujas. A massive crystalline mass answers the call, veins of red and purple splitting open across the battlefield. Tendrils and a horrific, many-eyed bulk come surging forward out of the light. Vikir's eyes go wide with genuine shock as the swirling mass closes in around him. A thin, whip-like tendril lashes out through the smoke, faster than anything should move. A wall of red-purple roots bursts through the corridor, and whoever's still down there is running for their life. More of it surges forward, unstoppable, swallowing the hallway whole. "Humans are only beautiful when they're hideous," it muses, coiling around two men as they scream, "Run," and "Ack." One of them thrashes against the tendrils wrapped around his throat, screaming into the dark. "That's their true form," the creature muses. "I'll prepare a stage that suits you all." A horned shape rises out of the crackling blue light and the demon's voice turns to command, "Now betray. Rip and kill each other off and become sacrifices for the time of the fall. it howls. Caught in the tendrils, Dolores reaches out weakly, barely able to get the words out, "Sir, Van." Vikyr lunges for her through the wreckage, her name tearing out of him, Dolores. Pinned and exhausted, all he can manage is a broken apology, "I'm sorry." Even as the tendrils close in around her, Dolores's eyes, marked with her glowing divine cross, stay fixed on him. In the end, all Vikyr can choke out is the truth, "I failed." It opens on a ragged gasp just saw, choked out through a mouth that looks like it just went through a furnace. Eyes streaming, barely conscious, someone's begging for anyone at all to save them. "Save me." Great way to kick off an episode. Cut to a hellhound corpse still smoking, getting dragged through the wreckage like a trophy. Somebody's already winning this fight. Panic breaks out as a swirling black mass wrapped in flame comes tearing down a hallway, and a whole pack of academy cadets loses it on the spot. Two of the boys go full deer in headlights, screaming for everyone to run. Bold strategy for a room full of trained cadets. Granuel, yes, the Leviathan heiress herself, is sprinting for her life, hunting for anywhere to hide. She skids to a stop, stunned by something up ahead. Is that she starts and the rest of the sentence just dies in her throat. A hand closes around a hilt, fire reflecting off cold, steady fingers. Whoever this is, they are very much not the one panicking. A hellhound? The whole trial freezes on that word because apparently that is exactly what's hunting everyone tonight. The system helpfully drops a profile card, Hellhound, Danger Rating B+, 3 meters of hellfire that supposedly never goes out until the thing's completely drained of life. Comforting. A curious little countdown widget pops up with a grinning hellhound mascot, because nothing says you might die tonight quite like an adorable clock ticking down from 1 hour 46. The rules get read out loud. Survive 108 hellhounds for 108 minutes and the class passes. There's over 100 of you, so you should be fine. No cold comfort, considering the whole pack is already lined up and charging. Somewhere inside the tower, one cadet is completely falling apart mid-sprint. Her thoughts scream louder than the hounds. There's no way they can fight these things while everyone's stats are slashed by 100-fold. Then she spots at a door, cracked open just a sliver. Hope flickers across her face. The door's open. "If I hide in there, they probably won't find me." Famous last words if there ever were any. She pounds on it, desperate, and gets nothing back but silence. Not exactly the welcome she was hoping for. "Granuel, it's us, let us in," she begs two guys huddled just inside. "We're friends, aren't we?" Her face goes white with dread. What is she even supposed to do now? In her head, she's already talking herself into it. Surviving in a group has to be easier than fending for herself out here alone. "Keep it down and get in quick," one of the guys hisses, yanking the door open and shoving her hard enough to send her sprawling. He barely even looks sorry about it, just a limp, awkward little ah. She hits the ground hard. "Ack, what do you think you're doing?" Betrayal, table 4-1. "Granuel, you don't actually think of us as friends," he says, twisting the knife before he's even explained himself. "You've always seen us as underlings to push around," he spits. "Well, this time, we're the ones using you. Once things quiet down, we'll let you in," he adds, like that's supposed to make any of this better. "Ridiculous," is all she can manage before something starts crackling in the dark right behind her. A figure goes up in flame mid-fall, and her whole body locks up in shock. The hellhound's mouth splits wide open, fangs glowing white-hot, and it lets out a roar that shakes the whole hallway. Claws the size of kitchen knives come slashing straight for her. And there she is, alone in that hallway with absolutely nobody coming to open that door. Terror is written all over her face, sweat pouring, teeth clenched. Tears well up, the fight's completely drained out of her. She's sobbing now, seconds away from becoming Hellhound Chow. And that's when a familiar shape steps into frame, a red blade glinting in his hand. Her jaw drops. "Vikyr, you got dragged into this too," she stammers, but why are you? She doesn't even get to finish that thought. Because right behind her, a hellhound is already bleeding out on the floor, and Vikyr's the one standing over the body telling her to hold on. Her brain short-circuits. He just killed a hellhound. Solo, no backup, no drama, like it was nothing at all. She's racking her brain. Since when did the bow-only weakling start swinging a sword, and why does that dark red blade on his hand look so familiar? Before she can chase the thought, he just says her name. Granuel. Hoo-ha is about the best response she's got left in her. There's something I need you to do, he tells her, flat and businesslike, as if he didn't just casually solo a monster. Her eyes go wide with pure weight, what energy. Cut to a boot hitting the floor with one heavy, deliberate step. Someone's gearing up, shield in hand, striking a pose straight out of a knight's storybook. Off to the side, someone is already muttering a very unenthusiastic damn it. Damn it, damn it, Granuil repeats it like a mantra, clearly regretting whatever she just agreed to. Why did I agree to this? Genuinely a great question. Turns out Vikir's big ask was simple, be the bait. Her face says it all, you want me to what now? Why should I do that? You think I'd do something this absurd just because you saved? She starts arguing before he cuts her right off. With one single word, Sinclair. I hear you're interested in her, he says, casually dropping the one card guaranteed to work. Of course I'm not, she snaps way too fast. I figured as much, he replies, not buying it for a second. Her whole face goes red. You busted. You're serious, she squeaks, mortified he'd even bring that up right now. Cue the flashback to her old, snobbier self declaring someone of her noble pedigree would never be interested in a lowly commoner. Growth is a process. That said, you did save my life, she admits grudgingly. So fine, I'll grant your request, just this once, reluctant hero energy fully activated. She squares up, fingers tightening on the hilt, steeling herself for whatever comes next. I've completely lost my marbles, she mutters, already regretting every part of this plan. But then she settles it in her own head, if it's for Sinclair's sake, fine, she's doing this. Hammer and shield up, Granuil strikes her best come at me pose. I, Granuil, will take you on. Bold words for the girl who was sobbing on the floor 2 minutes ago. If you've got the guts, come at me, she yells straight at a hellhound wreathed head to tail in fire. The hound doesn't need a second invitation, it comes barreling straight for her. Eek right, so much for the tough talk. It leaps down at her from above, fire trailing behind it like a comet made of teeth. Flames erupt everywhere as the beast closes in for real this time. She and Vikir both get swallowed up in the blaze mid-clash. She lets out a scream that could probably be heard on the floor below, but the plan is working exactly as intended. Because Vikir's whole plan was to funnel every single hound into one long, straight hallway. You can hear them thundering down the corridor toward those double doors, right on cue. A streak of blue-tinted force rips the doors clean off their hinges from the other side. And there he is, standing dead calm with his back to the flames, sword glowing red, surrounded by the entire pack he just lured in. He walks through the strategy without even raising his voice. Hellhounds chase in a straight line and can't handle a sudden turn. Rookie numbers. This is nostalgic, he says, almost fondly, staring down a hound's fanged, flaming mouth, almost like he's fought these exact monsters before, because he has. His eyes flare crimson, blade gripped tight, all business now. Shall we enjoy this reunion? Not exactly the kind of reunion anyone signs up for. What follows is basically a highlight reel of one guy erasing an entire hellhound pack without breaking a sweat. The dust settles on a window streaked with blood, the trial's official that just happened punctuation mark. Granuil, meanwhile, is nervously checking on the guy she called a lowborn nobody just a few chapters back. What the? Don't tell me he's dead. The audacity of almost losing the guy she owes her life to twice in one night. She sits there a second longer, bracing for the worst. Curses, at least keep your promise before dying, will you? Somehow still bossing him around even now. Oi, you alive, Vikir, she calls out, hope creeping into her voice. And there he is, standing calmly in a hallway full of hellhound corpses, casually holding what looks suspiciously like a shopping bag of loot. Blood pools around the wreckage, sparks still crackling off his blade. Did you really just kill all these hellhounds by yourself? Did you set traps or something? Honestly, fair questions. He just shrugs and dumps out a whole sack of glittering mana marbles, loot from the kills. Whatever, agility's still so hard to raise, he mutters, completely unbothered, like soloing a monster horde barely moved the needle. His status window pops up. Level 1, Title Rat Hunter, a joke of a name for a guy hiding stats the system won't even let show. I may need to do something harder than this, he thinks to himself, dead serious. Even after all that, the locked stats still won't unlock. Buddy just soloed a Hellhound pack and he's disappointed in the results. Granuel's just standing there, brain melting. What is up with this guy? Is he really the Vikyr I know? Then something locks eyes with them from the shadows, a fresh set of glowing red eyes that definitely weren't part of the original head count. Wow, did you really kill all of these hounds? A tiny glowing hellhound spirit flickers to life nearby, almost cute compared to what's coming next. You're quite the irregular, aren't you? A voice notes right as the countdown clock stubbornly refuses to stop at 1 hour 15. We killed all the hellhounds, Granuel points out, so why hasn't the timer stopped? Excellent question. Something crackling with electricity comes leaping out of the dark to answer it for her. Therefore, a massive horned shape starts pulling itself together out of raw purple energy. We are obligated to maintain balance on each floor, it announces, which is a very polite way of saying this trial isn't done with them yet. Its fists curl into position, horns catching the light, like this thing's been waiting all night for its turn. A violent purple vortex tears open right in front of them, and Vikyr gets yanked straight into it, swallowed whole by the swirling dark. You'll need to take care of this one as well, the voice warns, as a colossal, growling shape claws its way out of the portal, the Hound of Purgatory. Deep underground, an old structure buckles and crashes into rubble. Something down here has already gone very wrong. The wreckage keeps groaning and collapsing around them, dust and debris raining down. Welcome to the Tree of Falling, Underground Level 2, the trial the cadets have nicknamed Familiar Ground. Shapes crash through the dark and it's already living up to the name. One cadet is left hanging limp and bloodied against the rubble, and the girl below him can only stare in horror. The survivors stagger through the wreckage, banged up and barely holding it together. A blonde cadet sprints back through the rubble the moment she spots her fallen friend. Hey, are you okay? She cries, dropping to her knees beside him. I'm hungry too, someone mutters into the dark. The cold's setting into everyone's bones now, and this purple-haired cadet will come to know her as Granuel is shivering just as hard as the rest. Hold on a little longer, the blonde cadet says. I'm sure we'll find somewhere to rest soon. Small mercy, at least whatever's stalking this level left them alone this time. I don't know why, Granuel admits, but when the hellhounds attacked, they suddenly veered off somewhere else. That's the only reason we're still breathing. Nobody's even told us what we're supposed to do down here, one of them shrugs, so maybe there just aren't any more monsters. Famous last words. It's actually kind of peaceful, she sighs. You can probably guess how long that lasts. A scream rips through the quiet. Why'd you stop in the middle of the path? One shrieks. Move if you're gonna space out, nerves are officially fried. A cadet stammers, backing away. Is something there? A young cadet's face goes white with pure shock. What is that? Someone whispers at the shape looming in the dark. Something long and vine-like uncoils out of the shadows. Rows of fangs peek out from a knot of dead-looking vines. Not exactly the plant you want to cuddle up to. More of those vines twist through the ruins, and for now they're not moving. A cadet edges closer through the tangled vines, curiosity getting the better of common sense. Is it just a dead, withered flower? He wonders, staring straight at what is very obviously a giant fanged death trap. I don't think we should touch it. One cadet hesitates, but this thing is strangely still warm. Really, I'm freezing, so that works for me. Wait, is that an energy sac? Nobody stops to ask why a dead flower still has one. It's soft and warm, great as a pillow, let's just rest here. Yeah, it died recently, stand close and you won't feel the cold. Famous last words, part 2. Then a familiar voice cuts through the group. Everyone get away from that, now. It's a dangerous monster, he warns them flatly. Stay away from it. He holds his ground, dead serious, while Granuel watches him with a flicker of doubt. It certainly looks weird, a smug blonde cadet sneers, but how dangerous can a dead flower actually be? If you're that scared, he smirks, reaching straight for its fanged mouth. Go by yourself. How exactly are you planning to survive with so many fears? The blonde one scoffs. Funny thing is, fear's the only reason any of them are still alive. Go away if you're going to be this ridiculous, he adds. Granuel just watches, saying nothing. A spark of mana crackles off an outstretched hand. Vikyr, someone breathes, recognizing him. Granuel's mind drifts back to an ugly memory. "Hey Granule," a mocking voice calls out. That voice she remembers with dread. "Hey, look who survived," two upperclassmen sneer down at her. "Seems like you're pretty tenacious after all. Guess I misjudged you," the gray-haired one says, dripping with condescension. "These fuckers," she screams back, fists shaking with rage. "Yo, do you even hear yourself right now?" she snaps at him. "Do you have any idea what kind of hell I went through because of you?" the gray-haired cadet spits back. "You still don't get it," he says, grabbing his own collar with a smug little grin. A kick sends her flying before she can answer. She hits the ground hard, world spinning. A flash of steel blue light and a whip of hair. This fight is nowhere near fair. She's thrown again, screaming, completely outmatched. "Hey bro," the blonde one laughs. "Back home you outranked us in money, status, mana, all of it. But down here," he grins, "might makes right. Lay there and cool off," he tells her, "and don't even think about showing your face again." "Let's go," the two of them say, strolling off and leaving her broken on the ground. Onlookers whisper as they pass the wreck of a body. "Is that Granule lying there? All that status and none of it means anything down here. She's completely powerless and everyone can see it." "Hey," he serves her right, someone mutters, walking past without stopping. She drags herself away alone through the rubble. Just a lone figure limping off into the dark, with no one coming to help. "Damn it," she seethes, fists clenched, humiliated to her core. Nearby, the gray-haired cadet is already gloating to himself. "Once I'm out of here, I'm wiping out every one of you lowly peasants." Charming guy. Snapping back to the present, she admits quietly to herself what they said wasn't completely wrong. Smoke curls up off a small campfire nearby. Then something catches her off guard entirely, a smell that stops her mid-thought. "Wow, what is that? What is this incredible smell?" Priorities officially reset. She rises, drawn toward the glow of the firelight like a moth. Footsteps hurry toward the source. "Hey, that smells really good," she calls out, all dignity forgotten. A familiar figure crouches at the fire, back turned, so he says, "Share with me." Vikyr finishes, holding up a skewer of something sizzling over the flame. "I never would have imagined sewer rats could taste this good," she admits between bites. "Ugh, I'm stuffed. Seriously, how did you carry all this with you? You got a magic pocket or something?" Vikyr, she studies his face a beat too long, something clicking into place. The item he's holding flickers into view, a divine immortal's ring with a quietly listed storage ability. Not exactly standard cadet gear. She goes completely silent. The firelight flickers over her stunned expression. Her mind flashes back to him vanishing through some kind of tear in reality. "What are you even talking about?" she'd asked him then. Who, she wonders, the hell is he really? She thinks back over everything that happened today. He tore through 100 hellhounds without blinking, then cut down an A+ ranked Cerberus head-on. Part of her wants to demand who he really is, but something tells her she shouldn't push it. "I've bullied you and called you a commoner this whole time," she starts, voice softening by the fire. "Because I need you," she asks, almost hopeful. "I knew it," she thinks. "The reason he needs me is I believe you're a better person than you think you are," she tells him. The fire crackles between them in the quiet that follows. "That's all," Vikyr replies flatly, and just like that, the moment's dead. Shit," she blurts, scrambling to cover her own embarrassment. "The smoke stinging my eyes. Blow it the other way, commoner." Sure, definitely the smoke and not the fact he just got to her. "Anyway, different subject," she recovers, clearing her throat. "Why did you tell everyone that flower was dangerous?" His expression hardens instantly. Whatever answer he was about to give doesn't matter anymore. He's already sprinting back down the vine-choked corridor. Steel flashes as he draws his blade. A single drop of blood falls. It splatters across one of the vines. He's already landed the first hit. The wounded vine convulses because apparently dead things don't usually bleed. He presses the attack, weaving through a forest of lashing tendrils. He cuts and kicks his way through the writhing mess like it's nothing. Somewhere behind him, a wide green eye goes huge with shock at what she's watching. A quieter moment after, just the two of them again, a little closer than before. His expression turns serious again, red eyes fixed on something none of them can see yet. It starts mid-fall, a class of cadets tumbling helplessly through the dark, straight down into whatever's waiting below. More of them drop through the wreckage together, screaming, completely disoriented as the ruins swallow them whole. One dazed cadet, blood on his bandages, blinks up at his groaning classmates and asks why everyone's upside down wearing that look of dread. His grin fades fast the second he actually looks around. Something down here is very wrong. Another cadet just stares, blood streaked down his face, too stunned to say a word. Something huge stirs in the dark beyond them, fanged, wet, and very much alive. A clawed hand closes in before anyone can even react. Blood sprays across the rubble as the first cadet goes down hard. Welcome to the ruins. A survivor scrambles up, staring at something in dead terror, stammering about its rank. It's an S rank, she gasps, the kind of monster that has no business being anywhere near a class of cadets. The ground splits open and a massive, petal-crowned horror rises right in front of them. It greets them all sweetly, like a host welcoming guests to a party nobody wanted to attend. A ring of glowing red eyes blinks open across its cracked, grinning face. It introduces itself with a flourish, the dungeon's self-proclaimed cute fairy, Venus. Two cadets recognize her instantly and go pale. This thing has hit them before. Venus lays out the rules in a horribly chipper tone. It's simple, she says, just survive. 69 days, she announces, and one cadet's blood runs cold as the math starts clicking into place. Now, she purrs, all they have to do is survive that long inside these ruins. A cold system window locks the nightmare in place. Survive 68 days, or escape the S-rank horror known as the Bloodwater Plantain Lily. One cadet's mind is already racing over what she just let slip. The fewer of them left standing, he realizes out loud. The shorter the countdown gets, Venus confirms it with a grin. That's exactly right. She coils back with an unsettling little purr, delighted they've caught on so fast. Her clawed legs flex against the shattered stone. She's not going anywhere, but she doesn't need to. She spells out Rule 1 plainly: fewer people alive means less time trapped down here. Rule 2, she needs to eat exactly one person every single day. Dead or alive, she adds with a shrug, either works just fine for her. You said this was simple, one cadet snarls back at her, sweat pouring down his face. It's anything but simple, he shouts, then pivots fast, urging everyone to just run since she's rooted to the building and can't chase them. Another cadet backs him up, furious, demanding to know why they're even taking orders from a monster. Venus just smiles wider and warns them not to bother trying to run. Her vines twitch hungrily at just the thought of it. Turns out this particular flower hates moving at all, and there's a reason why. The more she moves, the hungrier she gets, one sharp-eyed cadet figures out, staring her down. Which means, he mutters, one meal a day might not even satisfy her for long. Venus waves it off cheerfully, promising them all a special gift to lighten the mood. Wrapped boxes come raining down out of nowhere, and the cadets scramble to catch them. Inside, she teases, could be stat-boosting candy or emergency food rations. Or maybe a weapon if they're lucky. Or a rare artifact worth fighting over. One cadet turns his box over in his hands, half hopeful despite everything. But she adds with a slow, wicked grin, on rare occasions. He steps away from the group to open his, completely unaware what's ticking inside it. The box detonates in a burst of dark energy, and his scream tears through the ruins. Chaos erupts as the others realize exactly what just happened to him. All that's left of him is scattered across the stone. A mimic was hiding inside the gift, Venus notes almost cheerfully, and just like that, the countdown drops to 67 days. One survivor down means one less day trapped, and one cadet can only whisper no in horror at what that math really means. He breaks down, sobbing that he hates every mission, every gift, every second of this place. The body left behind is a grim reminder that nobody here is safe. Between sobs, he begs to leave, while another cadet realizes out loud that this whole mission is designed to turn them against each other. A raised hand cuts through the panic, asking everyone to just wait a second. The group actually stops and listens. A composed, well-dressed cadet steps forward to take control of the room. He lays out the tough call ahead. This is Arthur Gordon Pym, Colosseo's own student council vice president, and suddenly everyone's looking to him. He warns them this won't be the last hard call they're forced to make down here. For now, though, he says, let's just deal with the problem in front of us. The group practically swoons, gushing that of course their vice president would be the one to keep his head. He's calmed the whole room in seconds, though the smug little smirk on his face says this is exactly the reputation he was going for. Then comes the real proposal, deciding together who gets fed to the flower tomorrow. Does everyone agree? He opens the floor for ideas on exactly how they should pick a victim. A hand shoots up eagerly, way too excited to be volunteering ideas for who dies next. In his head, Arthur's already 3 steps ahead. He's the only one who can control this chaos, and he means to make sure they remember it. Make himself useful enough, he figures, and his own name quietly drops off the list of sacrifices. Someone suggests putting it to a vote. That's fair. Someone reasons it's basically how they settle things back at school anyway. They just need to agree on the criteria first, what actually makes someone food. Obviously, one cadet chimes in. The weak ones should go first. He tries dressing it up as just nature's law, the strong eating the weak, and gets shut down instantly by a furious classmate. They're not animals, she snaps back, so what standard are they actually going to use? A sharp-tongued girl in glasses offers her own cheerful suggestion: sacrifice the stupid ones. Stupid people are dead weight either way, she adds with a grin, a little too pleased with itself. A silver-haired classmate calls her bluff, snapping that she really just means if you don't have friends. He admits it flat out: no friends but plenty of money, and offers to buy everyone's goodwill once they escape. Someone reminds him gold means absolutely nothing while they're all about to be eaten. Venus practically cheers them on, delighted, insisting they keep voting until they land on a unanimous decision. The pressure mounts fast, voices piling on top of each other until someone finally caves and names a target. Every eye in the group turns to one badly injured girl, her legs soaked in blood, and she can only stammer out one question: why her? 2 of her friends throw themselves between her and the crowd, screaming that she doesn't deserve this. They cling on tighter, refusing to let go no matter how hard the others try to pull her away. Arthur, looking almost pained, insists this was simply the outcome of a fair vote everyone signed off on. He claims it hurts him too, which somehow doesn't make it land any better. They need every advantage they can get if they're going to survive this long, he reasons. And with her leg torn up like that, he tells her flatly she'll be no use to anyone. He offers a hollow consolation, a promise to take care of her family once they're all safely home. They'll even tell everyone she died a hero, he adds, hands clasped like he's doing her a favor. The pleading turns into a chorus, until one furious voice finally screams what everyone's thinking: that the whole group has lost its mind. Dressing a death sentence up as democracy doesn't make it any less monstrous. She spits the real truth of it right at them: this was never about fairness, just self-preservation. The injured girl herself finally breaks down, begging them to spare her just this once. Her hands shake as she pleads over and over for a single chance. She sobs that she has parents, younger siblings waiting for her. She just wants to live. Desperate, she forces herself up on her ruined leg, insisting she can still stand. Blood runs fresh down her bandages as she wobbles upright, begging them to see she's still useful. She even manages a few staggering steps forward, insisting there's no issue at all. Then her leg gives out completely and she crashes down, blood spraying across the stone. For a moment nobody moves, the silence broken only by her ragged breathing. Then a quiet cadet with near black hair steps in without a word and simply picks her up. Her friends stare, stunned that anyone would dare interrupt the group's fair decision. Someone tries to warn him off, hissing at him to stop. He doesn't even look up, one eye burning a deep, furious red as he finally speaks. The group falls dead silent, sensing this isn't a request. Cold open, a stranger's blood runs cold as something closes in around him. "You're," is all he can choke out. He's got an unconscious, pink-haired girl slung over his shoulder while a monstrous flower's jaws loom behind them, and a voice mocks him for volunteering to be the sacrifice for that withered flower. Cut to black and a single flat "yeah" answers whatever was just asked. That's all the confirmation anyone needs. Wait, someone reaches out, clearly trying to stop this before it goes any further. Word spreads fast through the crowd. "Isn't that Vikir?" "Yep," reputation precedes him. "Vi Kur, I've heard that name before." Turns out everybody has. Cue the highlight reel. The guy who cracked the killer ant conspiracy scored a personal commendation from the crown prince and somehow is famous for wrecking a professor's eye. Oh, and he's ranked 8th in the whole university league. Not bad for a first year nobody's supposed to know. Somewhere in the crowd, a cadet breaks into a cold sweat, the person in the rumors. Is the guy standing over there, he confirms, and there he is. Red eyes glinting, a first-year Ice Corps cadet named Vikier. Close up on that unreadable, glowing red gaze, first year sure he is. Ice Corps Vikier, someone finally puts a name to the face, admitting they were too wiped out at the time to notice he was the one who warned everyone the flower was dangerous in the first place. Stay away, it's too dangerous, get as far from here as possible, that's the warning they all remember now. Nobody can figure out how he knew. Why, Q3 cadets getting sent flying like ragdolls, guess that's one way to make a point. One of them hits the deck hard, gasping, is he volunteering to die? Sure looks like it from here. Everyone just stares in stunned silence, not quite sure what to make of what they've watched. The first year mentioned in the rumors is you, someone finally says it right to his face. Enter the man behind all this. I'm Colosseo Academy's Student Council Vice President Arthur Gordon Pym, dripping with self-importance. To say you'll be the sacrifice instead of that girl you made a tough decision, he gushes, laying the praise on thick. Thanks to you, that student doesn't need to be sacrificed, Pym says, like Vikier just did him a personal favor. Well, Vikier cuts in flatly, just for tomorrow, that is. Translation, this solution buys exactly 1 day. Pym keeps talking, hand on his chest like he's the reasonable one here. We've already decided to choose who gets sacrificed through a fair and equal vote. We can buy some time, he shrugs, since you'll die tomorrow and that girl will die the day after. Real comforting math. A relieved cadet bows her head. Thank you so much, Vikier, at least someone here's grateful. Vikier just stares silent, clearly doing math of his own. You'll decide who to kill off through a fair and equal vote, he repeats to himself, and you can practically hear the sarcasm dripping off it. Arthur Gordon Pym, Vikier says the name back like he's double-checking the paperwork on a con. Huh, Pym blinks. Ah, you wouldn't know since you just got here, he says, all fake patience. But I stopped the chaos, and I'm the one managing the vote, he says, puffing his chest out like that's a virtue and not a giant red flag. Which means I'm exempt from the list, Vikier finishes for him. So you took charge, saying you need sacrifices, but you never intended to die and you built yourself a position where only you get to survive. Behind them, 2 terrified cadets cling to each other, exactly the ones this scheme was supposed to protect. Vikier's eyes go razor sharp, can you really say? That's fair, come to think of it, your name wasn't even on the candidate list to begin with. So you wanted to be exempt with zero intention of ever voting yourself in. Not a bad little racket. Pym's smirk curdles into fury. These monkeys, he ran his mouth, he snarls before spitting back, so what's your point? You don't even have any countermeasures, Pym spits, but you're trying to split us up over justice. Bold words from the guy who just got exposed. So what's your plan, he starts before Vikier cuts him off cold. Let me say it straight. I'm going to defeat that monster. No army, no backup plan, just him. What? The whole crowd freezes on that one word. Enough, how can a normal student defeat an S-rank monster? Someone shrieks. Honestly, fair question. Didn't you hear it'll go rampant if you provoke it? And if you think we're going to help you, spoiler, they weren't going to help anyway. I've had enough, Vikier cuts them off, done listening to a mob that just tried to sacrifice 2 of its own. Mana starts crackling around his clenched fist, and everyone in eyeshot suddenly remembers he's not actually a normal student. The blast rips the courtyard apart in a wall of blinding white energy, and every cadet standing there goes dead silent. Pym ends up flat on his back in the rubble, screaming his lungs out. Guess he finally found a countermeasure, it just wasn't his. Tomorrow, Vikier repeats, debris still raining down around him like the deadline was ever really the point. Fist clenched, red eyes blazing through the falling dust, he's already made up his mind. I will defeat the Bloodwater Plantain Lily myself, he declares. No committee vote required this time. The scene shifts to the looming Gothic silhouette of the Quo Vadis Old Testament faction church, exactly the kind of place you don't want to be sneaking into at night. Inside, the halls sit dead silent and dark until a lone figure creeps down the stairs, heading somewhere they clearly shouldn't. Footsteps echo through the scaffolding-choked ruins as someone bolts through the dark, sprinting for their life. A girl gets seized from behind, claws raking across her. Whatever's hunting these halls just found its first victim. "What can we do? Vicky's over there," one cadet whispers, terrified he'll flatten them the way he flattened that whole building if they say the wrong thing. "This is still bearable," another mutters, trying to convince herself the horror show unfolding around them is somehow manageable. "He told us not to let anyone in because he's preparing for the monster hunt, but what the hell is Vicky even doing in there?" Great question, honestly. The scratch marks and the cold silence say plenty. Nobody wants to go find out. One cadet just sits there, hands clasped, waiting it out in tense silence. "He could run off after taking our random boxes and eating our candy," someone grumbles, because apparently even mortal peril doesn't beat basic trust issues. Somebody wonders out loud why Granuel's tangled up with Vicky in all this, while another admits flat out, "I don't completely believe him." "Do you guys believe him?" one asks, "but what can we do if he does run off with it?" comes the not-so-reassuring reply. Night falls over the ruins as the group watches a lone figure crouched in the rubble below, waiting and hoping he actually comes back. Two terrified cadets cling to each other amid the wreckage, bracing for whatever's coming for them next. The monster itself finally rears up, a masked, fanged horror wrapped in petals as Vicky levels with it. "I will kill that monster by myself. But I have something I want from all of you," he adds, turning back to the cadets. "The random boxes and the candy that increases your stats." Somebody's just sitting there with a pile of shiny stat-boosting loot scattered around them, visibly panicking at the ask. "I need all of it," Vicky says flatly, eyes glowing red. Not a request, a price. The scene drops into shadow as the real fight kicks off somewhere just out of view. Back with the cadets, "He could have killed all of us, taken our random boxes and candy and gone straight to the next floor. And yet he didn't. But why has he kept his inhuman strength a secret until now?" Good question, one that's about to get a very loud answer. A shockwave of raw power rips through the ruins as the group realizes the horrifying truth. Whatever he's holding back in the real world, out here he's 100 times stronger. A single boot steps down through the settling dust, unhurried and untouched, like nothing that just happened even winded him. Time skip 12 hours later and a couple of cadets are still standing watch, waiting on news. Vicky strides back out through the wreckage completely fine, while onlookers gape from a safe distance. Someone's face says it all, jaw dropped, still trying to process what just went down. Word comes back, the Bloodwater plantain lily has simply disappeared. No corpse, no trace, just gone. The church looms over the ruined grounds in the dead of night, eerily quiet now that its monster is gone. "Vicky," someone calls out, spotting him standing alone amid the wilted, monstrous flowers' remains. A stranger's boots step into view as a voice cuts through the quiet. "There's news about you. We've heard from the source on." "I heard you're an irregular," a voice says to him, but it doesn't finish, which is somehow worse. Debris starts raining down out of nowhere, and the ground itself seems to be coming apart. "What?" Cadets scatter in a panic as chaos erupts all around them. More rubble crashes down as whatever's tearing this place apart keeps escalating. A massive swirling void rips open in the middle of it all, sucking in stone, dust, everything nearby. Vicky's eyes go wide, red glow flaring. Even he wasn't expecting this. Purple energy coils and thrashes around some kind of monstrous shape, clawing its way out of the void. A gaping, fanged maw lunges straight out of the swirling storm of energy. A blinding burst of light and force answers it head-on. This fight isn't over yet. The monster's massive jaws roar open one more time, ice and energy crackling off its hide. It rears back, dark wings unfurling, one last, ugly shape to deal with. Then, something else entirely is staring back at him. Vicky just says flatly no. A tiny, pale, fanged little creature blinks up at him with glowing red diamond eyes, not exactly what you'd expect after a monster hunt like that. Under the moonlight, the little thing clings right onto him, practically purring. It's just the beginning. Something tells you this isn't the last we've seen of it. A status screen flickers up, agility, resistance, reflexes, all climbing, proof that whatever just happened, it paid off.